Chapter 1, Broken Up by Ex-Girlfriend. Since we've graduated, I'll make it clear to you. Do you know that you're annoying? I've put up with you for 2 years. I admit that you are handsome, but you come from an average family. You don't have anything I want. You have to work for several months to buy me a Chanel bag. What qualifications do you have to be with me? I have found my happiness now, and I hope you will stop bothering me. The woman was wearing black high heels and her red tight skirt outlined her curvy figure, but her pretty face showed a contemptuous expression as she looked at Guchun with disdain. Guchun looked at the woman he had loved for 2 years, listened to her harsh words, and his mood sank to the bottom. He and Zhang Xiaoxiao met in their sophomore year. After graduating from college, Zhang Xiaoxiao was qualified for postgraduate study. I've only heard this in jokes before. The first thing you do when you get ashore is to kill the person you love. I never thought this would become a reality for me. Looking back, he has been wholeheartedly devoted to Zhang Xiaoxiao and done everything he could for her in the past 2 years. She wanted to buy a Chanel bag, so he went out to deliver food after class every day, and he would run until midnight, so she could only catch up on sleep in class. She likes the sense of festival ceremony, so he lives frugally and gives out red envelopes on 520 or 1314 every festival. She wanted to drink a cup of internet-famous milk tea, and he got up at 4 in the morning to queue up to buy it. She said she envied others for being able to travel, and he didn't say a word, eating instant noodles for half a year just to save money to take her to Sanya. There are countless kinds of this scene. But now, everything he had paid for was not worth mentioning in Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes. Guchun couldn't understand it. They had just confirmed their relationship on New Year's Day and even spent the night together in a hotel. But from that day on, this woman refused to go out with him and refused to let him touch her. If she didn't like me, why would she accept my gift, and why would she give her first time to him? But it was meaningless to say all this, because he only saw indifference and determination in Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes. For a woman who could not be won back, there was no need to give up his dignity and beg for mercy. Even though his heart ached like a knife, Guchun still showed a contemptuous smile. What a coincidence, I just happened to be tired of playing too. He took out the graduation gift he prepared for her, tossed it in his palm, and threw it accurately into the trash can beside him. If you weren't so pretty, would I chase you? And pester you? Are you worthy? Anyway, we've already taken what we should take, so whoever wants to pick up the slut can do it. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao's face changed, and her neck turned red with anger. Who are you calling a slut? I haven't even called you an impotent loser. I've seduced you into bed, but you're still indifferent. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you for 2 years. In fact, in her opinion, although Guchun has no money, he has face. She is quite accomplished for being able to win over such a handsome guy. Who knew this guy was just a show-off? The thought of this made her extremely angry. At this moment, a Ferrari sports car whizzed and stopped beside the two of them. The car window rolled down, revealing a fat, greasy face, and a mocking laugh followed. Hey, baby, this is the idiot who has been your bootlicker for 2 years. You have very poor taste. Seeing the newcomer, Zhang Xiaoxiao changed her arrogant attitude and showed a shy smile. My dear, you are here. Oh, stop talking, it makes me feel unlucky just talking about this guy. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Guchun, glanced at the gift box still stuck in the trash can, raised her hand to show the pigeon egg on her index finger. Did you see it? This is what my dear gave me. It's more expensive than everything you gave me in the past 2 years combined. The man sneered. With him? He can't afford it in his lifetime. This pigeon egg costs more than 1 million. And more than 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled even sweeter. She twisted her waist, turned around and got into the passenger seat of the sports car. She leaned over and kissed the man on the face in front of Guchun. Honey, ignore him. Let's go. Okay. The man started the car and smiled obscenely. I prepared a gift for you at the hotel. Let's do it like last time, okay? You're the only one who knows how to play. Zhang Xiaoxiao said coquettishly, then punched the man's chest with a smile. Although it's very exciting, I like it very much. After saying that, the sports car stepped on the accelerator and sped away in front of Guchun. Zhang Xiaoxiao's last smile was the brightest he had ever seen. And judging from their conversation, I'm afraid they have been together for a long time. Zhang Xiaoxiao, very good. I will definitely make you regret it. Although Guchun was very sad, it was not because of Zhang Xiaoxiao, but because he felt it was not worth it. 2 years of hard work, and it was all in vain. He gritted his teeth and swore secretly in his heart that he would become a superior man even if it cost him his life, otherwise no woman would look down on him. Not far away, in a white car, a woman narrowed her eyes with a puzzled expression. Is this a breakup? Then doesn't Yao Yao have a chance? Thinking of this, the woman started the car, drove in front of Gu Chen, rolled down the window, and her exaggerated sunglasses made her face look extremely petite, and her proud temperament was overwhelming. Handsome guy, are you broken up? Gu Chen turned around and saw the woman with a playful smile on her face. She continued to say to him, your girlfriend got into another man's car. Do you want to get into the beautiful woman's car as well? Oh. Gu Chen came back to his senses from his grief and retorted, why? Do beautiful women also need men? There is certainly no shortage of men. The woman smiled and said, but who wouldn't want to try a handsome man? At this point, she unlocked the car and said, get in the car? I'll take you to a place where I promise you won't regret it. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and started pondering. Since he started eating meat on New Year's Day, he has never touched a woman again. Besides, he is single now, and it's a mutual consent, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? What's more, there is an old saying that if you want to get out of a failed relationship, then start a new relationship. So, Gu Chen opened the car door and said, okay, where are we going? The car started and sped towards the city center. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, I haven't asked for your name yet, beautiful lady. Li Lei. Oh, my name is Gu Chen. I know. Li Lei raised her sunglasses, hung them on her hair, and turned to look at him. Do you remember what happened on New Year's Day last year? New Year's Day last year? Although Zhang Xiaoxiao had broken up with him, that night was still a wonderful night in Gu Chen's eyes. The woman's passion and charm made him intoxicated and unable to stop even when he was drunk. Of course, this was a matter between him and Zhang Xiaoxiao, and this woman had no way of knowing it. Gu Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Li Lei didn't expect Gu Chen to ask him a question. He took off his sunglasses, looked forward, started the car and said, nothing, sit tight. Let's go. Chapter 2, My Idol is Me. Yunqing First Maternal and Child Health Hospital. After getting off the car, Gu Chen looked at the busy hospital entrance with a puzzled look on his face. Why is it a hospital? Is this what Li Lei said, the thing I want to regret? Shouldn't you take me to the hotel? Or was she worried that I was sick and brought me here for a checkup? Gu Chen looked Li Lei up and down, raised his eyebrows. What do you mean by bringing me here? Li Lei didn't bother to explain. She took Gu Chen's hand and ran to the hospital. It's too late to explain, you'll know it soon. Gu Chen had a confused look on his face and let Li Lei drag him into the hospital. On the 4th floor, there is the delivery room. Hurry, bed 12 is dilated, send her to the delivery room. Nurses were coming in and out, and family members were waiting anxiously at the door of the delivery room. Isn't this the place to give birth? Why did she bring me here instead of taking me to the hotel? Gu Chen grabbed Li Lei with such force that he almost pulled her into his arms. Why did you bring me here? Is your friend giving birth? Li Lei stamped her feet and said unhappily, don't ask yet, you'll know once you get in. After saying that, she continued to drag him forward. It was not until they entered Ward 402 that Li Lei brought Gu Chen to a bed. The woman on the bed had her eyes closed and her face was filled with pain. Her belly was bulging, much bigger than that of the pregnant woman who was about to give birth. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, which soaked her hair and stuck to her pale face. When he saw the stunning face, Gu Chen was stunned on the spot. Is it Lin Xingyao? She is pregnant? Gu Chen was shocked. Lin Xingyao, the campus belle of Yunqing University, is famous in several nearby campuses for her innocent looks and devilish figure. Especially after putting on makeup, her charm is so stunning that even Zhang Xiaoxiao cannot compare to her. And she is not only beautiful, but her family is also rich. They have donated at least several million to the school. She is a recognized white, rich and beautiful woman. This is the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. But now she's pregnant? Gu Chen and Lin Xingyao are both members of the student union, so they usually have some interactions. I just didn't expect that after not seeing her for such a long time, when we met again she was about to give birth. Yao Yao, are you okay? Li Lei then let go of Gu Chen, walked quickly to the bedside, and asked with concern. The woman opened her eyes upon hearing the voice, but out of the corner of her eye she saw a familiar and handsome man. Gu Chen? Why are you here? Lin Xingyao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Lei in panic. Why did you bring him here? As she spoke, she carefully retracted her long legs that were exposed outside the quilt and carefully protected her bulging belly. Gu Chen smiled and asked, Lin Xingyao, long time no see. So you got married and had a child? Where is the father of the child? He looked around the ward, trying to see which man had won over this innocent school beauty. She is truly a man's idol. However, after hearing his words, the two women opposite were stunned at the same time, with strange expressions on their faces. The two women looked at each other, but before they could say anything, a nurse came in with a medical record book. Bed number 36, Lin Xingyao, you have been in labor pain for 8 hours. I just checked your cervix and it is only 1 finger dilated. In addition, the fetus is in an abnormal position and has been unable to enter the pelvis. A natural birth is definitely not possible. A cesarean section must be performed as soon as possible, otherwise both the adult and the child will be in danger. Gu Chen is tall, and he saw the words pregnant 32 plus 5 and triplets written in the nurse's medical record. When the nurse saw how handsome Gu Chen was, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. She handed the medical record to Gu Chen. You are the father of the child, right? Sign here. Your wife is pregnant with triplets. The situation is very dangerous. 10 minutes later, bring your medical records to the doctor's office, and the doctor will give you a detailed description of the pre- and post-operative conditions. After the nurse finished speaking, she turned and left. Gu Chen hugged the medical record book that was forced upon him, looking confused. He looked at Li Lei numbly, raised his eyebrows, as if to say, You guy, you dragged me here so that I can become a father? Is this what you said I would never regret? Gu Chen quickly stuffed the medical record back to Li Lei and said, What are you looking at? Hurry up and call the child's father to come over and sign. Your best friend is in such danger. Lin Xingyao and Li Lei looked at each other and both fell silent. Gu Chen looked confused. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Xingyao cried out in pain. The intense pain made her sweat profusely, and her lips were pale. You are the father of the child. What? Am I the child's father? Are you kidding? Do you really think of me as a scapegoat? Gu Chen laughed. Lin Xingyao, why are you still joking when you are like this? You and I are not at the stage of having sex. The only sexual experience he had was with Zhang Xiaoxiao on New Year's Day. When had Lin Xingyao ever been with him? It's impossible for him to be a father. What a joke. After Lin Xingyao's contractions were over, her forehead was already covered in sweat. Li Lei wiped her sweat silently with concern. Lin Xingyao seemed to have summoned up a lot of courage and said in a tearful voice, Do you remember what happened on New Year's Day night? You were drunk, and I took you back to the hotel, and we had sex that night. New Year's Day? You? Gu Chen was confused. How is this possible? He clearly called Zhang Xiaoxiao and asked her to pick him up, so why did it become Lin Xingyao? Lin Xingyao forced herself to stay awake and spoke incoherently. That night, we did it together, 5 times. There was a mole on your thigh. Hearing this, Gu Chen suddenly took half a step back and almost knocked over the infusion stand on the bed next to him. How would she know? The 5 times cannot be verified, but having a mole on the thigh is an extremely private matter. Gu Chen's expression froze. He never expected that the person he had a one-night stand with on New Year's Day turned out to be the school beauty Lin Xingyao. It was never Zhang Xiaoxiao. He couldn't accept it for a moment, and stammered, Then why did you leave by yourself that morning? Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with tears. You had a lover at the time, and I didn't want to ruin you too. I originally wanted to abort the baby, but the doctor said it was triplets, and I couldn't bear to. You just need to sign the operation form, and you can leave after the baby is born. I will raise the child myself. Every word Lin Xiao said shocked Gu Chen, and he was unable to recover for a while. How did he become the father of triplets? Li Lei stuffed the surgical form in her hand back to Gu Chen again. What are you still standing there for? Sign it quickly, Yao Yao is still waiting for surgery. At this time, the nurse came back and urged, What's wrong with bed 36? Why haven't the family members gone to the office to sign for the operation? Gu Chen held the medical record book and his eyes fell on the word triplets. Who would have thought that just after he was dumped by his ex-girlfriend, the school beauty gave birth to triplets for him? This is simply a leap from a single guy to a dad. What was most difficult for him to accept was that Lin Xingyao had a night of love with him, but he had no memory of it at all. Moreover, the school beauty has decided to give birth to triplets for him. If he is still hesitant and doesn't want to take responsibility, then is he still a man? At this moment, an electronic mechanical sound suddenly rang in Gu Chen's mind. Ding! The daddy system is binding to the host. Ding! Binding successful, the nanny system is officially enabled. After becoming a stay-at-home dad, you will receive a novice gift package reward 100,000 yuan in cash and a book on how to be a successful stay-at-home dad. The host gains the baby's love value by taking care of the baby. The love value can be exchanged for skills, items, and can also participate in the lottery. Gu Chen was completely stunned. Chapter 3, Daddy System launched. System? Gu Chen was no stranger to the system. I actually bound myself to the system that is required in cool novels? Seeing that Gu Chen was still standing there motionless, the nurse continued to urge him, "Sir, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and go to the doctor's office. After you sign the form, you have to push your wife to get the skin prepared." Ah. Oh. Gu Chen came back to his senses and immediately agreed, "I'll go now." He turned around and said to Lin Xingyao, "I will be responsible." After saying that, he followed the nurse and walked towards the doctor's office. After Gu Chen left, Lin Xingyao felt pain in her lower abdomen again, and the veins on her hands that were grabbing the bedsheets were exposed. Li Lei quickly squatted down and grabbed Lin Xingyao's hand, saying, "Xingyao, are you okay?" Lin Xingyao gritted her teeth, shook her head, and said, "Labor pain is like this, it will be fine after it passes." Li Lei immediately wiped the sweat off her forehead and said with heartache, "It turns out that giving birth is so painful. I feel so sad. That scumbag Gu Chen didn't even want to admit it. I really misjudged him. This has nothing to do with him. He was very drunk at the time, and I didn't tell him that I was pregnant." Lin Xingyao spoke for Gu Chen and asked, "Why did you bring him here?" "I have already decided to handle this matter myself." Li Lei held her hand and said solemnly, "You need a direct family member's signature for the surgery now, and you don't want to tell your parents, so I had to bring Gu Chen here. I can't just watch you. Anyway, Gu Chen knows about it now, and he also said that he will take responsibility when the time comes." Lin Xingyao said sadly, "Then wouldn't I be the mistress who destroys other people's feelings?" Li Lei quickly said, "No, I just saw Zhang Xiaoxiao breaking up with him in public at the school gate, and then got into a greasy guy's car. He is single now." Hearing this, Lin Xingyao's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. "But I didn't plan to tell him at first, he doesn't know anything. What we are doing now, is it considered moral kidnapping?" The contractions came again, and Lin Xingyao's face turned even paler. She clenched her teeth tightly to prevent herself from crying out in pain. Giving birth requires conserving energy. If you shout and scream, you may easily become exhausted and eventually faint during delivery. Li Lei anxiously advised, "But what does it matter? You are still pregnant with his child. Now that he knows, we won't force him. Let's see his attitude first. If he is willing to take responsibility, then that's good. If Gu Chen is really such a scumbag and is unwilling to take care of you and the child." Li Lei gritted her teeth and said, "Then I will take care of the child with you." Lin Xingyao's tears welled up instantly. "Luckily I have a good friend like you." Li Lei also felt sorry for her and silently wiped away her tears and sweat. Gu Chen, who was standing outside the door, naturally heard the last few words between the two. He originally wanted to ask Lin Xingyao if she needed to move to a larger ward so that she could live more comfortably. Now, he doesn't need to ask, he just wants the best of everything. "Lin Xingyao is a good woman who gave birth to 3 children for me. She deserves the best. Although he doesn't have any ability at the moment, he will definitely do his best to give her and the child the best in the future. As a man, he must have the responsibility of a man. Besides, now that they are bound to the system, their lives will definitely get better and better in the future." Gu Chen took the list back to the doctor's office, picked up a pen and signed his name, and asked the nurse to move Lin Xingyao to a ward that was twice as big as the current one, with 1 bedroom, 2 living rooms and a kitchen. This 1 bedroom, 2 living room ward is a VIP room, and the cost per day is more than 1,000 yuan. The nurse held up the consent form and urged, "Family member of bed 36, follow me now," and pushed the woman to the surgery preparation room. Seeing Gu Chen standing there in a daze with a pile of documents, the nurse urged again, "Husband of number 36 Lin Xingyao, please go. Your wife's 3rd child is in a critical condition. The hospital has opened a green channel for her. Please quickly push your wife and follow me to the operating room." Perhaps because she was afraid that Gu Chen might not understand, the nurse explained it again. Gu Chen realized that the nurse was calling him, and then he responded, "Oh, okay. Gu Chen followed the nurse back to the ward with the medical record in his hand. The nurse immediately said, "Family members, please bring the adult diapers and disposable mattresses that were brought into the delivery room. Someone can help push the mother to the surgical preparation room. After the mother is ready, she can wait." What is that? Gu Chen and others were also confused. The nurse glanced at the few people, then looked at the bed and the empty cabinet beside it, and was furious. "What's wrong with you family members? Don't you even prepare these things?" She pointed at Gu Chen and said, "You, go buy the things. Buy these first. After the mother has finished the operation, she needs to prepare milk powder, diapers, bottles, handkerchiefs and other things. I didn't expect you didn't prepare anything. How can you be a new parent?" Gu Chen, who was named, nodded quickly. "Okay, I'll go buy it." Seeing Gu Chen hurriedly going out to buy things, Lin Xingyao suddenly couldn't help but smile. Although her face was still pale, there was a hint of happiness in her eyes. Gu Chen stood in the elevator, his mind still not fully reacting to the change from a fleeting romance to being a father of 3 children. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and looked up the things he needed to prepare for having a baby. After coming out of the elevator, Gu Chen had already taken screenshots of many things needed for delivery shared by netizens. She walked to the mother and baby store with her mobile phone and asked the boss to find the disposable maternity pads and adult diapers, special toilet paper for mothers, etc. that were needed for the operation. After quickly paying the bill, Gu Chen walked towards the operating preparation room with the bags. I knocked on the door of the operating preparation room, and it opened, and a strong smell of disinfectant hit me in the face. Gu Chen said to the nurse who opened the door, "I'm number 36 Lin Xingyao's husband, I'm here to deliver these things." The nurse looked at what he was holding and nodded, "Come in, your wife is the only one here now." When I walked into the room, I saw Lin Xingyao had changed into hospital clothes and was curled up on the hospital bed. She bit her lower lip tightly, her face turned pale and her expression was painful. I have heard that the pain of childbirth is the highest level of pain a human can endure. Seeing Lin Xingyao enduring the pain of giving birth to his child, Gu Chen's heart ached and his eyes turned red. Every second of Lin Xingyao's patience made him feel powerless. After all, she has endured the hardships of pregnancy alone. It would be great if I could bear this pain for her. Gu Chenshu didn't care about others. He walked up to her, wiped the sweat off her forehead with a tissue, and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid, honey, I will be with you." The nurse at the side looked at Lin Xingyao on the bed, then glanced at Gu Chen, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This beautiful woman's husband is so handsome and considerate, I'm so envious. Chapter 4. Yes, the school beauty is my wife. When Lin Xingyao heard Gu Chen calling her his wife and himself his husband, she felt her face getting hot and it seemed that the pain in her body was not so painful anymore. She murmured softly and frowned again. Li Lei, who was watching the interaction between Gu Chen and Lin Xingyao, had an idea in his mind. Everything was ready. The nurse just opened the package, took out a maternity pad and an adult diaper, and returned the rest to Gu Chen. The nurse who was helping to push the bed just now saw what Gu Chen was holding and asked, "Haven't you prepared anything for the child yet?" Gu Chen shook his head, "Not yet, prepare the urgent needs of adults first, I will buy it later." The nurse advised, "The owners of the maternal and infant stores know what to buy. If you don't understand, you can ask them. Also, remember to sterilize the bottles you buy with boiling water." Gu Chen wrote down everything the nurse said. After the nurse finished speaking, the door of the preparation room was pushed open and a nurse walked in. "Bed number 36, Lin Xingyao, prepare to enter the operating room." Together with 2 nurses, he pushed Lin Xingyao to the door of the operating room on the 8th floor. There were 2 rows of seats outside the operating room, both of which were full of people. When Lin Xingyao was pushed into the operating room, Gu Chen comforted her, "Don't worry, I'm here, you and the baby will be fine." Lin Xingyao raised her eyelids and looked at him, then nodded with red eyes. Originally she was planning to handle it all by herself, but now suddenly the father of her child has become pregnant and she was deeply moved when he said those words. Gu Chen watched Lin Xingyao being pushed into the operating room, glanced at Li Lei, and then glanced at the family members of other pregnant women, feeling unhappy. Li Lei also saw everything Gu Chen did. She sighed in her heart, although Gu Chen is a bit of a scumbag, he is still quite reliable at the critical moment. Gu Chen took a deep breath, turned around and said to Li Lei, "Give me your phone and save my phone number." Li Lei said oh and took out his cell phone to save each other's phone numbers. Gu Chen put away his phone and said, "Stay here and call me if you need anything. I'm going to buy baby supplies now." After saying that, he picked up the things he had just bought and asked the nurse to take him to the newly opened ward on the 12th floor. The ward is the largest type of room here, with only 10 units in all 12 floors. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room and a kitchen. When Guchen came in, he put the things in the living room first and then hurried to the maternity and baby store downstairs. Although a cesarean section takes time, Guchen thought that if he waited for Lin Xingyao to come out of the operating room, she would not be so scared when she saw him first. Otherwise, she might worry that she ran away. Thinking of this, Guchen quickened his pace. When they arrived at the maternity and baby store, Guchen asked the female boss to help him find the items on the list one by one, all of which must be the best. He also specifically told the boss, "Boss, I want 3 copies of everything?" The female boss was puzzled. "Handsome, are you sure you want 3 servings?" Guchen thought for a moment and said, "Give me more clothes, in all colors, and a few more cans of milk powder. I'm worried that my wife won't have enough milk." The female boss reminded him, "Handsome boy, you look so young, this must be your first time being a father, right? The child grows fast, so you don't need to buy so many clothes for a newborn baby. If you have old clothes used by other babies at home, you can wash them and it will be fine." Guchen interrupted the female boss and said, "I'm sorry, we have triplets. The mother is having surgery now, so it's urgent. Please pack 3 portions for me. I need to go back to accompany the birth." When the female boss heard this, her eyes widened immediately. "Triplets? I didn't expect you were triplets, it's really rare." "Don't worry, leave it to me, I'll prepare it for you right away, wait for me for 10 minutes. The female boss has run the shop here for a long time and has seen many twins, but this is the first time she has seen triplets. 10 minutes later, the female boss came to the cashier with 3 large bags and asked, "Handsome boy, I see you only bought an adult wash basin. Do you want to buy one for each child? Their clothes need to be washed separately from the adults." "Ah? Like that? Then order 3 more in different colors, and some hangers and stuff." With so many things requested at once, Guchen couldn't carry them all at once by himself, so he had to make an extra trip. On the last trip, the female boss reminded him, "If you don't have time to make confinement meals for your wife, you can go to the restaurant next door. They have confinement meals that can be ordered at affordable prices." Guchen agreed. Confinement meal. I heard that mothers who have just given birth cannot wash their hair or take a bath, and must eat confinement meals. By the time Guchen moved everything back to the ward, 40 minutes had passed. Guchen put down his things and hurried back to the operating room on the 8th floor. It is August now and the weather is very hot. Guchen ran back sweating profusely. Li Lei saw him running so fast and said, "Don't be so anxious. I just asked the family members of other pregnant women, and they said that the operation will take about 2 hours. After the baby comes out, you have to stay in there for 2 hours, and then you can come out and go back to the ward." Guchen didn't know the procedure for cesarean section, so he could only nod. During this hour, Guchen kept looking at his phone. Li Lei saw Guchen so anxious and suddenly felt that bringing the child's father here was the best decision she had ever made. She comforted him, "Don't worry, Senior Gu. Cesarean section technology is very mature now. Yao Yao will be fine." Guchen took a deep breath and nodded. It was the first time he felt so nervous that he couldn't even explain how he felt. It was 7:30 in the evening. The system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of his baby. The system rewards 10,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of his baby. The system rewards 20,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of his baby. The system rewards 30,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host, 3 babies were born healthy. The system will give the host a novice gift package, 100,000 yuan in cash and a book on success as a nanny. After a while, Guchen's phone rang with a message alert. 160,000 yuan was deposited into his bank account all at once. Compared to money, what makes Guchen happiest is knowing that the baby is born healthy. Chapter 5: Being a Good Nanny. Thinking about the 3 healthy babies, Guchen is happier than anyone else. He has really become a dad now. Although he has no experience, he believes that he can be a good father and will not let his 3 children and wife suffer in any way. Ding! The rewards have been distributed. The system rewards the host with 300 love points. In addition, the host can gain love points for the baby by interacting with the baby and taking care of the baby. The point for Guchen is that the babies love him so much as soon as they are born, which makes him very happy. Babies, Daddy loves you. Of course, Dad will love your mom too. New life, new beginning, never care about the past, cherish the people around you. Lin Xingyou is the one who gave birth to his children. She is worthy of his true heart and all his love. Maybe Lin Xingyou doesn't treat me well now, but I believe that with my careful care, she will definitely be attracted to me and fall in love with me. Now that I have the system, as long as I take good care of my children, the rewards from the system will definitely allow me to take good care of this small family. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but think of the single room I live in now. No, I must rent a bigger house tomorrow when I am free. Is Lin Xingyou's family in bed 36 here? This time, Gu Chen responded quickly, yes. I am Lin Xingyou's husband. The nurse informed us that the first baby was a boy, the second baby was a boy, and the youngest baby was a girl. All 3 babies were born safely and their weight was within the standard. Here, even the nurse had to praise. I never thought that the triplets, who just turned 32 weeks old, each weighed 2,500 grams and didn't need to be put in an incubator. This shows that your family members are taking good care of them. The nurse took him to a separate observation room, and Gu Chen opened the door of the observation room. I only saw that Lin Xingyou had woken up, but her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Gu Chen immediately walked in and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Li Lei also asked anxiously, "Are the babies all right?" Gu Chen said, "It's okay, she just gave birth, so she needs to stay for observation for a while, you don't have to worry too much." He took a tissue from the counter, wiped away the tears from Lin Xingyou's eyes, and continued to comfort her. Triplets are prone to premature birth and underweight. Now the weight of all 3 babies is up to standard, and the children are fine. It has to be said that Gu Chen's words made Lin Xingyou feel a lot more at ease. She murmured softly. At this moment, the nurse pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "Family members, please pay attention to the mother. If she develops a cough, please call us immediately." Gu Chen asked, "Are you worried that the mother will catch a cold?" "Don't worry, she won't." As he said this, he adjusted the quilt for Lin Xingyou again and said, "It's done a good job of keeping her warm. She won't catch a cold." Hearing this, the nurse said seriously, "I'm not kidding you. If a woman has severe, irritating retching after a cesarean section, accompanied by difficulty breathing, it is possible that she has amniotic fluid embolism, not a cold." The nurse's words scared Gu Chen, "So that's how it is." "Sorry, I didn't know." Hearing Gu Chen's words, the nurse's tone also softened. "Don't worry, it's not necessarily a cough, you just need to pay attention." Gu Chen quickly responded, "Okay, I got it. I will tell you as soon as possible." The nurse said, "We have a nurse coming to accompany you in a while. You have to pay attention after you return to the ward." "Okay, nurse." Gu Chen quickly agreed. After the nurse left, Gu Chen quickly took out his mobile phone and searched what is amniotic fluid embolism on his phone. After reading it, Gu Chen felt cold all over. Amniotic fluid embolism is so terrible. He looked at Lin Xingyou, who had just been to the gates of hell and was lying on the hospital bed with her eyes closed, resting. Seeing her weak appearance, he felt extremely distressed and scared. Gu Chen walked to the bed and held Lin Xingyou's hand tightly, saying, "Don't worry, I will take good care of you and the baby." He carefully placed a kiss on Lin Xingyou's hand. Looking at Gu Chen, a smile appeared on Lin Xingyou's pale face. Soon, 2 nurses pushed 3 babies into the observation room. "Congratulations! The first baby is a boy, weighing 2,510 grams. The second baby is a boy, weighing 2,550 grams. The youngest baby is a girl, weighing 2,500 grams. They are all very healthy." Li Lei walked over curiously to see the newborn baby. Just when she wanted to touch the baby's face, the nurse stopped her. "Miss, newborn babies are very fragile. It is best for adults to wash and disinfect them before touching the baby." Li Lei immediately withdrew his hand and said, "Oh, okay, I understand." Gu Chen wrote down everything the nurse said. One of the 2 nurses stayed. It was almost 8 o'clock, and Gu Chen asked the nurse, "Miss Nurse, can my wife eat anything now?" The nurse replied, "The mother can only eat 6 hours after the operation. She has to pass gas first before she can eat anything. If she hasn't passed gas yet, she can only drink some rice soup. She can only eat after she passes gas." "Do you know about exhaust?" Gu Chen had a face full of question marks. The nurse stared at Gu Chen's handsome face and her tone slowed down. "Exhausting gas is farting." Gu Chen nodded continuously. "Oh, I see. Women can only eat 6 hours after surgery. They can only eat after they fart. Otherwise, they can only drink rice soup." Hearing the word fart coming out of Gu Chen's mouth, Lin Xingyao, who was lying on the hospital bed, just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide herself. She didn't know why, but she just felt ashamed. Then, the nurse told Gu Chen a lot about post-operative care, dietary taboos, etc. While chatting with the nurse, Gu Chen was holding his mobile phone and writing a memo on it, and he looked at Lin Xingyao from time to make sure she was not feeling uncomfortable. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Xingyao passed the critical period and was able to return to the ward. 2 nurses and Li Lei each pushed a baby, while Gu Chen and another nurse pushed Lin Xizhen in front. When the 3 babies appeared at the door of the operating room, the mother's family members surrounding them all looked over in surprise. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They are so envious. They are triplets. Everyone envies Gu Chen. But in Gu Chen's heart, he felt that it must be very difficult for Lin Xingyao to be pregnant with triplets. He also secretly blamed himself for not realizing at the first time that the person with him on New Year's Eve was Lin Xingyao, letting Lin Xingyao endure the hardships of pregnancy alone. Chapter 6, Hiccups with Baby. Back in the ward, Li Lei asked, "Did we go to the wrong room? This is not the room we booked before." Gu Chen said, "I changed it. The collective ward was too crowded for 2 adults and 3 children, so we changed to a 2-room ward. When the baby cries, it won't disturb Yao Yao, so Yao Yao can rest better." Several nurses looked at the tall, handsome, and considerate Gu Chen, and they were all envious. If it were them, let alone triplets, they would be willing to give birth to sextuplets for him. Lin Xingyao was also touched. She didn't expect Gu Chen to be so thoughtful. Lin Xingyao was pushed back to the ward. 2 nurses skillfully placed a maternity pad on another bed and stood on it, while another nurse adjusted the quilt on Lin Xingyao. Gu Chen stood aside and looked up at the 2 nurses standing on the bed, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "We? Of course we have to carry the woman to the bed. The bed she's on now is in the delivery room. We'll have to push the bed back later." Seeing the 2 of them, Gu Chen had already anticipated their next move, and he quickly stopped them, saying, "Ladies, it's just moving the bed, let me do it." The nurses couldn't help but wonder, "You come?" The woman weighed nearly 160 kilograms when she gave birth, and now she weighs more than 120 kilograms after giving birth. "Are you sure you can carry her?" Gu Chen lifted his sleeves, revealing his muscular body, and said, "Look, can I hold her?" Looking at Gu Chen's handsome face and the muscles in his hands, the nurses present couldn't help but think of the 8-pack abdominal muscles that Gu Chen hid under his clothes. However, that night, Lin Xingyao looked at Gu Chen from head to toe. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyao couldn't help but blush. The nurses nodded, "Be careful not to hurt the mother, otherwise it will cause secondary injury." Gu Chen patted his chest like a gorilla and said, "Don't worry, she's my own wife, I can hold her." Lin Xingyao really wanted to bury herself in the quilt, but unfortunately the quilt was taken away by the nurse the next second. Gu Chen said to her gently, "Don't worry, honey, I won't hurt you." Lin Xingyao said softly. With Lin Xingyao's consent, Gu Chen put his hands through Lin Xingyao's body, picked her up easily, and slowly placed her on another bed. One nurse held the 4 bottle and placed it on the infusion stand, while the other covered Lin Xingyao with a blanket. Another nurse reminded Gu Chen, "There is a pain pump behind the parturient. If the pain relief effect is gone, you can ask the doctor to inject it again. In addition, the body will feel cold when the anesthesia wears off. These are all normal. Don't worry too much." The nurses were very patient and explained to Gu Chen one by one the things he needed to pay attention to after the operation. "That's all you need to pay attention to. Let's get busy now." By the time the nurses left, it was almost 10 o'clock. Li Lei came over from another room and said, "The child is very well behaved now. Let him sleep in the room first." The nurse said that the baby has been fed with sugar water. "Remember to make milk for the child later." "I am starving now. I will go buy food first." She looked at Gu Chen and asked, "What do you want to eat?" How could Gu Chen be in the mood to eat now? "Just any fast food, I'm not picky. Remember to buy rice soup for Yao Yao." After Li Lei left, Gu Chen said to Lin Xingyao, "Have a good rest. If you feel uncomfortable, you can call me. Give me your phone and I will save my number." Lin Xingyao nodded. She was extremely weak and just wanted to have a good sleep. Lin Xingyao opened her phone and handed it to Gu Chen. Gu Chen entered his phone number into hers and found out that Lin Xingyao had his number but had never called it before. Gu Chen saved Lin Xingyao's number in his mobile phone, and in the name column, he wrote the word wife. After Lin Xingyao began to breathe evenly, Gu Chen went to the kitchen, washed the baby's 3 bottles, and boiled them in water. Fortunately, there is a 24-hour hot water facility in the kitchen, otherwise it would be a real mess. Then washed the 3 thermostats and put them in water for later use. Just when Gu Chen had prepared everything, the 3 little guys burst into tears together. Each one was louder than the other. Gu Chen immediately wiped the water off his hands and quickly picked up Debeo, who was crying the loudest. He was busy taking care of Lin Xingyao just now, and only now did he have time to take a good look at the baby's face. It's wrinkled and looks a bit ugly. The other 2 babies cried louder and louder, and Gu Chen couldn't handle it alone, so he quickly pressed the rescue button. The nurse's voice came from the machine. "Hello, what's going on in room 6? Gu Chen said anxiously. "Hello, I need help. Now the 3 babies have woken up and want to drink milk. I can't take care of them alone." All the nurses on duty knew that a handsome guy had come into room 6 and his beautiful wife had given birth to triplets. They all envied his wife for having such a handsome husband. Hearing Gu Chen's request for help, the nurse said, "Wait a moment, I'll send 2 nurses to help." Gu Chen was so busy coaxing the baby that he had no time to make milk powder. Only after 2 nurses came to take care of the 2 babies did Gu Chen have time to prepare milk powder. Under the guidance of the nurse, Gu Chen successfully made 3 bottles of milk. After the 3 little kids had milk, they stopped crying. Gu Chen's heart melted when he heard the tisk tsk sound. Under the guidance of the nurses, Gu Chen, who was not very good at holding the baby in the beginning, has now become proficient in holding the baby and can even burp the baby. Looking at the small, gurgling baby lying on his shoulder and running his fingers through the soft hair, Gu Chen felt a very strange feeling in his heart. It wasn't until this moment that he truly realized it. He has become someone's father and someone's husband. This is a heavy yet sweet responsibility. With the help of the nurse, Gu Chen finally coaxed the 3 little ones to sleep. Ding! Feed the baby, hold the baby and burp him. The system will reward the baby with 300 love points. It turns out that increasing your baby's favorability is so simple. Gu Chen felt very happy. When the nurse saw that all the clothes Gu Chen brought were unopened, she reminded him, it is best to wash new clothes before putting them on the baby. Gu Chen was a man of action. He immediately took apart and washed all the 20 or so sets of clothes and hung them on the balcony. Lin Xingyao, who was resting in another room, felt very sorry for him when she saw him busying around taking care of the baby. At this time, Li Lei came back and saw Gu Chen hanging clothes on the balcony. She didn't call him and went straight into the ward. Seeing Lin Xingyao wiping her tears, she immediately asked with concern, "Yao Yao, why are you crying? Did that bastard Gu Chen bully you, or say something nasty? Wait, I'll beat him up for you." Lin Xingyao quickly grabbed Li Lei's hand and said, "No, he didn't. He's fine. He's really fine." She looked up at Li Lei and said, "Gu Chen just fed the baby. I want to see the baby." Seeing that she was in much better spirits, Li Lei nodded and said, "Okay, wait." Chapter 7 Children make a man grow up fast. Li Lei pushed all 3 babies in front of Lin Yao. Looking at the 3 cute little ones who were well fed and sleeping well, Li Lei retracted his outstretched hand. "Oh, I forgot to wash my hands. I'll go wash my hands before holding the children." When Li Lei went to wash her hands, she discovered that the clothesline on the balcony was full of children's clothes. From large items such as tops and pants to small items such as children's towels, scarves, sweat towels, gloves, etc., we have everything. Seeing Gu Chen washing the milk towel that the baby had just used for drinking milk in the bathroom, she was touched. Others say that children make a man grow up quickly. This statement is indeed true. Gu Chen, who usually looks a little aloof, actually rolled up his sleeves to wash clothes for the children today. Seeing Gu Chen washing things seriously, Li Lei called him, "Senior Gu, the food has been bought, you should eat quickly." Gu Chen shook the water off the small towel in his hand, wrung it dry, and then said, "You eat first." Li Lei said, "I ate downstairs. You should eat quickly. If Xiaobao starts crying later, I won't be able to do it alone." Thinking of the baby's fuss just now, Gu Chen smiled and nodded, "Okay, I'll eat while watching the baby." Gu Chen agreed. After washing her hands, Li Lei walked into Lin Xingyao's room carrying the packed rice soup. The 3 little ones had just eaten and were sleeping comfortably. Seeing that Li Lei was about to feed Lin Xingyao rice soup, Gu Chen immediately stopped her and said, "Yao Yao just had surgery. She can't drink anything until 6 hours later." Li Lei was stunned for a moment before saying, "Oh, I forgot." Lin Xingyao said, "I want to drink some water." Hearing this, Li Lei asked, "Then can Yao Yao drink water?" Gu Chen nodded and said, "A small amount of water is fine." After saying that, he immediately walked to the thermos, poured a cup of the moisturizing water in it for Lin Xingyao, and took a straw from the bag next to the cabinet and put it in. Then he brought it to Lin Xingyao and said, "The boss of the maternity and baby store said that it is much more convenient to drink water with a straw after giving birth." Lin Xingyao didn't expect that Gu Chen would be so thoughtful. Some people would think it is unnecessary even if their boss recommends buying it. In fact, for women who have just undergone surgery, the wound is particularly painful, so it is necessary to drink water with a straw. Lin Xingyao wanted to turn sideways, but Gu Chen immediately stopped her. "You don't have to get up, I'll feed you." Gu Chen walked over, slowly ran his big hands through Lin Xingyao's hair, gently lifted her head upwards, and then handed the cup with a straw in his hand to her mouth. After Lin Xingyao took a few sips of water and drank it, her body couldn't stop shaking. Gu Chen asked with concern, "Yao Yao, what's wrong with you?" Lin Xingyao trembled and said, "I am cold." "Cold?" Gu Chen looked at Lin Xingyao, who was curled up with a quilt in her arms, and asked, "Is the air conditioner set too low? Or is the quilt not thick enough?" Gu Chen knew that a woman who had just given birth was very weak. It was a hot day and the air conditioner was set to 28 degrees, but Lin Xingyao was still complaining about being cold even though she was covered with a quilt. At this moment, Gu Chen felt that pregnant women really have a hard life and are great. Li Lei said from the side, "Yao Yao, are you cold? I'll call a doctor for you." Lin Xingyao is really weak now, so weak that she doesn't even want to say a word. "Hurry up and lie down. I'll cover you with the quilt." Gu Chen immediately put down the cup, helped Lin Xingyao lie down, and tidied up the quilt that was lifted up around her. "Are you still cold?" Gu Chen asked with concern. Lin Xingyao gritted her teeth, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. "It hurts." Gu Chen was very worried. "I'll go see if the doctor is here." Seeing Lin Xingyao in so much pain, Gu Chen's heart also began to wrench up. He rushed out of the ward and walked towards the nurse's station. Just as he reached the door of the ward, Li Lei rushed in with the doctor. Gu Chen pulled the female doctor to the bedside and said anxiously, "Doctor, my wife is cold and in pain now." "What's going on? Is there a problem? Can you relieve the pain?" Gu Chen said a series of words, and the doctor nodded and replied, "First of all, this new father, you don't have to worry. After the cesarean section, the mother will feel cold and painful because of the anesthetic. Don't worry about it. After the anesthetic completely dissipates, if the pain is unbearable, you can tell the nurse and we will give her a pain pump. Don't worry too much." A pair of triplets were born in the hospital today, and the news that their parents are super handsome and beautiful has already spread throughout the hospital. The female doctor herself did not expect that she would meet the two parties while she was on duty today. "I didn't expect that they were so in love." And it was obvious that Gu Chen was very worried about his wife. Gu Chen was relieved after hearing what the doctor said. He immediately reached into the bed, tightly held Lin Xingyao's cold hand, and comforted her. "Wife, don't be afraid, the anesthetic will wear off, it's okay." The female doctor instructed the nurses behind her, help the woman to press her uterus and expel the lochia as soon as possible. The female nurse walked to the other side of the bed, lifted the quilt from the bottom to top, reached in and pressed Lin Xingyao's abdomen. The intense pain made Lin Xingyao's face wrinkle, and she broke out in cold sweat. Gu Chen took out a few pieces of paper distressfully, wiped the sweat off her face, and comforted her gently. "Wife, you have worked hard, and everything will be fine soon. Come on." Listening to Gu Chen's words, Lin Xingyao gritted her teeth and nodded slightly. People around are really envious when they see this situation. This man is not only handsome, but also loves his wife so much. He is a good man that you can't find even with a lantern. The female doctor also praised him generously. "I have worked in the hospital for so many years, and I have never seen people who love each other as much as you two." Gu Chen simply replied, "She gave birth to my children and endured such pain for me. If I don't treat her better, am I still a human being?" The female doctor said, "You are right. However, we need to start changing the mother's diapers. I pressed her stomach just now, and she should have discharged a lot of lochia. We need to see if there is any side discharge." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen pointed at the bed and said, Do you want me to change it?" Hearing this, both the doctor and the nurse looked at Gu Chen, as if they thought he was just a talker. Seeing Gu Chen in a daze, the nurse reminded him, if the mother discharges a lot, she must remember to change the towel in time, and also pay attention to the cleanliness below. She must use a towel to clean the mother every morning and evening, otherwise it is easy to get gynecological diseases. Hearing the nurse's words, Gu Chen was stunned. Chapter 8, You already have a child, why be shy? As Guchen listened to the nurse's words, he felt his whole body turn red and warm. Except for New Year's Eve, he had never had such close contact with Lin Xingyao again. Now, I have to help Lin Xingyao change her diaper and wipe her, down there. Guchen suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Xingyao. He really wanted to ask Lin Xingyao if he could help her. The female doctor continued, by the way, when you wipe it, remember to use warm water, not cold water, and don't wipe it casually, but wipe it carefully, do you hear me? Guchen quickly responded, oh, okay, I'll remember it. Seeing Guchen's hesitation, the female doctor said earnestly, she is such a beautiful girl with such a good figure, and she is pregnant with triplets at once, and all 3 babies are of the required weight. It is not easy. You should be more tolerant of her and do more for her. After working in the obstetrics and gynecology department for a long time, female doctors also know that it is indeed a bit embarrassing to let a man wipe that part of a woman. She didn't say anything more, just one sentence, okay, you two already have a child, don't feel embarrassed. If you have any questions, remember to come to us. After saying that, the female doctor left with the nurse. Lin Xingyao buried her head, too embarrassed to speak. When Li Lei was halfway through listening, he had already quietly taken the 3 little ones to another room. Guchen removed the quilt that was covering Lin Xingyao, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, Yao Yao, I know that we don't have much affection for each other right now, but I really want you to truly accept me and truly become my wife, and I can also become your real husband, okay? Sooner or later, the 2 of them will have to face this problem, so it is better to talk it out sooner rather than later. Lin Xingyao sighed and said slowly, I know you are innocent about the child. You and I were only together that night, and we were not familiar with each other. You couldn't really like me. However, when she heard Guchen calling her his wife, she really felt very sweet, and even had the extravagant thought that she could become his real wife. But if the child is just used to tie him up and make him feel painful, then what is the point of all this? Lin Xingyao looked at Guchen and said, if you feel that 3 children are a burden to you, then you can leave. I will raise the children myself. Upon hearing this, Guchen also became anxious, Yao Yao, wife. You misunderstood what I meant. I wanted to say that we can try to understand each other, or, have you never liked me? When he thought of this, Guchen felt a little panicked. After all, young people nowadays, I don't know where they learned this bad idea, to get rid of the father and keep the son. Otherwise, why would Lin Xingyao chase me away again and again? Lin Xingyao shook her head and said, I have a good impression of you, but I don't want you to take on this responsibility because of the child. Besides, don't you like Zhang Xiaoxiao? I heard from Lei that you were quite sad when you broke up today. Although Guchen was very happy to hear Lin Xingyao say that she had a crush on him, he had to interrupt Lin Xingyao and explain, I'm not sad for her, she cheated a long time ago. I'm just sad that I have given my all to the wrong person in the past 2 years, not because of Zhang Xiao. Don't be jealous. Hearing Guchen's words, Lin Xingyao said softly, I'm not jealous. Guchen smiled and coaxed, yes, you are not jealous. I said the wrong thing late at night. Don't get angry with yourself. He also sighed and said, fortunately, God has eyes and couldn't bear to see me get dumped, so he gave me such a good wife and 3 cute little babies. Wife, how about we give it a try? Try to live as a couple. If you think I am not competent as a husband and a father, I will quit at any time, okay? After a while, Lin Xingyao said, Guchen, do you like me? A woman's heart is actually very simple. As long as a man likes her and loves her, she would be willing to give birth to 5 or 6 babies, let alone 3. Seeing that Guchen did not answer, Lin Xingyao looked gloomy. I like it. Guchen suddenly answered in an affirmative tone. How could I not like it? If you are the goddess of all the men in our school, of course I like you. I see. After hearing what Guchen said, Lin Xingyao's expression became even more lonely. However, they are not familiar with each other. If Guchen treats me as a goddess like other men, does it mean that Guchen also has feelings for me? Thinking of this, Lin Xingyao blushed, she had already coaxed herself. She said, then let's give it a try. Hearing this, Guchen smiled and said, okay. Let's give it a try. Are you willing to let me do something intimate for you? Like changing your diaper and wiping you? He was still not quite sure, after all, only people who were really, really close to each other would do that. Lin Xingyao also knew that for men and women, everything happened naturally. If she really wanted to accept him, she would definitely not refuse to let Guchen do such a thing. After all, sooner or later, both of them will have to be honest with each other. However, Guchen was willing to do all this for her, and for some reason, Lin Xingyao was quite happy. Lin Xingyao pulled the quilt closer and said softly. Hearing Lin Xingyao's affirmative answer, Guchen smiled. He understood that he still held a certain weight in Lin Xingyao's heart, otherwise, she would not have agreed to let him do such a thing. He pretended to be calm, nodded, and said jokingly, then I'll start. You don't know, the way the doctor and the nurse looked at me just now, they thought I was a scumbag and thought I wouldn't help you do these things. He pretended to be relaxed and said, am I that kind of person? As long as you are willing, I can wipe it for you every day. Lin Xingyao felt a little sweet in her heart as she heard him calling her his wife more and more easily. Although her stomach ached, she still spoke slowly, you are not a scumbag. Guchen was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled and said, of course, if I were a scumbag, would I be cheated on? Although Lin Xingyao found it a bit funny to hear him say that he was cheated on, she still comforted him in a low voice. Zhang Xiaoxiao broke up with you, that's her loss. Guchen was happy, of course, but fortunately, I have a wife and children now, everything will be fine. As he spoke, Guchen had already come to the end of Lin Xingyao's bed with a maternity pad and diapers, and gently lifted the quilt covering Lin Xingyao's legs. Chapter 9 The baby pooped. Guchen looked at the maternity pad and adult diapers in his hands, and he had a general idea in his mind. The steps were the same as changing diapers for a baby. He lifted the quilt and a pair of long legs appeared in front of him. It has to be said that although Lin Xingyao gained weight during pregnancy, her long legs are still as white and long as before. But at this moment, Guchen had no other ideas. He just wanted to help Lin Xingyao change as quickly as possible without making her feel uncomfortable. Looking at the bright red spot under the maternity pad, Guchen quickened his movements. But when you change, you will naturally see things that you shouldn't see. That night was the first time for Guchen and Lin Xingyao, so he was quite curious about some things. Lin Xingyao urged, Guchen, don't look. Guchen came back to his senses and said, I didn't see it. He quickly changed Lin Xingyao's clothes. The clothes she changed were covered in blood. So much blood had been shed, no wonder Lin Xingyao's face was so pale. Guchen also felt distressed. Lin Xingyao was so shy that she saw Guchen was stunned again, so she asked, what's wrong with you? Guchen felt very heavy, wife, I will definitely treat you well. Lin Xingyao just felt a little confused. At this moment, the sound of a baby crying was heard outside the door. Guchen threw the things into the medical waste bin, turned to Lin Xingyao and said, wife, I'm going to go see the child first. If you are tired, take a rest first. Call me if you need anything. When Guchen left, he did not close the door because Lin Xingyao was so weak and he was worried that she couldn't hear him when he called out. As soon as Guchen walked out of the room, Li Lei came over anxiously, Guchen, come quickly. I smell a strange smell coming from the babies. They must have pooped. Come quickly. Li Lei didn't want to call Guchen either, simply because she didn't know how to handle it. Shit? Guchen's eyes widened. There are 3 children. I can't change them all by myself. Go call a nurse to help. After Li Lei left, Guchen walked into the baby's room. Among the 3 little ones, the eldest one cried the loudest. He first put a maternity pad on the bed to avoid dirtying it, and then gently picked up Debeo. When he picked up Debeo, he indeed smelled a stinky, but not very bad, smell from his body. He gently placed Debeo on the maternity mat. Seeing Debeo's tears flowing out, Guchen comforted her, don't cry, Debeo. Daddy is here to wipe your butt. Ding. Baby is comforted, love value plus 10. After the system sounded, Debeo stopped crying. Seeing that Erbao and Xiaobao were still crying, Guchen decided to comfort them first and then wipe their butts. He walked up to Erbao and Xiaobao, stretched out his hand to comfort them gently, and said softly, good baby, daddy will change big brother first before it's your turn, you have to be obedient. Without realizing it, Guchen also learned to say reduplication of words in a baby's tone. It used to feel awkward, but when he really said it from his own mouth, he actually had a very special feeling, as if it was very natural. Feeling Guchen's comfort, the 2 little babies were very obedient. They immediately stopped crying and shouting, and after making a few humming sounds, they lined up obediently and waited. Ding! Baby's love value plus 20. Guchen was overjoyed. He was happy that his comfort could actually make the babies obedient. Wouldn't it be more convenient if I were alone in the future? Guchen didn't care about all that and quickly wiped the baby's butt. After he tore off the diaper, he held the baby's legs with one hand and slowly lifted them to the appropriate height. The diaper and the baby's buttocks were all covered with black and green meconium. If it were in the past, Gu Chen would have covered his nose and felt nauseous, but now that he was facing his own child, he didn't feel disgusted at all. He pulled out the dirty diaper and threw it into the trash can, then opened the wet wipes box, took out a few wipes, and gently wiped the baby's butt. It was also Gu Chen's first time to wipe the baby's butt, so he was very patient and careful with the baby. When Li Lei came back with the nurse, he saw the scene in front of him. Gu Chen looked at the baby's buttocks with a firm gaze and wiped the dark green meconium gently. Li Lei couldn't help but feel touched. Gu Chen, a man who usually looked rough, was unexpectedly so patient. "Ha! I heard the baby crying in the corridor just now, why is he so well behaved now?" When the nurse came in, she was surprised to see 3 babies waiting in line obediently. Gu Chen smiled and said, "If you don't come, they will cry again soon." The nurse walked in with a smile and said to Li Lei, "Come, let me teach you." Li Lei also knew that nurses also had their own jobs and could not always come to help, so she studied hard. Gu Chen did not disturb Li Lei's study. He picked up the second baby and wiped his butt in the original position. Maybe because they were just born, both babies have a lot of white stuff on their bodies. Gu Chen asked the nurse, "Miss Nurse, what are these white things that look like dirt on the baby's body? Do you want to wipe them off with wet wipes?" The nurse said, "No, the baby will be clean after the bath tomorrow morning, don't worry." After the nurse finished speaking, she began to teach Li Lei how to wipe Xiaobao's butt. Xiaobao is a girl. Unlike boys, she can't just be wiped clean. If necessary, you need to wash the baby with hot water, and then. Li Lei shouted to Gu Chen, "Senior Gu, did you hear that?" Gu Chen replied generously, "I heard you. Let me wash Xiaobao's butt next time." He shouted to Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, are you okay?" Xiaobao didn't reply to him, but the system in Gu Chen's mind started ringing at this moment. Ding! I am very happy to test Xiaobao, baby's love value plus 20. Gu Chen was extremely happy to hear that Xiaobao liked him. Both Bao and Xiaobao have changed their diapers, and Gu Chen has also added dozens of baby love points. Under the guidance of the nurse, Li Lei finally changed Xiaobao's diaper. The nurse said to her, "Put the baby back in the crib to sleep." Li Lei nodded and reached out to pick Xiaobao up. The nurse and Gu Chen were both shocked when they saw Li Lei's actions. Gu Chen lowered his voice and shouted to Li Lei, "Put it down and let me do it." The nurse exhaled and said, "My lady, you can't hold the baby like this. It will make the baby uncomfortable and it is very likely to hurt the baby." She said to Gu Chen, "You, come and teach her." Li Lei opened his eyes wide, with a look of disbelief. "Him? Come to teach me?" Chapter 10 Aunt Helps. Seeing that Li Lei didn't believe him, Gu Chen immediately walked over and picked up the baby. Although his movements were rather unfamiliar, they were standard. Li Lei looked at Gu Chen's movements and couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior Gu, how did you learn to hold a baby? Have you ever given birth to a child before?" Gu Chen said speechlessly, "Why don't you listen to what you just said?" Li Lei realized that he had said something wrong and smiled. "Oh, sorry, I said something wrong, senior, you won't blame me, right?" Gu Chen said, "You are Yao Yao's best friend, how dare I blame you?" The nurse smiled and said, "When you were away just now, Mr. Gu had already learned it from us. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask Mr. Gu. I'm going back to work now." "Thank you, beautiful nurse. Thank you for your trouble." Gu Chen thanked. The nurse left with a smile. Li Lei quickly said, "Senior Gu, then you come and teach me." "No problem. I've taught you. If I'm not around, I'll have to trouble you to help me take care of the kids." Gu Chen was really grateful to Li Lei. If she hadn't been by Lin Xingyao's side, Lin Xingyao might not have been able to hold on her own. Li Lei looked at the wrinkled little ball of flesh in the crib. After being scolded by Gu Chen and the nurse just now, he was reluctant to put his hands down. Li Lei was a little embarrassed by what Gu Chen said. "Yao Yao and I have been good friends for many years. She is in trouble now, and I should help her." She looked at Debao in Gu Chen's arms and said in confusion, "At first I didn't realize I was holding a baby, so I just picked him up. This newborn baby is too soft, like he's made of tofu. Now I don't dare to hold him anymore." "It's okay. I have time now. Let me teach you." Gu Chen came over with the child in his arms. "Look at my current position, it's suitable for a newborn baby. Hold the baby's butt with your hands, and put the baby's entire waist on your arms. Make sure to hold the baby's head with your elbows to protect the baby's spine." Seeing that Li Lei was very scared, Gu Chen asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Li Lei was wearing a black sling dress with sun protection clothing on her upper body. She immediately took off the sun protection clothing and stretched out her hand a little nervously. Let me try. You sit down first, don't be nervous, I will protect the child. Guchen supported the baby's head and gently placed the child in her arms. The little guy suddenly moved, and Lilele was so scared that she almost stood up. Ah! What happened to the baby? Guchen said, keep your voice down, don't scare the baby. He just moved a little, there's no need to be so nervous. Let me adjust it for you. Guchen demonstrated how to adjust the position of her arm. Lilele finally managed to hold the baby steady and sat there not daring to move. Guchen just thought it was funny, don't be too nervous, just hold it tight. Lilele couldn't help but praise Guchen, Senior Gu, how come you learn things so quickly? I still need to practice now. Guchen said, well, be careful. If you have any problems, call me. I will go wash the baby's small towel. Put your new hand towels in this small basin and I'll wash them. After saying that, Guchen went out. Guchen walked to the bathroom next to the balcony and slowly washed the baby's clothes. Lilele was in the room watching Guchen rolling up his sleeves to wash clothes for the baby, and couldn't help thinking, I never thought that Guchen was still a male college student in Yunqing during the day, but in just a few hours, he has become a dad and has to take care of the baby. She looked at Debeo in her arms and said enviously, my baby, your father and your mother are both the most beautiful girls in Yunqing. You will definitely be very pretty when you grow up. I really envy you so much. However, Guchen is still a good man and is willing to take responsibility. If he is not willing to take responsibility, then you will have to endure it with your mother. She couldn't even imagine how such a beautiful woman like Lin Xingya would become a single mother and raise 3 children alone. She didn't know how she would survive. Although I help take care of her, she will have to find a job after graduation. How much can she help on her own? Today, Lilele went to the school gate on purpose to wait for Guchen. At that time, she was still hesitant whether to take Guchen to the hospital. After all, Guchen had a girlfriend at that time. Just today, she happened to run into Guchen's girlfriend breaking up with him, and she coaxed her over without hesitation. I hope her decision is right and my best friend won't have to suffer so much anymore. Now it seems that her decision was half right. At least Guchen is sincere to the child. I don't know what kind of feelings Lin Xingyo has for him. They both have children now, and if they can really be together, it would be a good marriage. Lilele looked at Debeo who was sleeping soundly, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Debeo, do you want mom and dad to be together? You want to, too, right? Then let's rely on Aunt's help. Guchen had just finished washing the small towel when the nurse came. Family members, come in for a moment. The leading doctor held a notebook and shouted to Guchen. Guchen immediately put down the basin, wiped the water off his hands, and then said, here I come. The doctor and the nurse had already entered Lin Xingyao's room. While pressing her stomach, they asked, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Xingyao glanced at Guchen and said, it's nothing, it's just that the wound hurts, and I'm cold. The doctor wrote as he spoke, it is normal to feel pain in the wound within 6 hours after surgery. Also, the chills will subside after 2 hours. It's okay because the anesthetic will lose its effect after 2 hours. If the pain is severe, ask the nurse to give you some painkillers. The doctor looked at Guchen behind him and asked, did the family hear it? Guchen immediately stood up and said, okay doctor, I heard it. At this time, the nurse standing next to Lin Xi's rocking bed said, beautiful lady, I'm going to press your uterus now to see how your uterus is recovering. If you really can't stand it, you can shout out, but this can't be avoided, so bear with it. Lin Xingyo said softly. The nurse here has already started to exert force, but she doesn't dare to use too much force because it will involve the uterus. Ah! Lin Xingyo cried out in pain, it hurts. Guchen immediately walked to her side, grabbed her hand and said, don't be afraid, honey, I'm here, it will be fine soon. How much Guchen wished that he could bear all of Lin Xingyao's pain. Chapter 11 My mother is indeed a top student. Lilele also heard the noise, gently picked up Debeo, walked to the door of the room, and saw Guchen holding Lin Xingyao's hand tightly and telling her not to be afraid. This moment felt really good. The nurse continued to press for about a minute or two. Lin Xingyo was covered in sweat and her hair was soaked. Guchen lifted the strands of hair from her forehead, kissed her hand and said, wife, you are so brave. Thank you for giving birth to cute triplets for me. When the doctors and nurses saw the scene, they were all deeply moved. They are also old employees of the hospital and have seen all kinds of scenes, but there are very few who love their wives as much as Guchen. The doctor's eyes fell on the urine bag beside the bed, pointed at it and said, "The urine bag of the parturient is about to be full. Use a basin to drain it quickly. Otherwise, if it is full, the urine will not be able to come out, causing a urinary tract infection." Hearing the seriousness of the situation, Guchen didn't have time to think about it. "Okay, I'll go right away." Fortunately, I listened to the advice of the owner of the maternity and baby store and bought an extra small basin, which is just what I need now. Guchen came back with the small basin, but he didn't know where to start. He stood by the bed and said awkwardly, "Doctor, I don't know how to put it in." The nurse smiled and taught, "Let me teach you." The nurse pointed to the urine bag and said, "See here? Pull it open and you can urinate. After you urinate, you have to press it down hard." Guchen nodded, "Let me try." Lin Xingyao, who was sleeping in the bed, was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig out 3 acres of land and let Guchen help her to pee. She was too embarrassed to face anyone just thinking about it. She simply pulled the quilt to cover her face, not wanting to be seen by anyone again. The doctor said, "We'll be leaving first. Please take good care of the mother and the baby. If you have any questions, please contact us immediately." The nurse reminded, "It's time to change your diaper. If you feel it's full, ask your husband to change it for you, otherwise it will overflow. If you don't change it for a long time, you will easily get gynecological diseases." She glanced at Guchen again and asked, "Did the mother wipe her body today?" Guchen was busy dealing with the urine bag, and then he replied, "Not yet. I'll help her wipe it in a moment." After Guchen finished speaking, the doctor and the nurse nodded, "Then we will leave first." After the doctor and the nurse left, Guchen took Lin Xingyao's excrement to the bathroom and dumped it out. All the male college students in Yunqing regard Lin Xingyao as a goddess, but in fact she is just an ordinary person with beautiful looks. She also has to eat, bleed, feel pain, go to the toilet, and even fart and sweat, etc. After Guchen left, Lin Xingyao saw Li Lei standing at the door holding the baby and immediately called her in, "Lei, come in quickly." Li Lei didn't understand what was going on, so she came to her side with the baby in her arms. Hearing Lin Xingyao's urgent tone, she couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Lin Xingyao shook her head and said, "I'm fine, I just want to talk to you." "Oh, I'm here." Li Lei breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lin Xingyao was fine. She placed Dabeo in front of her and said with a smile, "Yao Yao, come and take a look. Guess which baby this is?" Lin Xixin glanced at the baby in her arms and confirmed the color of the clothes before saying, "Little baby is wearing pink clothes, and the clothes on second baby have a bear pattern, so this is Dabeo." Li Lei couldn't help but give a thumbs up, "Yao Yao, you are great. You are worthy of being the mother of a top student. You can remember it so clearly." Lin Xingyao looked at Dabeo and smiled happily, "Let me see the child." Li Lei persuaded, "Yao Yao, don't move, I will show you the child." Lin Xingyao wanted to stand up and take a look, but Li Lei finally put the child down. Looking at the poor wrinkled creature in front of her, her nose felt sore and tears rolled down her cheeks. "Yao Yao, why are you crying?" Li Lei panicked, "Yao Yao, don't cry. I heard that if you cry during the confinement period, your eyes will go blind, it's true." "I don't believe you." Lin Xingyao was made to laugh and cry by Li Lei, "I was just a little touched. I actually gave birth to 1, not 3 children. I took them out to bask in the sun this morning, and my baby was born overnight. I gave birth to 3 people." Li Lei was also amused by Lin Xingyao, "If you don't want to give birth to a child, what do you want to give birth to?" Lin Xingyao sniffed hard, rubbed her nose with her hands, and pouted, "Why does my nose feel so sore? It's so sour that I'm about to cry." It has only been 7 or 8 months since she found out she was pregnant with triplets. She goes for monthly prenatal checkups, listens to the baby's heartbeats, and feels the baby's fetal movements. Only then does she feel that she is really about to become a mother. "Now that I have given birth to the baby, I feel my stomach is empty and my heart is half empty too." Li Lei said, "If you want to cry, just cry. It's no big deal. You really suffered a lot before. Seeing you pregnant, having morning sickness, and going to prenatal checkups with triplets alone, I couldn't bear it. I wanted to pull out that scumbag Guchen and beat him up many times." Lin Xingyao shook her head and sighed, "I told you, this is my problem, it has nothing to do with him." Li Lei suddenly had an idea. "By the way, Lin Xingyao, are you secretly in love with Guchen? Tell the truth." Lin Xingyao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she whispered, "What are you talking about? I won't say any more. I want to rest." After saying that, she covered her head with the quilt and stopped talking. Seeing this, Li Lei couldn't help but suspect that there was something going on between Lin Xingyou and Gu Chen. On the other side, Gu Chen saw the two sisters talking, so he went to Bao Bao's room to see Bao Bao. After Gu Chen washed the towel, the system rewarded him with a baby's favorite value. Now the baby's favorite value has reached several hundred. That was all accumulated by Qin Le from working so hard to wash clothes, feed the baby and wash his butt. These likes are really hard to earn. I was so busy today that I didn't have time to sort out what this daddy system space is used for. Thinking of this, Gu Chen sat beside Xiaobao, looking at Xiaobao quietly, his mind connecting with the system. Chapter 12, 1000 likes equals 10,000 yuan. When he opened the system interface, Gu Chen saw that many items could be exchanged with the baby as favorite points, but the items on them seemed very expensive. A large flat in the city center would cost tens of thousands of points, and it is only about 100 square meters. It's only about 100 square meters, how can it be called a large flat? The car costs several thousand. There are also some cheaper ones. The bottles cost dozens of dollars, and there is also milk powder, which can be replaced with any kind of milk powder. There are also clothes, etc., which can all be exchanged. The further you go, the more expensive the things become, so Gu Chen didn't read any further. Then I checked my current baby love value, it's just over 2,000. Washing the baby's clothes will only give 5 points for each piece, hugging the baby will give 10 points, burping the baby for the first time will give 300 points, and if you can do it a second time, it will only be 20 or 30 points, all of which depend on the baby's comfort level. However, it is what Gu Chen should do, but being able to accompany his children through their conflicts is also a very happy thing. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but remember that he had to go to work tomorrow. It was only a little after 10 o'clock, so he still had time. However, Gu Chen just picked up the phone, but put it down again. Now the triplets and Lin Xingyao all need someone to take care of them. Li Lei will have to go to school soon, and she will definitely not be able to take care of the babies by then. If I go to work, wouldn't Lin Xingyou have to take care of 3 babies by herself with her wounds? That definitely won't work. There was no other choice, so Gu Chen had to change the leave application into a resignation letter and wrote the resignation letter neatly. Now I am not alone anymore, I have a wife and children, triplets to them. He simply searched how long does it take to be discharged from the hospital after a cesarean section. She can be discharged in 3-7 days? Then tomorrow is the second day. Will staying in the hospital help her recover better? If so, she might as well stay longer. He simply took out his phone and opened the memo to write down everything. My wife may need to prepare confinement meals tomorrow. Should I cook it at home and bring it over, or should I order confinement meals downstairs? If you are hospitalized, it would be more convenient to order the confinement meal downstairs. It's far from home, and it's not convenient. Thinking of home, Gu Chen suddenly realized that the place he was renting now was okay for 1 person, but if 4 people lived there, it would be a bit crowded. Thinking of this, he wrote the word rent a house in front. If you rent a house, you must rent a detached one, otherwise when the 3 little ones cry, the neighbors upstairs and downstairs will complain. But if you rent a single-family house, money is still a problem. Gu Chen opened the system to see if there was anything that could be exchanged for money. After searching carefully, I found it. It can actually be exchanged for money. However, this like value doesn't seem to be worth much. 1 like value is 10 yuan, and 1,000 like values is 10,000 yuan. It's really worthless. But when I think about how I got over 2,000 likes today, it doesn't seem that difficult. Fortunately, I still have hundreds of thousands of dollars in my pocket that I earned from the system. I will rent a villa early tomorrow morning and then go back to the company to pack my things. After recording this, Gu Chen turned off his phone and lay on the bed to rest for a while. Just as he lay down, he remembered that Lin Xingyou had not wiped her body yet, so Gu Chen immediately picked up his phone and stood up. At this time, Li Lei and Lin Xingyou were still chatting. Lulu, please wipe my body for me later. When you were not here just now, Gu Chen changed my diaper. It felt awkward. Li Lei smiled, didn't you say you wanted to give it a try with Gu Chen? It doesn't have to be just a platonic try. Lin Xingyou said shyly, I know, but I feel that we don't know each other well enough, so let's not talk about these private matters. Li Lei's hands holding the baby also felt a little stiff. After moving her neck, she said, okay, I'll help you wipe your body and wash you later, but don't be too shy when I'm not around, otherwise it won't be good for your health. Lin Xingyou blushed and nodded, I know, so I didn't refuse last time. At this time, Gu Chen knocked on the door and walked in, what's the matter? Do you want to wipe your body? When Lilele saw Guchen coming back, she immediately returned Debeo to Guchen. Guchen, you hold Debeo, I have to wipe Xingyao's body later. Guchen glanced at Lin Xingyao, whose ears were red, and just smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll take the baby back to rest. The anesthesia had worn off, and Lin Xingyao felt as if she were alive again, no longer shivering from the cold. Guchen carried Debeo back to the room, put Debeo on the crib, and took this opportunity to take a rest. I slept for about 30 minutes. Wow! Wow! When one child cried, another child started crying loudly. Only Xiaobao's crying was as quiet as a mosquito. Guchen had just fallen asleep and hadn't reacted yet when Lilele ran in and pulled Guchen up. Senior Gu, the baby is awake. Guchen rubbed his eyes and opened them dazedly. Ah? What baby? As soon as he said the word baby, he immediately ran. Where's the baby? Where is the baby? He really didn't react just now. It turns out that he has become a father. Guchen immediately walked over to hold the baby, and Lilele followed, picked up Debeo, who was crying the loudest, and said, "Don't cry, Auntie is here to feed you milk." But her words made Debeo cry even more sadly. Guchen said gently, "Be good, Debeo. Debeo is your big brother, don't cry." As soon as Guchen finished speaking, Debeo seemed to understand and stopped crying immediately. Lilele looked at Debeo in her arms with a surprised look on her face. "Debeo, why do you understand your father's voice? He told you not to cry, and you really didn't cry? Just now, my auntie held you so hard that my hands were sore." After Guchen comforted Erbao for a while, he put Erbao down and said, "The baby must be hungry. I'll go make some milk powder now." After saying that, he put Erbao down and went straight to the kitchen. "Fortunately, I have washed the bottle just now and feel relieved, otherwise I would be worried if I used it now." Guchen prepared the milk powder as quickly as possible and ran back as quickly as possible. Lilele looked at the little guy who was crying for food and couldn't help but pinch everyone's face. Wow, this little guy's face is so tender. Lin Xingyao was here just now, so Lilele didn't dare to pinch the little guy. Now that Guchen and Lin Xingyao are not here, she must pinch him well. It was not a big deal, but it pissed off the baby in her arms. Wow! Erbao burst into tears instantly. "Oh, my little ancestor, I just pinched you, why are you crying so hard? Don't cry. Don't cry." Lilele was there alone, trying her best to coax the baby, but why did she feel like the more she coaxed him, the more sadly the baby cried? Chapter 13. My dear baby, please stop crying. My dear baby, please stop crying. Lilele stared at the soft Erbao in the crib and couldn't help but touch his little face. "My dear, I didn't mean it. Your little face is so smooth. Please stop crying, okay? I have to say that children's faces are as soft as cotton." Guchen turned around and saw Lilele touching Erbao's face to comfort him. He immediately put the bottle in his hand on the table and said, "What's wrong with the baby? Why are you crying so hard?" Lilele turned around and said, "I just touched his little face and he started crying. I really didn't mean to do that, it was just that he felt so good to touch." Guchen said, "You feed Debeo, and leave Xiaobao and Erbao to me. Generally speaking, the babies are pretty well behaved. They sleep after eating, continue sleeping after having a poop, and eat when they are hungry after waking up." Guchen gently picked up the second baby. There were some small pimples on the baby's face, which made him look a little ugly, and his skin was a little wrinkled, but the flesh on his face looked tender. He looked at Erbao with a much gentler look. "Be good, Erbao, don't cry, let's eat milk." After hearing Guchen's words, Erbao stopped crying, but his chubby hands were clenched tightly and he sobbed aggrievedly. After holding the second baby, Guchen asked Lilu to help him hold the youngest baby, one baby in each hand. Guchen asked Lilele to feed the two babies with bottles. Seeing how well behaved the babies were and how gentle Guchen looked at the children, Lilele's gaze towards Guchen also changed. He may not be a good man, but he is certainly a good father. From the time the child was born until now, he has taken care of Lin Xingyao meticulously, including washing clothes and bottles, changing diapers, and taking care of her. It's really good. After the second baby started using the pacifier, he stopped crying completely. He drank from the bottle with big gulps, and the sound he made from the bottle was even louder than that of the first baby. Guchen couldn't help but tease, "Lilele, Erbao might not have cried just now because you pinched him. He might have been really hungry. If you don't believe me, pinch him now." Lilele said, "No more pinching, I'll pinch him after he eats." After all, no one can resist pinching a baby's face. After she finished speaking, she stood up holding Debeo and said, "I'll go see if Yao Yao is asleep, and let her see how cute a baby is when feeding." Gu Chen glanced at the two children on his left and right without looking up. Go ahead. After Li Lei left, the second baby in Gu Chen's arms had finished his milk. This little kid was very impatient, and he had finished when the little baby had only eaten 2/3 of it. After Xiaobao finished eating, Gu Chen moved to the corner of the wall, half leaning his back against the wall. He first placed Xiaobao gently on his thighs, then placed Erbao on his chest, letting him sleep on his stomach, patting his back with his hands. After the second baby is lying down, place the youngest baby next to the second baby in the same position. Looking at the two babies who were related to him by blood, Gu Chen's heart melted. The two babies fell asleep directly after eating. Gu Chen was bored and opened the system space to check. Suddenly he turned to the lottery page and saw only the words, only 1,000 baby love points are required for the first lottery. 1,000 likes points will get you one chance to enter the lottery? Oh my god. I want to see what this lottery is for. Gu Chen immediately clicked on the lottery. Every favor value consumed by the host will become the growth energy for the nanny to upgrade. Level 1 nanny needs to spend 1 to 1,000 favor values, level 2 nanny 1,000 1 10,000, level 3 nanny 10,000 and 1 30,000 favor values, level 4 nanny 30,000 and 1 50,000 favor values, level 5 nanny 50,000 and 1 70,000, and so on. Listening to the system's words, Gu Chen couldn't help but get excited. I can actually play this way. My more than 2,000 likes points are just enough for me to draw 2 prizes. Host, are you sure you want to spend 1,000 favored points to participate in the lottery? Gu immediately clicked to confirm. Congratulations to the host, you spent 1,000 points to win a postpartum hat in the lottery. For the first lottery, the system will give you another lottery draw. Looking at the confinement hat given by the system, I remembered that I didn't buy one. How careless. I'll take it out and give it to Lin Xingyao later. Luckily the system gave me a chance to draw a lottery, so I'll try again. Gu Chen quickly started the next lottery. Congratulations to the host, you won a GMC Savannah top-of-the-line nanny car in this lucky draw. What car? GMC Savannah nanny van? If you have children, a nanny car is indeed much more convenient. Gu Chen was taking care of the child and it was inconvenient for him to take out his phone, so he immediately asked, "System, help me check the GMC Savannah." What kind of nanny car is this? GMC Savannah is a high-end nanny car worth millions, with spacious space, luxurious configuration, strong power and high safety. Oh my god, $1 million brand. That must be good. It's worth it to exchange 1,000 for $1 million luxury car. There is still 1,000 likes points left, and you can draw a prize again. Gu Chen clicked on the lottery again. Looking at the roulette wheel spinning continuously on the lottery page, Gu Chen was looking forward to it. Congratulations to the host, you have won the skill of coaxing people to sleep in this lottery. As long as the host sings to coax people to sleep, everyone who hears it will fall asleep in seconds. Oh my god, such a great skill, just perfect for putting the baby to sleep. Gu Chen was overjoyed. Ding! The two babies are found to be sleeping very comfortably. The host will be rewarded with 200 favorite points. Looking down and smiling at the two little babies who were sleeping soundly, Gu Chen also fell asleep in a daze. Li Lei carried the child to Lin Xingyao's room. Seeing that Lin Xingyao was still awake, she walked in and asked her, "Yao Yao, let me show you how Debao feeds." As she spoke, she carried the baby to Lin Xingyao's bed, half knelt down, and let Lin Xingyao see more carefully. Lin Xingyao turned her head and looked at Debao, who was drinking milk mouthful by mouthful, and she finally felt at ease. Although she had learned about the process of childbirth, she was still very scared when she really gave birth. The doctor told her not to scream, but she didn't dare to scream at all. She just did whatever he told her to do. Now that I see 3 babies being born safely, everything I have done is worth it. She looked at Debao, smiled and said, "Debao, I am your mother." After Debao finished his feeding, the two talked for a long time. Debao suddenly hummed, and with a soft puff, a large mouthful of milk spurted out of his mouth. Li Lei was so scared that she stood up immediately. "Oh my god! Debao, why did you vomit?" Debao spit out milk and directly soiled Li Lei's clothes. Lin Xingyao said, "I heard that babies need to be burped after they finish feeding. If they are not burped, they will easily spit up the milk." Although Debao vomited milk all over Li Lei was not too angry. She just said helplessly, "I was planning to go back and take a shower tomorrow morning, but now you vomited milk all over me. I have to go home and take a shower now." Lin Xingyao said, "Then you should go back and take a shower, but it seems that Gu Chen hasn't taken a shower yet. You can discuss with Gu Chen and see how to arrange it. Li Lei picked up the tissue beside her and said as she wiped it, well, this smell is not good. I'll tell Gu Chen about it. Lin Xingyao nodded. Li Lei carried Dabeo away. When she walked into the room, she saw two little babies lying on Gu Chen's chest, and Gu Chen himself was half leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. Li Lei felt extremely warm at this scene. Chapter 14. I always listen to my wife. Li Lei didn't want to wake him up, but her gauze skirt was covered with milk stains. She walked to the bed and called out, Senior Gu? Gu Chen? Ha? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and was about to raise his hand, but he found two little cuties lying on him. He was so scared that he immediately protected them. Gu Chen immediately protected the two babies, looked up at Li Lei, and asked, Li Lei, what's wrong? His eyes fell on Li Lei's skirt and he said, did the baby spit up milk? I forgot to tell you that you have to burp the baby after drinking milk, especially for newborn babies, otherwise it is easy to spit up milk. Li Lei said helplessly, no, you made my skirt dirty. I have to drive back to take a shower. It will be your turn later. Gu Chen shook his head and said, no, it's too late now. It's not safe for a girl like you to drive back. Go back and have a good rest, and come back tomorrow. You've worked hard today, I'll come in the evening, and if it really doesn't work, I'll call the nurse to help. Li Lei glanced at the time on her watch, it's already past 11 o'clock, it's a bit late indeed. Seeing that Gu Chen really took good care of the baby, Li Lei didn't say much to him. She left only after Gu Chen put the two babies back into bed. Gu Chen saw that the blanket surrounding the baby was dirty, and then saw the undried blanket on the balcony. He had no choice but to separate it with a small towel, then make a new bottle of milk for Dabeo, and burp him properly after he finished drinking. After half an hour of tossing and turning, the babies finally fell asleep. After the baby falls asleep, Gu Chen has to wash the bottles. After washing the bottles and putting them away, Gu Chen finally had time to go see Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao persuaded, you go back to see the baby, I'm fine here. Just, you have to help me change my diaper. Oh. Gu Chen said, I'm sorry, I was too busy just now and forgot. Lin Xingyao let Gu Chen change her face. Gu Chen changed the diapers before going back to see the babies. During this period, the doctor and nurse came in every hour or so to press Lin Xingyao's stomach. After the babies finished drinking milk, they slept for a full 3 hours without waking up. It was rare for Gu Chen to sleep for more than an hour. However, Gu Chen set the alarm clock to 6 hours after Lin Xingyao's surgery, because Lin Xingyao could eat during that time. As soon as the alarm rang, even though Gu Chen couldn't open his eyes, he groped his way towards Lin Xingyao's room. At this time, Lin Xingyao turned over, and every time she turned over, a hiss sound came out of her mouth. It can be seen that Lin Xingyao's wound is really painful. Gu Chen came over immediately and asked with concern, wife, what's wrong with you? Lin Xingyao bit her lip and squeezed out a few words, I'm fine. I just lay there for too long and it feels a little numb. Gu Chen walked to the bedside, turning over will involve the wound, let me help you. Lin Xingyao refused, no, I've already translated it. She didn't dare turn over too much, for fear that the wound would split. Seeing Lin Xingyao like this, Gu Chen didn't insist anymore. He stood beside the bed and said, wife, if you have any problems in the future, remember to tell me. We are going to be the closest people in the future, understand? Lin Xingyao pursed her lips and nodded, the pain from the wound is so severe that I can't sleep. Does the wound hurt? Why don't you ask the nurse to prescribe some painkillers for you? Gu Chen asked nervously. Lin Xingyao shook her head, it's okay, maybe, plus the uterus is contracting, so it hurts a lot, this is normal. Remembering that he had the ability to coax people to sleep, he suddenly had an idea and asked, wife, can you still sleep now? Lin Xingyao shook her head, then nodded, probably not. I'm a little hungry. She originally thought that she would feel better after the anesthetic wore off, but what she didn't expect was that the pain would only begin after the anesthetic wore off. Not only did the wound hurt, but even the contractions were extremely painful. The pain from the contractions and the wound made Lin Xingyao's pain even more obvious. Are you hungry? Then I'll pack you a bowl of rice soup. Sorry, the place I rent is a bit far from here, so it's not convenient for me to go home and cook. Gu Chen said guiltily. Lin Xingyao shook her head, no. Just pack one for me. Gu Chen immediately stood up and said, I'll push the baby over here. You take care of the baby first. I'll go downstairs and buy it for you. Lin Xingyao nodded at him. Gu Chen immediately turned around and walked towards the next room, and pushed the 3 babies into the room where Lin Xingyao was. Honey, take care of the baby first, I'll be back soon. Just as Gu Chen finished speaking and was about to leave, Lin Xingyao stopped him. From now on, leave the baby in my room. Gu Chen stopped and asked with concern, the baby might be noisy when crying. I was worried that it would affect your rest, so I pushed the baby to another room. Aren't you afraid of being disturbed? Lin Xingyao shook her head gently. I'm not afraid, and I want to see the baby. Instead of staying alone in the room and looking at the ceiling, she might as well look at her 3 sweet babies. Hearing this, Gu Chen didn't say much. He couldn't stop a new mother from seeing her baby. However, from now on, he has the skill to coax her to sleep in seconds, so Lin Xingyao will definitely not be unable to sleep, and neither will the babies. Gu Chen nodded and said, then I'll listen to my wife. Wife, I'll go pack some rice soup for you first. Looking at Gu Chen's back, Lin Xingyao's face showed a hint of shyness. Gu Chen was getting more and more comfortable calling her wife. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyao felt a sweetness welling up in her heart. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Gu Chen took the elevator downstairs and found that many shops downstairs were closed. If you want to buy rice soup, it's not difficult. Many late-night snack stalls here sell porridge. When I passed by the restaurant next to the maternity and baby store, the lights were on and it was obvious that it was not closed yet. When Gu Chen walked into the store, he found that there was only an aunt sitting at the cash register looking at her mobile phone. Hello? The aunt looked up when she heard the voice, immediately put down her phone and stood up to greet me. Hello, what can I eat? Gu Chen took a look inside the store. It was very clean. Some of the dishes and prices were posted on the wall, and the prices were clearly marked. When he saw a sign that said confinement meal, Gu Chen pointed at the menu and asked, excuse me, are there any confinement meals now? My wife just had a cesarean section and the doctor said she can't eat yet but has to eat rice soup. Do you have rice soup here? Hearing what Gu Chen said, the aunt came over enthusiastically and said, yes, we are open 24 hours a day. You can order whatever you want. We have rice porridge here. You want to pack one, right? Gu Chen nodded. Auntie said cheerfully, okay. Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Chapter 15 Feeding the Baby Porridge. After chatting, I learned that this aunt is the boss and her surname is Chen. Seeing how handsome Gu Chen was, Boss Chen chatted with him for a while longer. While packing the food, he introduced the business of his store. Gu Chen saw that the place was clean and hygienic, and it had an open kitchen. He heard that they could deliver takeout directly to the inpatient department. Thinking that it would be inconvenient to prepare confinement meals while hospitalized, he added Boss Chen's WeChat. When I returned to the ward, the doctor and the nurse were pressing Lin Xingyao's stomach. Seeing Lin Xingyao's forehead covered with cold sweat due to the pain, Gu Chen felt heartbroken. The doctor and nurse finished the massage quickly and said, the mother has recovered well. 6 hours have passed. She can drink some rice soup. Gu Chen nodded, okay, I just packed some rice soup downstairs. After the doctors and nurses left, Gu Chen spread out the porridge and opened the takeaway box, only to find that the proprietress had given him an extra box, which was just right for him to spread out and drink. This detail also shows that the owner of that store has a good vision. Gu Chen scalded the bowl with boiling water before pouring some rice soup into it. He then picked up the spoon and stirred it while blowing gently. Lin Xingyao originally thought that Gu Chen was a carefree boy, but she didn't expect that he would be so attentive. When she thought about becoming his wife and being taken care of by him in the future, Lin Xingyao felt that the pain she was feeling now was nothing. After blowing for a while, Gu Chen looked up and met Lin Xingyao's gaze. He smiled at Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao immediately became scared and secretly pulled her head back into the quilt. Gu Chen put the bowl on the cabinet, took out a few tissues to help Lin Xingyao wipe the sweat off her forehead, and said, it hurts a lot, don't worry, it will stop hurting soon. Drink some porridge first. If the gas is discharged successfully tomorrow, you can eat the confinement meal. Lin Xingyao nodded gently. But the more she thought about the possibility of farting in front of Gu Chen, the redder her face became. Gu Chen pushed down the quilt she was using to cover her body and said, don't cover yourself with the quilt. Your face is getting red. If you feel hot, you can change to an autumn quilt. But I just washed that quilt, so it may not be ready until tomorrow. He glanced at the air conditioner which was set at 28 degrees and asked, are you still cold now? If you feel cold, I can turn off the air conditioner. Lin Xingyao pursed her lips and shook her head. No, it's summer now, it will definitely be very hot if we don't turn on the air conditioner. Gu Chen, okay, I'll listen to my wife. He picked up the bowl, touched the bottom of the bowl, and then brought it over and said, you can drink it. Let me feed you. He placed a few tissues under the corners of Lin Xingyao's mouth and helped her tidy up the quilt. Lin Xingyao looked away and nodded. She didn't dare to look into Gu Chen's eyes. Once she met Gu Chen's eyes, which were so affectionate that they could even look at a dog, she felt her face getting even redder. Gu Chen picked up the spoon and slowly fed Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao finished the entire bowl of rice soup she had packed. Ding! Feed the baby and mother porridge, the system will give you 1,000 love points. Oh my god! Just by feeding her some rice soup, I got 1,000 points of love in one go. Then what was the point of all the hard work I had done before? Gu Chen remained calm, looking at the empty bowl, and asked, are you still hungry? Seeing that she had finished the whole bowl of rice soup, Lin Xingyao felt even more embarrassed and shook her head. No need, I'm not hungry. Not hungry, but not full yet. How can a good person be full by drinking a bowl of water? Oh, I really want to eat delicious rice, big chicken legs, roast duck, and many, many delicious foods. Lin Xingyao turned her head away with no regrets, crying alone. Gu Chen seemed to have noticed her little emotion and comforted her. The doctor said that as long as you pass gas tomorrow, you can have a full meal. Lin Xingyao couldn't stop swallowing her saliva when she thought of the fragrant white rice. She hasn't eaten anything since lunch, not even drinking water. Really, the more I think about it, the hungrier I get. But what can we do? Suddenly, De Bao groaned a few times, let out a wow, and burst into tears. The other two babies also started crying loudly. Gu Chen didn't have time to think about it. He immediately walked over to comfort the baby. Oh, my good baby, we won't cry anymore, Daddy will make milk for you to drink later. As soon as Gu Chen said this, the baby's crying immediately subsided by half. Good baby! Gu Chen praised immediately. The three little babies rubbed their heads curiously, trying hard to turn their heads towards the place where the sound came from. It's just that they were just born and their eyes haven't fully opened yet. De Bao's eyes were still closed, while Erbao and Xiaobao opened their eyes slightly, leaving a slit, and observed the surrounding environment. Finally, their eyes fell on Gu Chen, who was walking towards them. Erbao and Xiaobao squinted their eyes and looked at the handsome guy in front of them, with the corners of their mouths raised, as if they were smiling. The three little treasures' hands were moving all the time. They had not yet been able to control their hands well. Sometimes they clenched their hands, and sometimes they loosened and clenched again. Finally, their mouths rubbed the edge of the quilt, as if they wanted to eat it. Gu Chen came up to them and saw them looking for milk. He couldn't help but smile. Little babies, are you hungry? Do you want to drink milk? The three little treasures made a tisk-tsk sound at the same time, and it sounded like they were answering Gu Chen. Gu Chen smiled. Let me make it clear first, no one is allowed to cry or else grandma won't have anything to drink. After feeding, the babies' faces seemed to become more wrinkled. Gu Chen also knew that newborn babies would look bigger because they were soaked in amniotic fluid, as if they were swollen. Now the babies have started to urinate and excrete meconium, and their bodies have started to shrink, so their skin looks a little wrinkled. It's still a bit ugly. But it will be fine after 2 or 3 days. Seeing that the three little ones were so well behaved, Gu Chen immediately said, we agreed not to cry. However, the three little ones seemed to be getting impatient, and when they saw that there was no grandma to drink from, they all started crying. Oh, you naughty kids, you don't even give Daddy face, right? Daddy will soak you now, don't cry. Now it was Gu Chen's turn to be anxious. Seeing Gu Chen bargaining with the little babies and then hurriedly going to make milk powder helplessly, Lin Xingyao smiled. What a funny four. A few minutes later, Gu Chen finally prepared the milk powder. My little babes, Daddy is here. 3 naughty babies are crying together, Gu Chen really can't handle it alone. Lin Xingyao said, Gu Chen, let me feed Xiaobao. Gu Chen asked, is it possible? Yes. I got a positive answer. Now is not the time to argue. I have to make arrangements for the babies immediately. Chapter 16. Don't you really blame me? Gu Chen placed the 3 bottles on the cabinet and then handed Xiaobao to Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao endured the pain, made a small space for her on the bed, turned sideways and supported the baby's head with her elbow, letting the baby drink milk beside her. Lin Xingyao looked down at the little treasure in her arms, a gentle smile on her lips, the doting in her eyes almost overflowing. Gu Chen was in a panic. He took to Bayo, who was crying the loudest, and first blocked his mouth with a bottle, then supported his head with a small quilt, letting him lie down and drink milk by himself. Then I picked up the second baby and put the bottle in his mouth. Now the whole world was quiet. Guchen took a deep breath and said, "Hey, you guys are so disobedient that you've made your dad suffer so much." Lin Xingyao said, "Guchen, thank you for your hard work." This comes from her heart. Originally, Guchen didn't have to bear all of this, as he became a father without knowing it. The more she thought about it, the more Lin Xingyao felt sorry for Guchen. "Hi," Guchen said in a relaxed tone, "what's the big deal? You had a harder time carrying triplets, and now your wound is still painful." "I'm just a painless father. I have a wife and children all of a sudden, I'm content." After hearing what Guchen said, Lin Xingyao felt better. "You really don't hate me? I let you become a father so soon. If you meet someone you like by then, will she?" Guchen interrupted Lin Xingyao and said, "Since I call you my wife, I definitely want to live a good life with you, just like an ordinary couple, and live our lives well, do you understand?" Hearing this, Lin Xingyao said nothing more. An ordinary couple? The kind that sleeps in the same bed? Thinking of that night when Guchen was so powerful, Lin Xingyao felt her face getting hot. Neither of them spoke anymore, only the sound of babies sucking on their bottles could be heard. After about 10 minutes, the baby finished his milk and fell asleep contentedly. Guchen burped the 3 little babies one by one and only breathed a sigh of relief after they all fell asleep. However, seeing the 300 likes value on the system page, it's all worth it. Guchen took the 3 empty bottles to the kitchen, washed each one thoroughly, and scalded them with boiling water before putting them away. Seeing the 3 little ones sleeping so peacefully, Guchen smiled and said, "The 3 little ones look so small, but so cute." "Honey, thank you so much," Lin Xingyao said in a tender voice, "These 3 children are also my children." Guchen said, "It's just hard work for you." His hand unconsciously touched Lin Xingyao's face and helped her push away the loose hair on her forehead. Lin Xingyao didn't dodge and let him play with her. But the sharp pain in the wound made her frown in pain. Seeing her frown suddenly, Guchen asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is your wound hurting?" Lin Xingyao frowned and nodded, and responded softly, "Yeah." Guchen said gently, "You haven't closed your eyes since the operation. You are either shivering from the cold or in pain. How about I sing you a lullaby to coax you to sleep?" Lin Xingyao looked at him and asked in surprise, "You can also sing lullabies? Is that true?" Guchen said confidently, "Of course it's true. I guarantee you will fall asleep immediately after listening to the song." Lin Xingyao didn't believe it. "You're exaggerating." She had never seen such a gentle Guchen, or rather, she had never thought that Guchen would be with her, become the father of her child, and become her other half. Seeing Guchen smiling at her, she felt that all the pain she was suffering was worth it. Guchen listened to her words and smiled, "If you don't believe me, I will sing it to you now so that you can sleep well." Lin Xingyao didn't believe it. How could anyone make people fall asleep in seconds just by singing a lullaby? But she couldn't refuse Guchen's good intention, so she responded softly, "Okay. Okay, wait a minute." But before that, Guchen still had to deal with the urine bag. Looking at Guchen's figure, Lin Xingyao felt embarrassed and buried her head in the quilt unconsciously. A few minutes later, Guchen came back with a basin. Seeing that Lin Xingyao still looked painful, he walked to the bed and sat down. "It's done. Now I'll start singing." Lin Xingyao nodded. Guchen cleared his throat and said, "Then I'll sing a song called Insects Flying. The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars follow. Insects fly. Insects fly. Who are you missing? The stars in the sky are crying. The roses on the ground wither." Lin Xingyao had never thought that this song would sound so beautiful when sung by Guchen. Guchen's voice was as sweet as if it was soaked in honey. The ending of the lullaby was light and the whole melody was wrapped in gentle warmth. Hearing this, Lin Xingyao felt that her entire consciousness followed the melody of the song. Her eyelids slowly drooped, her breathing became lighter, and she fell lightly into a warm dream. Before the song was finished, Guchen heard Lin Xingyao's breathing beside him gradually become steady. Lin Xingyao on the bed was still as beautiful as ever. Although her face was pale, it added a kind of morbid and fragile beauty to her, making people want to hold her in their palms and protect her. Guchen felt very happy when he thought that he would have a woman like the school belle as his wife. It was late at night, the children and wife were asleep, and as Guchen looked at all this, he felt that everything that happened today was real. "I actually had a wife and a child in one day. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't excited." But it's also very tiring. He finally understood that taking care of children is indeed tiring. Moreover, the children are relatively easy to take care of. They eat well and then sleep, sleep after eating, and poop after eating. They are not particularly noisy. At around 3 in the morning, Guchen took out his cell phone, only to find that the proprietress who had just prepared the confinement meal had sent him a confinement meal menu, telling him to order whatever he wanted. Fortunately, the boss lady was kind enough to send him many recipes for confinement meals, and also told him that if he liked to eat anything, he could ask her for advice. Guchen's phone had been muted for a long time, so when the boss's wife sent these messages, it was already an hour ago. Guchen didn't plan to reply to the message. Instead, he turned on his camera and took a lot of photos of the babies. When the camera was pointed at Lin Xingyao, Guchen also took several photos. The photos taken by Lin Xingyao without makeup are still so beautiful. When Guchen opened his moments, the first thing he saw was the official announcement photo posted by that bad woman Zhang Xiaoxiao. I have been busy all day today and I actually forgot to delete her. However, what happened to Zhang Xiaoxiao? Didn't she already find a new partner? She hasn't deleted herself yet. Does she want to go back to her ex? Even if she wanted to go back to him, Guchen would not agree. Because he is a married man now, he should stay away from such bad women. Guchen clicked on Zhang Xiaoxiao's homepage and deleted her without hesitation. I opened my circle of friends again and posted a message with only text, feeling deeply touched. A new life, a new beginning, new responsibilities, warmth, and expectations. I look forward to growing old together with you. After posting on WeChat Moments, Guchen also fell asleep beside Lin Xingyao's bed. Chapter 17, My Back is Straight. Early in the morning, the doctor came to check on the ward, followed by 5 or 6 nurses. They all heard that triplets were born in the hospital yesterday, and then they heard that the triplets' parents were very good looking, so they came in a group to see the baby's parents. When I arrived at the ward, I found that the rumors were true. When they arrived, Guchen was standing beside the crib, carefully changing the baby's diaper. The morning sun shone through the window, and the contrast between the man's handsome face and his tall stature was too strong. The doctors and nurses couldn't help but look on with envy. The doctor gave me some instructions, telling me that I could get out of bed and walk around for a while today, and also to prepare to feed my baby. As they left, several nurses were whispering. Li Lei got up early this morning and cooked some rice porridge for Lin Xingyao. I originally wanted to ask Lin Xingyao if she wanted to eat something, but the call was always busy, so I just made a bowl of rice soup and it came. She also felt sorry for Lin Xingyao. She hadn't eaten a grain of rice since yesterday afternoon, and she didn't know if she had fainted from hunger. They were all discussing. Are these the parents of the triplets who were born last night? Both the boy and girl are so good looking, especially the girl, she's still so beautiful even after giving birth. Hearing Lin Xingyao being praised, Li Lei also felt happy. Although that man is handsome, the t-shirt he's wearing has become pale from being washed. He's probably not a rich man, is he? That handsome guy has no money, but he was able to transfer Bauma to such an expensive ward. It can be seen that they love each other very much. When Li Lei walked into the ward carrying a lot of bags, she saw Guchen pouring out Lin Xingyao's excrement. Seriously, if her boyfriend is willing to do this for her, they would get married right away. Guchen looked up and saw Li Lei coming in, and the two greeted each other. Li Lei said, Yao Yao, have you had breakfast? I cooked some rice soup, it's very thick, it should be enough to fill you up. Guchen said, Yao Yao just woke up. After she brushes her teeth, we can eat. Li Lei covered her nose and said, Guchen, you stink, go back and take a shower before coming back. Guchen sniffed his clothes and said, no, there's no smell. Li Lei said, you haven't showered since yesterday, so how can you not stink? Go back and take a shower, then sleep for a while before coming back. Guchen thought for a while before saying, can you handle it? Lin Xingyao also urged, don't worry, if Lei can't handle it, we can ask the nurse to come and help. You can go back and rest first. Guchen didn't say anything more. After taking his things, he left. He thought it was a good opportunity to do something. After leaving the hospital, Guchen called a taxi directly back to his rental house. In order to save money, he spent 400 yuan to rent a single room in a village in the city. If 4 people were to squeeze in, there really wouldn't be enough space. After taking a shower, Guchen simply packed his clothes and left most of his things behind. After packing up, Guchen carried the luggage bag and followed the system's instructions to an underground parking lot near the rental house, where he found the nanny car that the system had given away in a lottery. The next stop is to go to an agency to rent a small detached villa. The agent, Brother Lu, sent Guchen an address and Guchen drove there directly. When Brother Lu saw Guchen driving the nanny car, he was waiting at the security booth in the villa area. When Brother Lu saw Guchen getting out of the luxury car, his eyes widened. He immediately ran over and said, "Oh my god, Xiaogu, you become rich? Or, have you become a gigolo?" Guchen smiled and said, "It's not what you think. Let's go look at the house first." If the customer doesn't want to talk, the agent, Brother Lu, won't ask any more questions. Although the small villa is only about 200 square meters and a bit far from the city, the surrounding supporting facilities are good and there is a provincial children's hospital nearby. The villa is not big, but it has a small courtyard. Guchen walked on the bluestone slabs around to the yard behind the house and saw the flat lawn outside the floor-to-ceiling window. After Lin Xingyao was discharged from the hospital, he could move a recliner here and sit in the sun. Moreover, the surrounding buildings are not tall and the population is not dense, so it is not too noisy when sleeping at night. Guchen decided immediately that this was the place. I paid 2 months' rent for the house, which cost a total of 60,000 yuan. Guchen still has 100,000 yuan in his pocket. After signing the contract, Guchen immediately returned to the company where he had just joined for a month. After handing over his work, he packed up and left. After finishing all this, more than 2 hours had passed. Guchen was also worried, fearing that Li Lei wouldn't be able to take care of the babies and Lin Xingyao by herself. When he returned to the hospital, Guchen just walked in and found that Lin Xingyao was the only one in the room. Guchen asked doubtfully, "Wife, where is the baby?" Lin Xingyao said, "The babies were pushed by the nurses to take a bath. They just walked a short distance." Bathing. How can I be absent from the baby's first bath? But Guchen was also worried. "Wife, is it okay for you to be here alone?" Lin Xingyao is now full and not in as much pain, and she doesn't need anyone to take care of her. She said to Guchen, "Go ahead and take more photos and videos of the baby taking a bath." Guchen nodded, "Okay, I'll go now." Under the guidance of the nurse, Guchen found the baby bathing room. Many babies were queuing up, and Guchen saw at a glance that Li Lei was taking pictures of the transparent glass with her mobile phone. After saying hello to Li Lei, Guchen quickly took out his mobile phone and took pictures of the babies. Li Lei said, "The one taking a bath is Debao, and Erbao and Xiaobao behind him have already taken off their clothes and are ready to take a bath." Guchen worriedly asked, "There are 2 other babies here, they won't get confused, right?" Li Lei said, "Don't worry, I'm watching." Newborn babies will basically cry when they take their first bath. The babies were in the nurse's hands, just like cats and dogs. Seeing the babies crying, Guchen felt distressed. Is it really okay to bathe the babies like this? Why do I feel like she's using too much force? Li Lei did not answer because she didn't know either. It's just that the nurses bathed the babies very quickly, basically finishing a baby in about 5 minutes. After washing, the baby is placed on the operating table, and another nurse helps the baby dry his body and then disinfects the baby with iodine. Alcohol disinfection can be very painful, so do not use alcohol to disinfect your baby. After the 3 babies were washed, the nurse pushed them out. Lin Xingyao, 3 babies, family members, come over quickly. Upon hearing this, all the family members outside the bathroom looked towards Guchen. Guchen and Li Lei straightened their backs immediately as they pushed the 3 babies. Wow! This is the first time I've seen triplets in my life. That family is so lucky. Is the guy pushing the stroller the children's father? He's so handsome. Chapter 18, The Evil Will Be Repaid by Heaven. An old woman at the side said with disdain, "TSK, giving birth to 3 children at once, I don't know if I can raise them." The old woman's words made Guchen's face turn cold instantly. When the nurse who was pushing the baby heard this, before Guchen could lose his temper, she immediately retorted, "You are already in your 70s or 80s, so be more polite." Now, everyone looked at the old woman who had just spoken. "The baby has just been born, and you're already cursing me for not being able to raise him. How can this old man be so vicious? I have grandchildren myself, so I am not afraid that retribution will fall on my descendants. With technology so advanced now, there's no need to worry about not being able to feed people." The old woman's son's face flushed, and he pulled her back. "Mom, stop talking, the triplets are here to take a bath in good health, and you are here to make people dislike you." Guchen didn't want to argue with the old man anymore, as evildoers will be punished by God. But Guchen naturally felt uncomfortable when his own child was spoken of in this way. Li Lei also cursed directly, "This damn old woman is so wicked. If it weren't for her age, I really want to slap her. After entering the elevator, the nurse said, "Don't worry, the triplets are healthy in all indicators and are stronger than some single babies." Gu Chen took a deep breath and said, "Thank you." The nurse was happy to see Gu Chen's perfect profile from such a close distance. She smiled and reminded, "You must take your baby to get a vaccination before 12 o'clock. It's on the 9th floor right here. There are a lot of people getting vaccinations in the morning, so you should get in line as soon as possible." Gu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you." Wow! The handsome guy looks so good when he smiles. The nurse became such a fangirl that she didn't even notice the elevator had reached the 12th floor. Li Lei reminded, "Beauty, we are here." The nurse then reacted. After the nurse left, Li Lei said to Gu Chen in front of Lin Xingyao, "Gu Chen, didn't you see the way that nurse looked at you just now? It was as if she wanted to eat you alive." Gu Chen was stunned. "Ah? I don't know. My eyes are full of my wife and children now. I don't even look at other women." Hearing this, Lin Xingyao felt sweet in her heart. Is this considered sweet talk? Li Lei rolled her eyes at Gu Chen and said, "You are sensible, but you must not smile at other women in the future. If I find out that you are flirting with other women outside and are not good to Yao Yao, I will be the first one to not let you go." Gu Chen surrendered, "Okay. I get it." At this time, a nurse came in with a list. "This is the consumption list of yesterday. The baby is going to get a vaccination. A nurse will take you there in a while." Li Lei took the list and looked at it, his eyes were stunned. "Oh my god. I spent nearly 20,000 yuan in this day. It's a waste of money." Gu Chen said, "There is no other way. Raising a child is just like that. I have already quit my job and will go home to take care of the child. This way I can save some money on the nanny fee." Li Lei and Lin Xingyao both looked at Gu Chen and said in unison, "You resigned?" Gu Chen said, "Yes, otherwise, what should we do with the 3 children? Who will take care of Yao Yao during her confinement?" When Li Lei thought of this, he was also stunned. If she were to take care of Lin Xingyao during her confinement, and take care of 3 children, it would be impossible for one person to do it. She sighed and said, "Then why did you transfer to a room that costs 2,000 yuan a day? Isn't that a waste of money? Also, where are you going to live after you are discharged from the hospital? Yao Yao's previous place couldn't accommodate so many people. Many times, all the beautiful things will be defeated by the reality of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Lin Xingyao and her sweet love have not yet begun, and the two have to accept the test of life. I hope they can withstand the test of life." Gu Chen said, "Don't worry, I have already rented a house. When you are discharged from the hospital, you can live directly at my place." Li Lei asked, "Are you sure?" Gu Chen said, "I have a little money, don't worry, I won't let my wife worry about money." With Gu Chen's promise, Lin Xingyao and Li Lei felt more at ease. Soon, the nurse came. Li Lei stayed to take care of Lin Xingyao, while Gu Chen followed the nurses to push the babies to get vaccinations. When they were getting their vaccinations, the 3 little ones cried so pitifully that Gu Chen felt so heartbroken as he held the babies in his arms. "After getting the vaccinations, I had to take the 3 little ones for vision and hearing checks. Fortunately, the 3 little ones were very well behaved during the examination, except for crying for a while when they were getting the vaccination. After a series of examinations, the 3 little ones were hungry. When Gu Chen saw the 3 little ones pouting their lips and rubbing the bedding around them, he knew that they were hungry, so he quickly pushed the babies back to drink milk powder. After taking the baby for a bath and checkup, Gu Chen gained hundreds of love points. A video exposing the peanuts at Yunqing University was released on a certain social platform. He also wrote, "Brothers, the goddess has given birth to a baby, and it's triplets. Give up as soon as possible." The video was accompanied by several photos of Lin Xingyao when she was pregnant, as well as photos of her giving birth alone in the hospital. When a person was giving birth in the hospital, Lin Xingyao's face looked haggard, but it still couldn't hide the beauty on her face. A goddess is a goddess. Even if her condition is not so good, it still does not affect her beauty. After this video was released, it instantly received over 1,000 likes, comments, and reposts. "Oh my god. Who is so bold as to snatch my wife from me? The hatred of having my wife stolen from me is irreconcilable. I was wondering why Lin Xingyao hadn't been seen for the past 6 months. Turns out she's pregnant. Who did it? Who on earth did it? With so many photos, could it be that Lin Xingyao wants to get rid of the father and keep the son? Kill the father and keep the son? It's very possible. Lin Xingyao's family is so rich, and she is an only child. She must have several children to inherit the family property? After the video gained a certain amount of popularity and had tens of thousands of comments and reposts, the person who posted the video posted another video. There are only a few photos in the video and nothing else. There was only one man in the photo. The man's 360-degree handsome photo has no blind spots, and students from Yunqing University can recognize him at a glance. The campus hunk of Yunqing University. Gu Qin. Oh my god. It's Gu Qin. I admit defeat. If it's Gu Qin, then I can understand why it's so hard to refuse a school beauty. Hasn't Gu Qin been pursuing Zhang Xiaoxiao? I just saw that Gu Qin was dumped by Zhang Xiaoxiao yesterday. When did he get together with the school beauty and even have a child? There were a lot of people watching the fun, but most of them viewed the matter as gossip. Cloud City Center. In a villa in Daijingwan. Lin Xingyao's father, Lin Hongyuan, had just finished his meal and was making tea for himself. In Yunqing, Lin Hongyuan is also considered a successful businessman. But at the same time, he is also a very traditional man. Naturally, Lin Xingyao's family education is also very strict. So when he learned that Lin Xingyao was pregnant, Lin's father got very angry. He even said bluntly that if the child was not aborted, he would just pretend nothing had happened. When something like this happens, the parents are the most sad. They have raised their daughter to this age, but she got pregnant before they even got married. Although Lin Hongyuan accepts modern people's love, at least she cannot get pregnant before marriage. But unexpectedly, Lin Xingyao was busy with her studies and didn't go home for half a year just to hide and secretly give birth to a child. Now, after learning from someone else's video that his daughter gave birth to triplets, Lin Hongyuan almost had a heart attack. Chapter 19. Father-in-law and mother-in-law know. Rebellious daughter. Look at your good daughter, what has she done? If she doesn't admit her mistake, I'll pretend I don't have a daughter. Lin Hongyuan covered his chest and took the quick-acting heart-saving pill handed to him by Lin's mother Zhang Fengwan, cursing. Zhang Fengwan sighed and said, "Take your medicine quickly. It is undeniable that my daughter did something wrong, but she is giving birth now and her mind is fragile. If you scold her like this, what if she becomes depressed? I think the boy in the photo is good-looking, and I believe in Yao Yao's judgment. If you hadn't forced Yao Yao to abort the baby, would she have been able to hide and give birth to the baby? My daughter will have to live with her son-in-law in the future, so don't make things too awkward. Find a suitable time and call her son-in-law out. You can beat him or scold him. Once you've vented your anger, this matter will be over. You are already a grandfather, so you better control your temper, or you will scare your little grandchildren." Zhang Fengwan is a very insightful person. But Lin's father is different. Lin Hongyuan angrily asked, "They want to live together?" Did I agree? Mother Lin was helpless. Then tell me, what should we do to satisfy you? After Lin Hongyuan took a few deep breaths after taking a heart-saving pill, he said, "Then we have to see if he has good character. If he can't even pass the test of character, my daughter won't be happy with him in the future. Also, what about his ability? Without it, how can he support my daughter? I won't let my daughter live with an incompetent man and rely on her family for the rest of her life. Also, if he can taste tea, beat me in chess, and surpass me in calligraphy, then I can barely accept him." Zhang Fengwan was a little speechless about him. "Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me?" In the hospital ward. Lin Xingyao had already removed the catheter and was wearing a. Gu Chen was helping her get out of bed and walking around for a few minutes. Lin Xingyao couldn't hold on any longer. "I'm not going to leave. I'm tired, hungry, and in pain. I'll go back and lie down for a while before trying again." Gu Chen said, "Okay." Lin Xingyao was about to get on the bed when she suddenly shouted, "Gu Chen, get out quickly, I think I need to let go." Gu Chen supported her and said, "Fart? Let it go quickly. Then you can eat." When she thought about eating delicious white rice, Lin Xingyao couldn't help but farted. After farting, she blushed and didn't dare to look at Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not feel embarrassed, but said happily, "I will ask the boss to cook a confinement meal and send it up right now." Lin Xingyao breathed a sigh of relief, and after lying back on the bed, she secretly glanced at Gu Chen several times. Gu Chen was holding his phone, looking at the confinement meal sent by his boss, and handed it to Lin Xingyao. "Look, what do you want to eat? You can only eat takeout while in the hospital. When I get home, I will cook for you myself." Lin Xingyao took the phone with a red face, ordered a confinement meal, and then retreated back into bed. Seeing that she was shy, Gu Chen said, "Don't be embarrassed. Everyone farts, and I do too. Don't think it's a big deal." The restaurant owner quickly delivered the confinement meals and the meal that Gu Chen ordered. Li Lei was eating while browsing his phone. When she opened her phone, she saw the video. She yelled, "Yao Yao, someone posted the video of you giving birth." And it became popular. Hearing this, Lin Xingyao's face turned pale instantly. Gu Chen picked up his phone and looked at it, then said casually, "Hi. We are the campus beauties and campus hunks of Yunqing University. It's over, my wife, you are so outstanding. There are so many people scolding me. What is the revenge of stealing my wife? Damn it, when did my wife become your wife? Some people even say that I'm her husband. What a fool. I'm clearly Lin Xingyao's husband." Lin Xingyao laughed out loud after hearing Gu Chen's words. Seeing her smile, Gu Chen continued to comfort her, "Let's not worry about other people, it's enough for us to live our own lives well. Besides, they are all jealous of us. As long as we are doing well, they can spread whatever they want." What Gu Chen said makes sense. Lin Xingyao no longer felt so sad. At this moment, her cell phone rang. "My mom is calling. Do you want to answer?" When Gu Chen thought about how Lin Xingyao had given birth in hiding, he would definitely be angry if he knew now that she had given birth without telling her family. He said, "Take it and tell them that I am a responsible man." Li Lei also said, "Hurry up and answer it. Auntie must be very worried." Lin Xingyao's mind is empty now. The call is connected. "Mom." She just called out mom and didn't dare to say anything else. "Yao Yao, what's going on? I saw a video saying you gave birth to triplets? How dare you do that? You hid away and gave birth to a baby by yourself. You're pissing your dad off. Are you in the hospital now? What's going on? Your dad wouldn't let me look for you either. Mom will give you 100,000 yuan so you can hire a nurse and a babysitter. You must take good care of yourself and don't get sick during the confinement period. There is no parent in the world who does not love their children. Although my father has a tough attitude now, he will forgive me in the end." Lin Xingyao choked up and said, "Mom, you don't have to give me money. My boyfriend has money. I'm fine now. Lei is with me in the hospital, and the baby is being taken good care of. You and Dad don't have to worry too much. Also, I will explain it to Dad." Zhang Fengwan whispered, "Then send me your address and I'll go see you secretly. No more talking, your father is coming downstairs." Zhang Fenghuan's words also made Lin Xingyao feel relieved, but the hurdle of meeting her biological father might be more difficult. After all, Lin Hongyuan is a very traditional and somewhat stubborn person. It might take a long time for him to recognize Gu Chen. The other side. Gu Chen's roommate and good friend Lin Zijie called him. "I knock. Do you have something? How did you manage to pursue Zhang Xiaoxiao and get the school beauty pregnant at the same time? Triplets. What the hell happened to you?" Listening to Lin Zijie's series of questions, Gu Chen ran out to the balcony with the phone. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you remember the New Year's Eve party? It was Yao Yao that time. I recognized the wrong person. And it was Zhang Xiaoxiao who looked down on me and ran off with a rich man." Lin Zijie was shocked and said, "What? Was it on New Year's Day? I really didn't expect that. But as for Zhang Xiaoxiao, I told you long ago that woman is not a good person. But seeing you with the school beauty, I wish you the best. The school beauty's looks and figure are much better than Zhang Xiaoxiao's." Gu Chen was unwilling to say to him again, "The baby is crying, I have to go feed the baby, bye." Chapter 20, Stop Being So Annoying. Feeding? Listening to Gu Chen's words, Lin Zijie held the phone and heard the busy tone coming from the other end. For a moment, it was difficult to imagine Gu Chen feeding the baby. After Gu Chen hung up the phone, he returned to the ward. When he walked into the ward, he saw Lin Xingyao lying on her side, feeding the baby under the guidance of the nurse. Gu Chen stared with his eyes wide open. "I have to say, Lin Xingyao's figure is really good." Li Lei looked back and saw Gu Chen staring at her in amazement. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "With Yao Yao's size, feeding 2 children is no problem." Hearing this, Lin Xingyao looked up and met Gu Chen's gaze. A blush crept up her face. The nurse laughed and said, "You've already given birth, why are you still so shy?" Gu Chen reacted immediately. I'll go wash the baby's bottle. Having said that, he disappeared in a flash. A week later, I was ready to be discharged from the hospital and go home. No matter how big the hospital ward is, it is still not as comfortable as home. Lin Xingyou has also recovered well. Now she can get out of bed and walk for a few minutes without anyone's help. However, Lin Xingyou's belly didn't seem to have recovered to be as flat as before giving birth. In addition to breastfeeding and eating a lot, my weight is actually 2 kilograms heavier than when I gave birth. Looking at her increasingly round face and thick thighs, Lin Xingyou looked like she had lost all hope in life. Hey, I seem to have gained a lot of weight. I won't eat so much next time. I won't drink the soup. Gu Chen said, wife, don't worry, when you are discharged from the hospital, I will cook nutritious meals for you myself, and I will definitely not let you become a fat woman. Besides, even if you become a fat woman, you will still be the most beautiful fat woman. Lin Xingyou was embarrassed. You'd better stop talking. Who would want to go from being a goddess that everyone admires to a fat woman? She snorted and said, don't call me wife anymore. I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Gu Chen was happy. Then what should I call you? Call me Yao Yao. Gu Chen shook his head. No, I have to be different from others. I will call you my wife. Humph. Lin Xingyou couldn't do anything about him. Then you're taking advantage. Hey, stop being so annoying, I'm getting goosebumps. Li Lei rubbed his hands and said, by the way, Gu Chen, where is the house you rented? Gu Chen said, you will know when you get there. Li Lei chuckled, you're being so mysterious, you're not renting a shabby place, are you? After all, I see you don't have much money. After all, a t-shirt is almost washed white, so what money can you have? By the way, didn't you date Zhang Xiaoxiao before? Our Yao Yao won't use anything that has been used by other women. Gu Chen was so scared that he quickly explained, God, that Zhang Xiaoxiao doesn't like me and has run away with another man. I swear, she doesn't even know where my home is. Although love between men and women has become very open nowadays, those who have been in a relationship will always care about things used by other women, or the beds they have slept in, etc. Originally, Lin Xingyou felt very uncomfortable, but Gu Chen's explanation made the haze in her heart dissipate at once, and she couldn't help but smile. Gu Chen said, don't worry, I belong to you both physically and mentally now, no one else. I'll make a phone call and ask a friend to drive over to pick us up this afternoon. His car had already been parked in the garage of the villa, because although his car was a nanny car, the child had to be carried in his arms. Gu Chen left the space to Li Lei and Lin Xingyou, walked to the balcony, and called Lin Zijie. Brother Jia, I have something to ask of you. Lin Zijie asked on the other end of the phone, what's the matter? I won't do anything illegal. Fuck you. I'm a good citizen. My wife will be discharged from the hospital this afternoon. Please come and pick us up. Oh, you even called your wife? You're not like what people say online, living off the Lin family, are you? Gu Chen laughed angrily. What kind of personality do I have? Do you know me? Am I a gigolo? Lin Zijie said, okay then. Let me make it clear in advance that I only have a second-hand 7-seater domestically produced van. I don't have any other cars. Gu Chen said, no problem, I'll transfer 1,000 to you, wash the car first and come back. Lin Zijie was shocked again, oh my god, you really made a fortune. Didn't you quit your job? You still have a wife and children to support, so you should keep this money for yourself. Gu Chen said, no, you have to keep the money. This is the custom over there. Lin Zijie, okay, when your child has a full moon banquet, I'll give him a big red envelope. When we were going through the discharge procedures, the nurse handed us the entire list and said, you have to come back within a month to get birth certificates for the babies. Remember to name them first, and then you can take the birth certificates to register them. Oh yeah, there is still no name for it. Gu Chen and Lin Xingyou are both new parents, and Li Lei has never had any experience with this before, so no one has thought of naming the babies. After the nurse left, Gu Chen said, what name should we change to? Now everyone was worried. Lin Xingyou said, let's go back and look through the information first. Gu Chen nodded, okay, listen to my wife. Lin family. Wife. Aunt Jane? Lin Hongyuan had just returned from fishing and saw that the door of his house was locked and no one was home. What's wrong with Fengwan recently? She's always not at home. As he said this, he called his wife Zhang Fengwan. The call was quickly connected, and Zhang Fengwan's voice came from the phone. Hello, husband, what's the matter? Lin Honyuan cleared his throat and asked, "What's going on?" "There's no one at home. Anshin is taking a break today and going back to see her grandson. I'm going shopping with my friends. You can cook for yourself at noon." After saying that, Zhang Fengwan hung up the phone. "Let me eat it myself? No way, I want to have dinner with someone too." As he spoke, Lin Honyuan called his good friend Lao Lu. "Hey, Lao Lu, are you free to have lunch today?" Old Lu apologized on the phone. "I'm sorry, it's summer vacation now. My grandchildren are staying with me for a month. I'm busy cooking for them now. Maybe next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone, as if he had something urgent to tell him. Snort! Show off! Just here, bursts of noisy voices of children were heard outside the house. The child's voice reminded Lin Honyuan of the 3 children born to his daughter. He could even hear the sounds of children calling him grandpa and begging him for candy. But in the next second, Lin Honyuan's face turned cold. "If you want me to approve of this man, you have to pass this test." Chapter 21 Discharge. 3:30 in the afternoon. Lin Zijie drove his Isuzu to the parking lot of the maternal and child health ward. Gu Chen had already moved some clothes to the elevator entrance in advance. After receiving Lin Zijie's call, he took the baby and Lin Xingyao to the parking lot. Lin Xingyao was sitting in a wheelchair holding 2 babies in her arms. Gu Chen was carrying things and pushing her in front. Li Leilei followed closely behind holding a baby. When Lin Zijie saw Gu Chen pushing Lin Xingyao out of the elevator, he was stunned. "I knock. She is worthy of being the goddess in the hearts of Yunqing men. She is still so beautiful after giving birth. Gu Chen, you are really a glutton." Gu Chen kicked him directly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and move the things." He turned around and introduced Lin Zijie. "This is my good friend, Lin Zijie. He is just like this, please don't be offended." Lin Zijie chuckled and apologized. "I'm sorry, Lin University Beauty, this is the first time I've seen Benny so close, and I couldn't help but swear." Lin Xingyao just smiled and said, "It's okay." Li Leilei said, "When there are girls around, be more conscious." Gu Chen introduced Li Leilei and said, "This is my wife's best friend, Li Leilei." Li Leilei gave Lin Zijie an unpleasant look. Lin Zijie didn't argue with her too much. After all, Li Leilei was not bad-looking and beautiful women usually had a bit of temper, which was understandable. Lin Zijie was quite diligent and moved all the things placed at the elevator entrance into the car. Li Leilei got into the car first. Gu Chen let Li Leilei hold the baby in Lin Xingyao's arms first, and then he turned around and carried Lin Xingyao into the car. Fortunately, he usually sticks to fitness, otherwise he really won't be able to hold Lin Xingyao. After everything was settled, Lin Zijie stepped on the accelerator and left the hospital. Gu Chen sent an address to Lin Zijie, and Lin Zijie directly turned on the navigation. Lin Zijie didn't dare to drive too fast, and only drove at a speed of about 40 or 50. After driving at a snail's pace for an hour, the car drove further and further away, and finally arrived at the place where Gu Chen rented. Originally, Lin Zijie wanted to complain about Gu Chen for renting a house so far away, but it was not until he drove to the door of the villa that he realized how stupid his idea was. It turns out that this is actually a villa area, and the environment is naturally excellent. After Lin Zijie got off the car, he looked at the small villa in front of him and said in surprise, "Oh my god, you really got rich. You used to rent a single room in the village in the city, but now you rent a small villa? Hey, my stomach isn't feeling well either, I want to eat some soft food. Gu Chen, the rent here is not cheap, right?" As he spoke, his eyes fell on Lin Xingyao. Gu Chen retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I rented this place for a friend. His whole family went abroad, so he rented it to me at a low price. I just thought of it as a house for him to look at. Besides, how can I bear to let my wife and children suffer with me?" Gu Chen's words made Lin Xingyao feel as sweet as eating honey. "Gu Chen, that's enough. It was fine to see you two being affectionate in the hospital before, but now that you're back here, you're still showing off your love. You won't even have dinner soon." Li Leilei pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Lin Xingyao said at this time, "Gu Chen, I want to get off the car and take a look." Gu Chen hurried over. "Okay, I'll hold you." Lin Zijie laughed loudly. "I never thought that there would be a day when you would be controlled by a woman." However, he was also happy to see his brother getting his own happiness. The door has facial recognition, and Gu Chen carried Lin Xingyao directly into the villa. Lin Zijie worked as a farmhand and moved all the things to the hall of the villa. I'm knocking, I'm so tired. Hearing the complaints coming from behind, Li Lele, who was holding the baby, squinted at Lin Zijie. Lin Zijie immediately shut up, thinking that he couldn't afford to offend him. Gu Chen carried Lin Xingyao directly to the master bedroom on the second floor. We will live in this master bedroom from now on. Hearing this, Lin Xingyao bit her lip and said, should we live here? Gu Chen said, yeah, don't you want to live here? I think we may not be at the point where we need to sleep in the same bed. I'll leave the master bedroom for you, and I'll live in the room next door. Lin Xingyao said with a blushing face. They had only been involved since the night they had never been in a relationship and certainly had never slept in the same bed. Lin Xingyao was not ready to sleep in the same bed with Gu Chen. Gu Chen didn't say much, then you live in this big master bedroom, and I'll live next door. But if we live separately, when the baby wakes up at night, you have to call me, which may not be very convenient. It was impossible for Lin Xingyao to take care of 3 children by herself, not to mention that she had just had surgery and needed Gu Chen's help even more. It is indeed inconvenient if 2 people sleep separately. At this time, Lin Zijie came in with 2 luggage bags on his back. Sister-in-law, you both have children, why do you still sleep in separate rooms? You are still in confinement after childbirth. Gu Chen is not a beast. He won't do anything to you. Li Lele wanted to bring the 2 together, so she helped, saying, you're right. My mom called me recently and asked me to go home. I can't come to see you often. If you have any problems in the future, you can only ask Gu Chen to help you. It's more convenient for you to sleep together. Oh well. Lin Xingyao had no choice but to compromise. Besides, she really needs someone to take care of her now. I can't stand it anymore. Let me lie down for a while. Lin Xingyao naturally reached out to Gu Chen. Gu Chen picked her up directly, walked to the bed and gently put her down. He asked the agent to hire an aunt to clean all the things in the house. All the bedding in the room was personally selected by Lin Xingyao online. After Gu Chen received the express delivery, he took the time to come back and wash it so that Lin Xingyao could use it directly when she came back. After Lin Zijie and Li Lele helped pack the luggage, they went back. Lin Zijie was responsible for sending Li Lele back to the hospital, and she had to drive her own car home. In the small villa, there were only Lin Xingyao, Gu Chen and 3 babies. The 3 babies are still young, so it's like there are only 2 of them in this family. Although Lin Xingyao and Gu Chen had been alone in the same room when they were in the hospital, this was the first time they were alone in their own room. In the past, Li Lele helped her with all her private matters, but now it's just the 2 of them. In other words, from now on, Gu Chen will be responsible for going to the toilet, taking a bath, and even dealing with some private parts. When she thought of this, Lin Xingyao's face turned red involuntarily. She hasn't washed her hair or taken a shower for 7 days since she gave birth. It's such a hot day, so she must have a body smell. If Gu Chen smelled it, it would be so embarrassing. Chapter 22. I should be able to wash myself. What if Gu Chen sees me looking so sloppy and despises me? On the one hand, Lin Xingyao wanted to show her best side to Gu Chen, but now she had no way to do it. Waves of thoughts flooded into Lin Xingyao's mind, making her feel very irritated. What are you struggling with? I see your eyebrows are almost knitted together. Gu Chen asked doubtfully, don't you really want to sleep in the same bed with me? No, that's not it. Lin Xingyao denied it immediately. She gritted her teeth and finally said, I want to go to the bathroom. I thought it was something. Gu Chen immediately carried her into the bathroom. Lin Xingyao's wound was still very painful. Apart from walking on flat ground for a few minutes every day to exercise, she basically rested in bed the rest of the time. Since there was no toilet here, only a squat toilet, Lin Xingyao couldn't squat down, so she had a half squat. Gu Chen was about to let go, but Lin Xingyao grabbed him and said with embarrassment, I can't squat down, hold me up. At this moment, she really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Gu Chen stood there, holding Lin Xingyao with both hands. As the sound of flowing water came, Lin Xingyao's face turned as red as an apple. After using the toilet, Lin Xingyao flushed it immediately. Gu Chen chuckled and helped Lin Xingyao back to bed. Lin Xingyao punched him directly. What are you laughing at? Gu Chen said, laughing at you is so cute. My wife is so shy. Lin Xingyao was in no mood to joke with him now, because she wanted to die when she thought about having to go to the toilet every morning. Just as Lin Xingyao was thinking wildly, Gu Chen had already poured back a basin of warm water. After pouring the medicine prescribed by the hospital into warm water and stirring it, he brought it directly to the bed. Baby, come here. Gu Chen held a towel in his hand and looked at Lin Xingyao lying on the bed. Lin Xingyao was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Wipe there. The baby is asleep now, so I have time to wipe it for you. When the baby wakes up, I have to feed him and give him a bath." Lin Xingyao blushed and was still struggling. "Actually, I should be able to wash it myself." Gu Chen held up a mattress pad and said, "Come on, I know the whole process. It's not like I haven't washed it for you before." Lin Xingyao's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth and let Gu Chen step on top of her. She let Gu Chen operate on her body and help her clean herself. At this moment, De Bao groaned. Gu Chen looked at De Bao, laughed and said, "I really want to give it a good pinch." Hearing this, Lin Xingyao threw the tissue beside her at Gu Chen and said angrily, "Gu Chen, you hooligan." Gu Chen was hit and was stunned at first, but then he realized that Lin Xingyao misunderstood him. He laughed evilly and said, "It's not like this is something that can't be said." Seeing that Lin Xingyao was about to hit him again, Gu Chen quickly said, "Don't hit my wife. I just saw De Bao groan and I wanted to pinch him. Did you misunderstand something?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyao's face immediately turned red. Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Lin Xingyao being humiliated. After helping Lin Xingyao put on her pants, Gu Chen went to disinfect the basin and towel with boiling water. After cleaning, Gu Chen went to see the babies. The baby is a little older, eats a little more, and sleeps a little longer, so adults can also rest better. He just had breastfeeding when he was discharged from the hospital, and it has only been about 2 hours. Gu Chen glanced at his phone and it was already past 5 o'clock. He turned around and asked Lin Xingyao, "Wife, what do you want to eat tonight?" Lin Xingyao looked at him and said, "Didn't you say you would make me a nutritious meal? I don't want to eat anything too greasy today." Gu Chen nodded, looked at the nutritional meal guide he made, and started to order food from a group. Now that 2 people are taking care of 3 babies, it is definitely impossible to go to the supermarket to buy groceries. In about half an hour, the food was delivered. I have to say that the speed of a certain group is really amazing. Gu Chen gave a positive review and even gave a reward of 10 yuan. The salt, oil, rice, etc. in the kitchen have already been prepared, and some more vegetables were bought today so that Lin Xingyao can cook something to eat when she is hungry in the evening. Tonight I'm going to make a boiled cucumber, a chicken soup, and a steamed pork ribs. There are both meat and vegetables. The chicken soup is not too greasy, and all the fat on the ribs has been trimmed off. This was the first time he cooked for Lin Xingyao, so Gu Chen did his homework. The meal was ready and served, but the babies hadn't woken up yet. They had been sleeping for almost 4 hours. Lin Xingyao looked at the food that Gu Chen had made himself in front of her, and smelled the aroma emanating from the food. Her appetite was immediately aroused. "It smells so good. If there weren't just the 2 of us at home, I would have thought it wasn't cooked by you." Gu Chen said proudly, "Little guy. It's just cooking, it can't be difficult for me. Even if I learn and cook on the spot, I have never lost. Come and try it and see if it tastes good." Lin Xingyao tasted the soup first and gave it a thumbs up, saying, "It tastes good. The soup is thick but not greasy, just right. Come and try it too." "I won't." Gu Chen was about to refuse, but when he saw Lin Xingyao handing him the soup with the spoon he had used to drink from, he leaned over, opened his mouth, and took the soup in one gulp. "The taste is really good." He licked his lips and said, "Hurry up and eat, the baby will wake up soon." "Oh, okay." Lin Xingyao looked at the soup spoon that Gu Chen had eaten and said with a red face, "Have you eaten it?" Gu Chen said, "You eat first, I'm not hungry yet. When the baby wakes up later, I can still take care of him first." Lin Xingyao nodded and started eating. While Lin Xingyao was eating, Gu Chen went to check if the baby had defecated. "Fortunately, I had a bowel movement after feeding, and now I can sleep soundly. If the baby gets bigger and starts rolling around, it will be troublesome. When the time comes, I'll have to buy a bed guard to surround the big bed, otherwise the baby will fall under the bed." Lin Xingyao agreed very much, "Yeah, but we need to buy an extra bed. 2 beds should be just right for 5 people. But now that you've resigned, what will happen to our lives in the future?" Thinking of this, the meat Lin Xingyao put into her mouth suddenly lost its flavor. "I remember that your family didn't seem to have much money. Before, I met you working in a coffee shop. Tell me the truth, can you hold on?" Lin Xingyao was a rich and beautiful woman before she got pregnant, but since she became pregnant, she only had the pocket money given by her parents to rent a house and spend money on prenatal checkups, which cost 3 times the amount each time. Now she has already adapted to a frugal life and has changed her previous habit of spending money lavishly. She doesn't mind living a poor life with Gu Chen, but Gu Chen also has to make progress. Let's calculate how much money we each have. After I finish my confinement and you find a job, we should put the money to good use. We must not spend it recklessly. Chapter 23. Being a house husband is really hard. Lin Xingyao didn't even eat. She took out a small notebook from the cabinet, opened it, and wrote a few words on it with a pen. She looked up at Gu Chen and asked, "We have to plan how much money we spend and what we eat every day, otherwise if we spend all the money at once, we will end up eating up all the money." Seeing Lin Xingyao's serious look, she really looked like a young wife who was budgeting carefully for her small family. Gu Chen looked at her with interest. Lin Xingyao just said, "Our family? Is this an acknowledgement that we are one?" I really didn't expect that Lin Xingyao would get into the role of wife so quickly. Seeing that Gu Chen was unmoved, Lin Xingyao began to count her own money. "Let me count mine first. I have 2 savings cards with a total of 13,282 yuan in them. I also have a secondary card given by my parents. Although this secondary card has a limit of 100,000 yuan, it cannot be used. I have 1,293.83 yuan on WeChat and 2,234.88 yuan on Taobao, so the total amount of money I can spend is 16,809 yuan." She picked up the notebook, looked at Gu Chen with burning eyes, and asked, "What about yours?" Lin Xingyao explained, "I'm not coveting your money, I just want us to figure out how to spend our money in the future. I'm also afraid that you'll spend money without restraint." At this time, Gu Chen was using his mind to check his favorite value and how much money he could get. He had more than 160,000 yuan before, but after renting a house, he had 100,000 yuan left. Adding the hospital bill of more than 30,000 yuan, there was more than 70,000 yuan left. Now if you have 4,000 like points, you can exchange them for 40,000 yuan. Gu Chen used his mobile phone to directly transfer 100,000 yuan to Lin Xingyao, and kept more than 10,000 yuan for himself to buy groceries. Ding ding. Gu Chen gestured, "Check the phone messages." Lin Xingyao looked at the payment information from Taobao. 100,000? Lin Xingyao stared at the 100,000 yuan that Gu Chen transferred to her. Lin Xingyao's family is rich. Even the car she drives is a luxury car worth millions. Every year, her mother buys her several bags worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. A mere 100,000 yuan is nothing in her eyes. However, for Lin Xingyao now, 100,000 is really a huge sum of money. Lin Xingyao asked in shock, "Where did you get so much money? Did your parents give it to you? Or what illegal or criminal things have you done? I can live a hard life, but I don't want you to commit a crime because of me." After all, Gu Chen was just a college graduate and his family was not well off. How could he possibly come up with 100,000 yuan all at once? Gu Chen knocked on Lin Xingyao's head. "What are you thinking about? I have been investing before, and I have been working part-time to earn money, so I have saved some money." After hearing what Gu Chen said, Lin Xingyao breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is." Gu Chen continued, "Yes, I always think that working is a dead end, but for a family like ours, we have to start from scratch, so we have to work hard to make money and use money to make money, rather than just working." You are so amazing. Others who have just graduated like you may still have to use credit cards, but you have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars. I will keep this money for you, and I will give it to you if you need it, okay? This 100,000 yuan is enough for our family to last for a long time. We still need to slowly plan how to spend it. After all, investment does not necessarily bring returns. Even her father lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in the stock market. When I heard Lin Xingyao say "our family" again, I always felt that these words coming out of her mouth were particularly different. Perhaps, Lin Xingyao had already regarded him as her own. Before Gu Chen could speak, there was a loud cry coming from the crib. "Wow!" One after another. "Wow!" Xiaobao didn't cry loudly, but he started to hum. Gu Chen rushed over immediately and began to quickly and accurately prepare milk for the baby, prepare diapers, etc. Dabeo was the first baby to start crying loudly. Lin Xingyao hasn't had a full meal yet, so she has to take care of the child first. "Gu Chen, give Dabeo to me. I'll feed him first and then eat." Now that there are 3 babies, Lin Xingyao cannot feed all 3 children at once, so she can only take turns to feed them. Before, the baby was unwilling to eat formula after drinking breast milk, but he became much more obedient after being hungry for 2 meals. If there is breast milk, feed breast milk. If there is formula milk, feed formula milk. After the three little ones stopped being picky about food, Lin Xingyao felt less stressed and no longer had to worry about not having enough milk. Lin Xingyao was feeding Debao, and Gu Chen had to deal with two little guys alone. He was flustered at the beginning, but after doing it many times, he finally found the trick. He found that the babies would not cry as long as they had food, so the first thing he did was to prepare milk powder and fill the babies' mouths. Lin Xingyao lay on her side to feed Debao and watched Gu Chen take care of the baby handsomely. She couldn't help but smile. Lin Xingyao felt that she was happy at this moment. Perhaps, this is the ordinary life I want. Gu Chen, should he be the one he wants? At first, I just thought Gu Chen was tall and handsome, and like other girls, I wanted to sleep with him. But this is different from living a married life. Now, she felt that she was about to be conquered by Gu Chen. Gu Chen is extremely attentive and patient. He has a good character and personality, is very humorous, and is very caring. The most important thing is that the food is delicious and you can make money. After such a detailed calculation, it seems that Gu Chen is good in every way and there is nothing wrong with him. I gave birth to 3 babies for him and I felt I had made a great deal. It seems that I can't escape. Stinky man, you are my life. Lin Xingyao smiled sweetly. After feeding the 3 babies with milk powder, Gu Chen still had to burp them separately. Fortunately, he has the skill to coax people to sleep in seconds, otherwise he would have to be coaxed to sleep, which would really tire him to death. After taking care of the 3 little ones, Gu Chen was already exhausted and sweating all over. After putting the baby to sleep, I still have to wash the dishes, clean the kitchen, and take out the trash. I have to say that being a house husband is not easy. Gu Chen, thank you for your hard work. Lin Xingyao said with concern. Lin Xingyao was still in confinement after giving birth and couldn't move around much, so she couldn't help Gu Chen in any way. She could only move her mouth and say a few nice words to encourage Gu Chen. Gu Chen wiped off his sweat, came to sit down beside the bed, and looked at Lin Xingyao. Is it enough to say hard work? Don't you want to reward your husband? Lin Xingyao was confused. What reward do you want? Money? I'll transfer it to you now. Gu Chen suddenly approached Lin Xingyao and looked at her with a smile. Call me hubby and kiss me again, and that'll be my reward? Chapter 24, Calling me husband is being a hooligan? What? Call me husband? Lin Xingyao glared at Gu Chen with her beautiful eyes. Just now I thought you were a good person worthy of trust, but now you are acting like a hooligan here. Humph. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Lin Xingyao snorted softly, turned her face away and ignored Gu Chen. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled. You are like this now, you can only move your mouth, it's hard for you to even go to the toilet. I want you to pour me a glass of water but you can't, how else can you reward me? After being confronted by Gu Chen, Lin Xingyao was speechless for a moment. Gu Chen also began to feel sorry for himself. Hey, some people, when they talk about rewards, it's just lip service. Forget it, I'm tired and hungry, let's go eat. I saw Gu Chen stretching his waist and standing up with a helpless look on his face. In the week since she gave birth, Gu Chen has been taking care of both the child and herself, while she only needs to eat well and sleep well. Now Gu Chen only asked me to call him husband and give him a kiss as a reward, but I still refused him. Anyone will feel discouraged after a while. Besides, the two of them had already agreed that they would try to make love with each other. Even if they are not husband and wife, what does a kiss between lovers matter? Compared with Gu Chen's efforts, am I being too pretentious? Gu Chen, come back. Lin Xingyao shouted towards Gu Chen's back. Gu Chen turned around. What's the matter, wife? You, come here first. Lin Xingyao pointed to the bedside and said, sit here. Lin Xingyao pursed her red lips tightly and subconsciously pulled the corner of her clothes tighter. Gu Chen sat down beside the bed and pretended to be a little angry. Okay, tell me what you want to say, I'm almost starving. Lin Xingyao quickly approached and kissed Gu Chen on the face. Then she quickly lay back on the bed, turned around and no longer looked at Gu Chen. But when she stood up suddenly, her wound was affected. She stroked the wound lightly and let out a hissing sound quietly. Ah. That's it? I didn't feel anything, so this doesn't count. Gu Chen refused to admit it. Then, what do you say we should do? Gu Chen sat up straight, leaned over to Lin Xingyao, and said, I'm ready now, kiss me. Lin Xingyao encouraged herself in her heart, just a kiss, it's not like I haven't kissed before. She slowly turned around and looked at Gu Chen's charming profile, the redness on the tip of her ear spreading along her neck to her collarbone. She slowly approached Gu Chen, pursed her lips gently, closed her eyes and kissed Gu Chen on the face. This time, she stayed a little longer. Gu Chen curled the corner of his mouth and suddenly turned his head, wanting to kiss Lin Xingyao's red lips, but Lin Xingyao saw through it and dodged it cleverly. Gu Chen's kiss fell on the ends of her hair. What are you hiding from? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and suddenly moved towards Lin Xingyao. The fresh and refreshing breath of a man overwhelmed her. Lin Xingyao reached out and gently pushed him away, not daring to look at him, and said shyly, "Rogue, I knew you were not serious. After the kiss, call me husband." Gu Chen stopped teasing her and sat up straight. Lin Xingyao had never been in a relationship, and for a moment she found it difficult to speak of such an ambiguous title as husband. Husband. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Say it again, your husband can't hear you. Gu Chen looked at her and said with a smile. You are lying. I could hear the sound just now. Lin Xingyao pouted and said angrily. Gu Chen looked at the woman in front of him. She was so cute even when she was angry. He really wanted to hug her and kiss her hard. However, this might scare her, and if he scared his wife away, he would be left without a wife. There is ample time. Gu Chen looked at her and suddenly leaned closer and said, "Wife, look into my eyes and call me again, okay?" Lin Xingyao mustered up her courage, stared into Gu Chen's eyes and said shyly, "Husband." Her voice was like a kitten tickling someone, making Gu Chen feel itchy inside. He smiled with a lingering feeling and said, "It would be great if my wife would always call me like this from now on." Lin Xingyao glanced at him. "We are not married yet, we can't do this. Although you are good looking and good for me and the baby, you are indeed a good marriage partner. A rich girl like her, even if she has been in love, had children, and got married, and she is so beautiful, there will still be someone to marry her. Hey, why get married? Isn't it good for me to be a father without any pain now? I don't have to be bound by marriage, and no one can control me. I can still go out and have fun. It's great. Okay, Gu Chen, so this is what you think? You damn scumbag." Lin Xingyao gritted her teeth and sulked. Gu Chen was also a little dumbfounded. He coaxed Lin Xingyao, "When did I become a scumbag? I asked you to call me husband, doesn't that mean I want to marry you? But you don't want to, so what can I do? Okay, don't be angry. You are in confinement now. Getting angry is not good for your health. I was just joking with you just now. But, to be honest, we even have a child, shouldn't we consider getting married?" Lin Xingyao also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "When I'm out of confinement, I'll help you take care of the baby in our home. Let's get married." This is. Lin Xingyao is willing to marry me? The sudden surprise made Gu Chen unable to react for a while. Are you serious? Gu Chen looked at Lin Xingyao seriously. Lin Xingyao spoke her mind. You and I even have a child, and you are quite responsible and have good character. You are a person worthy of entrusting your life to. Gu Chen asked, marriage is a decision made by two people who love each other. Do you like me? Do you like Gu Chen? In fact, Lin Xingyao was also asking herself this question. She thought for a moment before saying, I have carefully considered marrying you, and marriage is a choice I made after weighing the pros and cons. You asked me if I like you, and I can tell you clearly that I have a good impression of you. I had sex with you because I like you, but now that we have a child, I have more responsibilities. She also looked at Gu Chen and asked, what about you, do you like me? Gu Chen said without hesitation, I like you. At the beginning, he pursued Zhang Xiaoxiao only because he saw her good side, and at that time he would only take the initiative to pursue her because she did not despise her background. Plus that time on New Year's Day, I thought Zhang Xiaoxiao gave me the most precious thing. It was only after what happened later that I realized that I had given my true heart to the wrong person. Now, seeing that Lin Xingyao risked her life to give birth to triplets for him, and she was so beautiful and such an outstanding girl, how could he not be moved? He still couldn't believe that such a beautiful and good-looking woman would actually like him. Gu Chen put away his carefree attitude and looked at Lin Xingyao seriously. Are you really willing to marry me? Chapter 25 Our Home. Lin Xingyao also answered very seriously, of course what I said is true. Now that we have a child, we can't run away even if we want to. Let's get married as soon as possible and work together to run our little family well. It's just that my father doesn't quite agree with me marrying you. He's very angry now, so we can only rely on ourselves. Let's work together to give our babies a good life. At the same time, let Dad see that my decision was not wrong. Lin Xingyao's eyes were bright as she spoke. She is full of longing for her future life. You just focus on taking care of the kids at home and educating them well. As for making money, leave it to me. Gu Chen said with a smile. Lin Xingyao didn't expect Gu Chen to say this. Okay, if you don't feel too much pressure, I have no problem. Besides, I have very high standards for life and I won't settle for anything less. Also, the 100,000 yuan you gave cannot be counted as the betrothal gift. Gu Chen asked with interest, how much do you charge for the bride price? Dowry? I don't know. I'll have to ask my parents, but it must be more than 10. Lin Xingyao said proudly, you know, I am the apple of their eye. Gu Chen smiled and nodded, okay, let my parents come over someday so you can meet them and see if they are satisfied with you as their daughter-in-law. As for your parents, I will take care of your father and become a son-in-law that he is satisfied with. Although Gu Chen was very confident, Lin Xingyao was still very worried. She had experienced her father's temper since she was a child. I don't know if Gu Chen can deal with his old-fashioned father. Let's not talk about that for now. I'm going to eat. After dinner, I have to think about the baby's name. Once the baby's name is decided, we can go to the maternal and child healthcare center to apply for a birth certificate. Gu Chen said. While the three little ones were asleep, he had to eat, take a bath and clean up quickly, otherwise he would be in big trouble if they woke up. As soon as he stood up, Gu Chen's phone rang. Gu Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was his ex-girlfriend calling. Gu Chen handed the still vibrating phone to Lin Xingyao and said, wife, ex-girlfriend, do you want to answer it? Lin Xingyao's eyes fell on the phone, and she turned her head away and said, if you want to answer it, just answer it. It's none of my business. Gu Chen had no choice but to answer the phone in front of her and turn on the speaker. He said expressionlessly, hey. Before he could ask what was going on, Zhang Xiaoxiao on the other end of the phone started to curse. Gu Chen, when you were pursuing me, you said that you would only have me in your life, but what happened? When you were pursuing me, you were actually having an affair with Lin Xingyao, and now they even have a child. So, she is a mistress? Her words directly angered Gu Chen. Gu Chen bears the greatest responsibility for what happened. However, Gu Chen was also drunk. Besides, what did Lin Xingyao do wrong? She didn't interfere in their relationship. He and Lin Xingyao got together only after he broke up with Zhang Xiaoxiao. How could she be considered a mistress? No, he and Zhang Xiaoxiao have never been together. Zhang Xiaoxiao, I've been chasing you for so many years, have you agreed to be with me? You even kept me company while you were having an affair with other men, and you accepted my kindness to you and the gifts I gave you with a clear conscience. Do you really think I'm a sucker? Humph. Are you angry? Lin Xingyao is just a mistress. You dare to do it but not to take responsibility. I just want to make you look bad. Pa! Zhang Xiaoxiao sneered. Gu Chen was furious. Zhang Xiaoxiao, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? You know what you have done in the past few years in college. Others advised me not to pursue you, but I just believe that you are not that kind of person. Now I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. He threatened, Yao Yao and I were just an accident. If you dare to spread rumors outside, I don't mind posting the photos of you accompanying the boss in and out of the hotel to the entire internet so that everyone can get to know you. Don't forget, Lin Zijie's family provides services to the hotel. Zhang Xiaoxiao was shocked. Lin Zijie? What did Gu Chen know? She said with a guilty conscience, forget it, we have already broken up. It's none of my business who you are with. I just didn't expect that after we broke up, you would still be able to hook up with a rich and beautiful woman like Lin Xingyao. But I'm not bad either. Although my current boyfriend is a little older, he is worth tens of millions and drives a million-level BMW. Turns out he was just here to show off, so fucking stupid. Get away from me. Gu Chen yelled and hung up the phone. Seeing Gu Chen's angry look, Lin Xingyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect our Yunde campus hunk to be so funny when he's angry. Gu Chen said helplessly, I guess this woman is jealous that I found such a good wife like you, and she even called to show off her fat boyfriend. I just heard you say that you have photos of her entering and leaving the hotel with those bosses. Is that true? It's fake. I was just trying to scare her. Who told her to threaten me? If she really dares, I will fight her. And I also heard these things from Lin Zijie, but I didn't take them seriously at the time. Gu Chen put the phone back in his pocket, looked at Lin Xingyao and said, this woman must be jealous of you. After all, you are beautiful, good at studying, and your figure is 10,000 times better than hers. She would never guess that you would be with me. Hearing what Gu Chen said, Lin Xingyao blushed again. At this moment, Lin Xingyao's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw, my mother transferred 100,000 yuan to me. Lin Xingyao looked up at Gu Chen and said in a negotiating tone, should I return the 100,000 to my mother? After all, we are not short of money now. Gu Chen said, mother-in-law should give money to the children. Keep the money given by the elders. It will cost a lot of money to buy milk powder, diapers, etc. for the children in the future. Besides, you are her daughter, and she doesn't want you to suffer with me. She also wants you to live an easier life. If you return the money, she will definitely be worried. Lin Xingyao nodded and said happily, it's good now, I have a huge sum of 200,000 yuan in my hand. We have to save this money and buy a small house of our own when it is enough for the down payment. A home that truly belongs to us. Rich woman, go get some sleep quickly, or you won't be able to sleep again when the baby wakes up. Gu Chen smiled and shook his head, cleared the dishes on the table, went downstairs, and finished the remaining chicken soup and meat. After finishing dinner and cleaning the kitchen, he went to take a shower. While I was taking a shower, the system sound started. Congratulations to the host, you cooked for the baby's mother for the first time, the system will give you 1,000 love points. 1,000 likes. Doesn't that mean I can draw a prize once? He quickly checked and found that he still had more than 1,500 likes. Chapter 26 Why are you touching me? I will have to help the babies take a bath, wash clothes, and change diapers, which will probably give me a few hundred points. By then, I should be able to have more than 2,000 favorability points, and then we can draw a lottery together. I just don't know if there will be any love points given if I name my baby? Thinking of this, Gu Chen took a shower faster. After taking a shower, Gu Chen returned to the room and saw Lin Xingyao was still awake. He walked towards her excitedly. Gu Chen, who had just finished taking a shower, approached in his pajamas, emitting a mist with a scent of bathtub. Waiting for me? Gu Chen said with a smile. Lin Xingyao looked up and met Gu Chen's Adam's apple. Seeing Gu Chen's Adam's apple slowly moving reminded her of the crazy night they had together at the New Year's Eve party. What are you looking at? Gu Chen chuckled when he saw Lin Xingyao was engrossed in watching. Lin Xingyao finally came back to her senses and turned away, saying, nothing, nothing. Gu Chen said, lift up your clothes. Lin Xingyao was shocked, why are you lifting up the clothes? Gu Chen poked her head and said, what are you thinking about? I'll help you clean the wound and rebandage it. You also need to clean your lower body. Hearing this, Lin Xingyao blushed, oh. Gu Chen really couldn't do anything about her. His wife was so shy, what should he do in the future? However, being shy has its advantages, and teasing others in life can also increase the interest between couples. Gu Chen helped her lift the quilt, looked at the motionless Lin Xingyao, and asked with a smile, do you want to do it yourself, or should I do it? Lin Xingyao immediately said, I can do it myself. After saying that, she immediately lifted up her clothes as usual. Gu Chen looked at her plump white belly and pinched it involuntarily. It's smooth and feels good. In fact, he had wanted to touch it for a long time. When Lin Xingyao felt Gu Chen touching her, her whole body trembled. She opened her eyes and glared at him, Gu Chen, why are you touching me? Gu Chen said, is it not okay for me to touch my own wife? Rogue. Lin Xingyao turned her face away and ignored him. After Gu Chen helped her treat her wound, he said, have you decided on a name for the baby? Once you've chosen a name, go get the birth certificate. Then you can register the baby with me. Do you have any objection to registering the baby with me? Lin Xingyao shook her head and said, no. They are not married yet, so when they register their household registration, they will have to provide a paternity test. By then, after the 3 babies have done the paternity test with Gu Chen to prove that the children are his, the elderly in their family can feel more at ease. She didn't object to marrying Gu Chen, but her household registration was in her father's hands, and she didn't know when her biological father would stop being angry with Gu Chen, so it was the most correct thing to do to register her household registration in Gu Chen's family. Gu Chen nodded, let's give it a name. Let's think about it. Lin Xingyao asked, don't you need to ask your parents for their opinions? We have our own children, so we don't need to ask for their opinions. Oh, okay. Lin Xingyao picked up the phone, let me check it online. Gu Chen said, I think it would sound nice to use our names. Gu Xing, Gu Chang, Gu Yao, Yao is Yao Zhu, how about it? Does your family always give 2 names? That's not the case. My dad is not like that. Lin Xingyao said, well, Gu Xing and Gu Chang sound pretty good. We can change our daughter's name to one with 3 characters. Isn't Gu Yao nice to listen to? Do you think Gu Zhiyao or Gu Nianyao sounds good? Yao, or should I use my Yao? When Gu Chen heard the name, it seemed like something a girl might have thought up. However, these 2 names, Gu Zhiyao and Gu Nianyao, seem to be expressing the same meaning no matter how you look at them. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said, Gu Zhiyao sounds nice, so let's go with this one. Lin Xingyao felt very happy when she heard that Gu Chen adopted the name she had given. After discussion between the two, the eldest treasure was named Gu Chang, with the nickname Cheng Cheng. The second treasure was named Gu Xing, with the nickname Xing Xing, and the youngest treasure was named Gu Zhiyao, with the nickname Jiji, which means small. As they were talking, Lin Xingyao actually fell asleep. Gu Chen was originally thinking about helping Lin Xingyao clean up her lower body. Forget it, let us talk about it after she wakes up. Now that they have chosen a name, when Li Lei is free, Gu Chen will take the baby to get the birth certificate, do a paternity test, and register the baby. Ding! Help the baby to name, the system rewards 3,000 likes points. Oh my god! A reward of 3,000 at once. Doesn't that mean I have over 4,000 points? I can draw 4 prizes, right? I only have a little over 10,000 yuan in cash in my hand now, and I always feel a little uneasy. Let us make the money first. If we win a car, we can sell it. If we win cash, that's another matter. Immediately. System. Draw a lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a can of milk powder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the god of cookery skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a pack of diapers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the 100% luck skill. Oh my god. Except for the milk powder, everything else looks pretty good. He particularly needs the skills of a god of food right now. Just now he was worried that the food he cooked would not taste good. Fortunately, Lin Xingyao likes light food, which suits her taste very well. What is this 100% luck skill? The system said, 100% luck skill, when you gamble with others, you will always be the winner. Oh my god. This skill is amazing. Then, if I make a bet with someone, wouldn't I be 100% sure to win? Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but start looking forward to it. Remind the host, you still need to spend 1 favorite point to upgrade to level 2 nanny. Do you need to upgrade now? Upgrade? It turns out that I spent 10,000 likes. Then use the remaining love points to exchange for money. There are more than 500 love points left, and if all are converted into money, it will only be 5,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 2 nanny. The system will give you a set of Villa number 1 in Yunqing Bay. Yunqing Bay number 1. That is a large flat worth tens of millions. The wealthy people in Yunqing all bought houses there. The large flats there are usually over 300 square meters. More than 100,000 per square meter. After all, Yunqing Bay number 1 is located in the city center, with a superior geographical location, making it very convenient to go anywhere. No matter how good the location here is, it is a rental and not your real home. You don't have to wait for 40 minutes for your takeout to be delivered like here. If you are in the city center, it is also convenient for you to handle things. After all, everything I have now is given by the system, and I still need to have my own career. Thinking of this, Gu Chen also fell asleep on the other side of the bed. The 4-piece set was newly put on, and after Lin Xingyao slept on it for a day, the quilt was already stained with her scent. It smells so good. Chapter 27. Moving again. It is now past 7 o'clock. I will give the baby a bath when he wakes up. After the bath, I will tell Lin Xingyao about this. Thinking of this, he fell asleep with a smile on his face. An hour later, the babies woke up. Gu Chen and Lin Xingyao both woke up. Lin Xingyao was slightly surprised to see Gu Chen sleeping in her bed. But soon, she adapted to it. Gu Chen immediately got up to coax the baby. He held the little treasure to Lin Xingyao and said, "Wife, you coax Gigi first. I'll give Xing Xing and Cheng Cheng a bath. Don't feed them yet, otherwise they will spit up milk during the bath." The nickname is quite easy to pronounce. Lin Xingyao looked at the little one in her arms and said with a smile, "Zizi, let's wait for the brothers to take a shower first, and then Zizi can play with mom first, okay?" He just looked at the beautiful mother in front of him, his eyes narrowed, and finally he smiled. Lin Xingyao immediately picked up her phone and started taking pictures of them frantically. She would have to show it to Gu Chen later, and he just smiled at her. Smile for mommy again, okay? Lin Xingyao coaxed the baby very patiently. Gu Chen quickly prepared towels, shower gel, clothes, talcum powder, etc., put them in the cart, and then took down the 2 bathtubs. There is a net on the tub to hold the baby in place, so you can bathe 2 babies at once. But Gu Chen still overestimated himself. The 2 babies burst into tears when they came into contact with the unfamiliar place and had not yet adapted to it. Oh, Xing, Shang, it's daddy, don't cry. Little darling, open your eyes and look, I'm your daddy. The 2 babies narrowed their eyes, and after hearing their handsome father's voice, they cried less. When they opened their eyes, the aggrieved look in their eyes broke Gu Chen's heart. Lin Xingyao held Xiaobao in her arms and slowly moved to the bathroom. She held her cell phone in her hand and took pictures of what had just happened. Lin Xingyao can now get out of bed and walk around by herself, but she just can't squat down. Gu Chen immediately tried his best to coax the 2 babies. Hold a toy in your hand and entertain your baby while giving them a bath. Seeing the baby taking a bath, Lin Xingyao also wanted to take a bath. She smelled herself and smelled a scent. Although I changed clothes every day, I never took a shower and there was always a smell. After all, more than 10 days have passed since she gave birth, and she has not taken a bath or washed her hair. Lin Xingyao couldn't stand it. Hey, when can I take a shower? Gu Chen looked at Lin Xingyao and said, do you want to take a shower? I'll help you. Gu Chen's words made Lin Xingyao blush. No. I'll wash it myself. Gu Chen smiled. It has to be said that although Lin Xingyao hadn't taken a shower for more than 10 days, she didn't even wash her face. But she didn't have the bad smell like other people. There was a full-length mirror in the bathroom. In the mirror, Lin Xingyao saw her entire body. Because I gained more than 10 pounds, my whole body feels like it is bloated. Plus, my hair is greasy because I haven't washed it. It looks really ugly. She has always loved beauty, and when she saw herself being fat and sloppy, she really couldn't help herself. I still need your help, but you can just wash my feet. As for the rest, I can wash it myself. Who made me unable to squat? Gu Chen said, it doesn't matter. I'm familiar with bathing people. I bathe at least 3 people a day, and I wash them clean. If you don't believe me, just look. Originally, Dabeo and Erbo were both crying loudly, but now they were coaxed by Gu Chen to stay motionless in the bathtub, allowing Gu Chen to do whatever he wanted. When Lin Xingyao looked at her 2 children naked and letting Gu Chen do whatever he wanted to them, she couldn't help but think of herself taking a bath and her face turned red. She remained silent. Get up! Gu Chen immediately picked up the baby. Take Xingxing to the bed first. However, maybe the second baby Xingxing felt too comfortable in the bath. When Gu Chen carried him out of the water, he immediately burst into tears. Gu Chen was too late, so he quickly wrapped Erbo in a towel, walked back to the crib, and said, wife, come and help me look at the stars. After saying that, he quickly came back and picked up Dabeo Changcheng. The eldest child, just like the second child, started crying. Good job. I can't bear to get up like this. Although it is a very hot day now, you cannot take a shower for too long. You have to get up directly after showering. Plus, the air conditioner in the room is on at 28 degrees, so it would be bad if you catch a cold. It's terrible. Dabeo and Erbo were singing a duet, and their voices were so loud that they seemed to shatter your eardrums. The 2 little babies were crying loudly, and Lin Xingyao walked over slowly. Gu Chen immediately wiped the body of Dabeo, who was crying the loudest, and then applied talcum powder to prevent prickly heat, and then quickly put clothes on Dabeo. The eldest baby just drank breast milk, and it will be the second baby's turn to drink breast milk soon. After Gu Chen picked up Dabeo, he coaxed him for a while. He stared at the whitish dirt on the babies' heads and felt worried. The doctor said that these things cannot be picked off, and you can only take more baths and wait for them to fall off slowly. Because the place where the dirt grows is the child's fontanelle, which cannot be touched. Lin Xingyao held Xiaobao in one hand and gently patted Erbao's butt with the other hand. After Gu Chen came back, Erbao stopped crying. Seeing Erbao sucking his fingers, Gu Chen said helplessly, wash them one by one next time, or I will have to sing a lullaby for you and wash you after you fall asleep. When Xiaobao Zhizhi was taking a bath, he did not cry loudly because Gu Chen was coaxing him. Instead, he opened his big eyes and stared around curiously. Gu Chen said, Zizi, your parents have taken you out of the hospital today. We are at home now. Don't worry or be afraid, okay? Gigi didn't cry like his two brothers. Guchen smiled, stretched his head out, and said to Lin Xingyao, who was breastfeeding and coaxing Debeo, wife, Gigi seems to be very well behaved. Are all daughters more well behaved? Lin Xingyao pulled her clothes and said, I don't know. After bathing the three children, feeding them, and coaxing the babies, Guchen returned to bed. Lin Xingyao saw him lying back on the bed and moved aside. Guchen stretched his waist and said, wife, after I finish dealing with things in a few days, we will move again. What, moving again? Lin Xingyao was shocked and said, the rent here is 20,000, which is indeed a bit expensive. It's right to move to a cheaper place. After all, we don't have much money in our wallets. Guchen looked at her sideways and said with a smile, you think too much. This time, the place we are moving to is number 1 Yunqing Bay. Chapter 28, Cloud City Bay number 1. What did you just say? Number 1 Yunqing Bay? Lin Xingyao was even more surprised. Isn't the rent there more expensive? Without 100,000 or 80,000 yuan, you definitely can't rent it. Where did you get so much money? Didn't you give me all the money? Guchen shook his head and said, wife, you may have to get to know me again. I'm going to show my cards now. I won't pretend anymore. Lin Xingyao pushed him with her hand. What are you talking about? Be serious. Ouch. Guchen pretended to feel pain. Wife, do you want to murder your husband? Lin Xingyao immediately reached out to touch the place where she had just pushed, stroking it gently, but said anxiously, does it hurt? I didn't push that hard. Guchen was being caressed by her like this, and his voice was a little unbearable. Wife, if you keep touching me, you might really ask me to be harder. Lin Xingyao blushed and took her hand back, then pushed him again. Shame on you. Guchen said shamelessly, it's just a hobby between husband and wife, how can it be shameless? Guchen wanted to hug her, but was afraid of touching her wound, so he retracted his hand. Lin Xingyao recalled the muscle she had touched just now. It seemed that he really had 8 of them, hard and nice to touch. Seeing Lin Xingyao's face turn red again, Guchen suddenly lowered his voice and said, wife, are you thinking about some colorful pictures in your mind? Lin Xingyao turned around in bewilderment. Huh? What color picture? Who doesn't see the picture in color? Wait, is Guchen talking about pornographic scenes? Thinking of this, Lin Xingyao turned her face away and said, I don't want to talk to you. Guchen said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. What I just said about moving to number 1 Yunqing Bay is true. Once I have dealt with it, we will move. Only then did Lin Xingyao turn around and ask, really? Real. Guchen took out the key directly. Look, this is the key. We will have to install the smart lock ourselves when the time comes. Lin Xingyao took the palm-sized key, looked left and right, and asked, could this key of yours be fake? Are you just trying to make me happy? Anyone who can afford number 1 Yunqing Bay must be worth hundreds of millions, and they have to be willing to spend the money. Just like his own father, although he is worth hundreds of millions, he feels that having a house to live in is enough. He is not used to living in a large flat and feels that it is bad feng shui to have others upstairs suppressing him. Lin Xingyao didn't look down on Guchen, but given Guchen's family background, who would have thought that he could afford number 1 Yunqing Bay? Guchen smiled and said, if you'd be happy if I gave you a house, I'll give you a few more. Lin Xingyao couldn't hold it in any longer this time. Guchen, did you really go too far this time? Guchen said, I really didn't lie to you, and I paid the full amount. Full payment? That would require tens of millions of dollars at once. Lin Xingyao stared at him with wide eyes. Where did you get tens of millions? Guchen leaned over and whispered in her ear, actually, I have a secret. I am a poor guy in front of others, but I have made my fortune from scratch. I haven't even calculated my own net worth. Relying on taking care of babies and doing hard labor can be considered starting from scratch, right? There is really no way to calculate clearly the things given by the system in the future. Lin Xingyao was really shocked. I didn't expect that you thought differently than I did. Lin Xingyao stared at Guchen with her eyes wide open. Doesn't that mean I'm married to a multi-millionaire now? Guchen also lay on his side and looked at her, maybe more than that. Lin Xingyao immediately turned around and changed the subject. How much did you spend on this house? 2 million. Guchen casually said a number. Lin Xingyao laughed. 2 million, you really went too far this time. Guchen said, it's less than 2 million. This is a foreclosed property, and the starting price is 1.5 million. Who knew that others thought the house was very expensive and no one bid for it, so I got it by chance. Gu Chen was just talking nonsense. Lin Xingyou believed it. Oh my god. You really got a great bargain. You bought it at such a low price, so wouldn't the court reject it? After all, this price is too abnormal. Gu Chen was also talking nonsense. This house has been on the market for several years. Everyone thinks it is expensive, so no one bids for it. There is nothing we can do. Oh, that's it. Lin Xingyao suddenly realized, then where did you get the money? How do you have so much money? Gu Chen asked, does pregnancy make women stupid for 3 years? Didn't I tell you before that I have investments? Lin Xingyao was confused. What kind of investment? How can it make so much money? Gu Chen thought to himself, if taking care of a baby can be considered an investment, then it really is an investment. He thought for a moment and said, whatever stocks, funds, whatever, I will buy as long as they can make money. Anyway, I will tell you slowly in the future. When you become my wife, all my finances will be under your control. How about that? Lin Xingyao glanced at him and said, you'd better be. Gu Chen thought, what I asked you to manage are all the clear accounts and the system part. I can't even calculate these accurately myself. Lin Xingyao suddenly said, why don't we sell this house? We can make over 18 million right away, and we won't have to worry about having no money in the future. Gu Chen tapped her head and said, of course not. Wait until it appreciates in value before selling it. Besides, we are not unable to afford food now, so why sell it? Lin Xingyao touched her head and said tenderly, you dare to hit me. This is domestic violence. Humph. Gu Chen stretched his head forward and said, come on, I'll fight you back. But you have to be gentle, I still have to make money with this brain. Lin Xingyao stared at the top of Gu Chen's head and snorted softly, humph, I'm not a dog. If someone bites me, I won't bite back. Oh, you are so good, Lin Xingyao, you actually called me a dog. Gu Chen chuckled, when you recover, I will make you beg for mercy. As soon as Lin Xingyao thought of the word beg for mercy, a bunch of pornographic images appeared in her mind again. It's over. Ever since she got together with Gu Chen, her mind has been full of pornographic images. Lin Xingyao immediately closed her eyes and stopped thinking about it. But Gu Chen stared at her closely. His voice suddenly rang out, it's time for you to take a shower. Ah? Lin Xingyao's face was full of question marks, but when she opened her eyes she met Gu Chen's gaze. She pressed Gu Chen's head back with her hand and said, what are you looking at? Stop looking and go to sleep. She was originally thinking about some random things, but now when she met Gu Chen's eyes, she remembered how he had made her. Gu Chen laughed and said, I said, you are covered in mud, you need to take a shower. Lin Xingyao was furious, Gu Chen. Get out. You are not allowed to sleep in my bed. Chapter 29 Then you arrange it. Gu Chen chuckled and didn't tease her anymore. After getting the birth certificate and household registration, I have to go back home and tell my parents about the birth of the child. Lin Xingyao looked at Gu Chen and asked, then, will they come? Gu Chen asked, then do you want my parents to come? Since Lin Xingyao became pregnant, she never thought about meeting Gu Chen's parents. She was thinking about raising the children herself after giving birth and didn't want to disturb Gu Chen's life. Now that I have decided to marry Gu Chen's parents must go to meet him. After thinking for a while, she said, then you can arrange it, but I'm so ugly and fat now that I can't see anyone. Gu Chen naturally reached out to touch Lin Xingyao's head and said, why do you say that about yourself? You are not ugly, you are very beautiful, and now you are fat, which meets the standard of a daughter-in-law. When my mother sees you, she will praise you for being a good fertile woman. It's not easy to give birth to 3 babies in one pregnancy. Lin Xingyao let Gu Chen touch her head, looked up at him and asked, really? Don't lie to me. Gu Chen nodded, how could I lie to you? It's so nice to be plump and white. We can feed our children to be plump and white. The elderly will like them when they see them. Lin Xingyao had indeed heard that the old man liked girls like this, so she felt a little more at ease. She didn't know the personalities of Gu Chen's parents, and was worried that she wouldn't be able to pass their test. Gu Chen took a closer look at her and asked, I never thought that our Yunda campus beauty would have such an unconfident side? He comforted her, don't worry, as long as you are a woman I approve of, my parents will like you. What's more, you have 3 trump cards in your hand, 3 grandchildren, that is their life. Lin Xingyao snorted softly and said, who said I'm not confident? I just haven't met the parents yet, so I'm a little nervous. Gu Chen suddenly approached, stretched out his hand and gently took her into his arms, kissed her forehead, and said, "Dear, don't be nervous, I'll take care of everything." Leaning in Gu Chen's arms, Lin Xingyao could smell the unique scent of Gu Chen. But when she thought that she hadn't taken a bath for almost 10 days, she was a little resistant to Gu Chen's embrace. She couldn't allow herself to be seen as sloppy by Gu Chen. Lin Xingyao struggled and said, "Gu Chen, let me go. I smell." Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "No, my wife is not ugly, she smells good." Lin Xingyao said helplessly, "Gu Chen, I want to take a shower." "Take a shower? Are you sure?" Gu Chen let go of Lin Xingyao and asked. Lin Xingyao responded in a muffled voice. If she didn't take a shower, she would really stink on a hot day like now. Especially when two people sleep together, what if it leaves any shadow on their relationship? What will happen to their married life in the future? Thinking of this, Lin Xingyao's desire to take a bath reached its peak. "But it's so late now, will taking a bath have any effect on you? I heard that women who are in confinement cannot take a bath. They have to wait until they are out of confinement before they can take a bath," Gu Chen said. Lin Xingyao was unwilling to do so and said, "You have futile ideas. Nowadays, people emphasize scientific confinement. But in the past, people said that you can't even eat vegetables and fruits during confinement." Gu Chen sat up, took out his phone and said, "Let me check first, how to take a bath during confinement. I can't let you get confinement sickness and affect your health." After saying that, he actually picked up the phone from the bedside table and started checking it. Looking at Gu Chen's back, Lin Xingyao felt sweet in her heart. After a long while, Gu Chen put away his phone and said, "You can take a shower, but you have to wash your hair first, then take a shower. Fortunately, I bought you a waterproof patch for cesarean section wounds. The boss lady really did recommend it to you. Since my wife wants to take a shower, come on." Gu Chen got up and said, "I'll wash your hair first." Gu Chen brought shampoo, towels, etc. to the bedside. Lin Xingyao asked, "Why are you washing your hair in bed?" Gu Chen said, "Your wound is still painful, so it's better to wash while lying down. Don't worry, I won't let you catch a cold." It's not that Lin Xingyao doesn't trust Gu Chen, but she thinks that washing hair in bed might be too difficult. Gu Chen also brought a few stools, measured the height, and finally left a small stool that was lower than the bed, then placed the small basin on it and motioned to Lin Xingyao, "Wife, come and see if this is comfortable? If not, I'll change another stool." Under his guidance, Lin Xingyao slowly lay down. Gu Chen said, "Sleep a little longer and see if this is okay now?" Lin Xingyao replied, "It's okay, I'm not feeling uncomfortable." Gu Chen said, "Okay, I'll go and drain the water." Gu Chen came back with a large bucket of water, then went to get a large basin and a small cup. Put them aside and arrange them one by one. Gu Chen stood aside, put a new large towel under Lin Xingyao's neck, and then took a diaper and put it under Lin Xingyao's body. After everything was ready, Gu Chen began to wash Lin Xingyao's hair. "Is the water temperature okay?" Gu Chen asked as he helped her wet her hair. Lin Xingyao said softly. The ends of her hair slid through Gu Chen's fingers inch by inch. Maybe because she hadn't washed it for a long time, her whole hair was tangled together. After wetting her hair, Gu Chen squeezed some shampoo into his palm and rubbed it for a while before applying it on her hair. "It's just that my hair is too oily and it won't lather." Gu Chen patiently squeezed out a lot more shampoo. He inserted his fingertips into her hair and gently rubbed the roots. When Gu Chen's fingertips rubbed the sensitive tips of her ears, Lin Xingyao felt itchy all over. Gu Chen chuckled and said, "I can see that you are very sensitive here." Lin Xingyao snorted, closed her eyes and said nothing, but her heart was beating rapidly. Gu Chen didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly helped Lin Xingyao rinse her and immediately blew her hair clean with a hairdryer. After washing her hair, Lin Xingyao felt that her entire head felt a lot more relaxed. After cleaning the bedroom, Gu Chen went to take another look at the three little ones. He reached under the quilt and felt the children's diapers, and found that Xiaobao's diaper was a little warm, and the whole diaper had expanded a lot. Gu Chen said, "Wife, you have to wait a while before taking a bath. You need to change the baby's diaper first." Lin Xingyao said, "It's okay, you help Xiaobao change first, I'll wash it later." Gu Chen only felt a faint smell of shit coming from Xiaobao's body. He picked up Xiaobao and smelled her but there was a strong smell of baby poop. Chapter 30 Reward Dad with a Kiss. Wow! Gigi pooped. Gu Chen felt refreshed instantly. Lin Xingyao was happy. "You don't like this taste, do you?" Gu Chen moved the baby away, took a deep breath of fresh air, and said, although it doesn't stink, it still smells pretty heady. Lin Xingyao laughed out loud, you are a pervert. Gu Chen also laughed out loud. The little baby in my arms heard other people's laughter, and since no one was there to wipe his little butt, he immediately started crying. Wow! Gu Chen immediately coaxed, baby, be good, mommy is not laughing at you, mommy is laughing at daddy, don't cry. After being coaxed by Gu Chen, Xiaobao really stopped crying. Gu Chen said, Xiaobao is so well behaved, I will give you a kiss from daddy as a reward. Lin Xingyao immediately stopped him and said, no, the child is still young, don't kiss him. Gu Chen said, of course I know, I'll just rub against Xiaobao. Rubbing it is not okay. There are a lot of bacteria on your body and it is unhygienic. Lin Xingyao disagreed. Gu Chen said, I just took a shower and brushed my teeth. I don't smoke or drink. I'm very clean. Lin Xingyao was surprised, you don't smoke? Gu Chen shook his head and said, no, my dad doesn't smoke either, so don't worry, there is no secondhand smoke in our house. That's not bad. It can be seen that your family tradition is still very good. Lin Xingyao nodded. It's more than good. Nowadays, there is no man who doesn't smoke. In fact, Gu Chen is not a non-smoker. He just smokes once or twice when he is entertaining guests or with his friends. He basically does not smoke at home. After Gu Chen coaxed the baby, he immediately started to wipe her butt. The baby is now 7 days old and has long lost the wrinkles he had when he was just born. The skin that was soaked in water and covered with a little vernix caseosa has started to peel off. After peeling off, the skin is really white and tender. Xiaobao is a little girl, so if she poops, she still needs to clean her butt. After cleaning your butt, you have to apply talcum powder, otherwise your butt will easily get red. After Gu Chen coaxed the baby, he was tired. When he looked back, Lin Xingyao had fallen asleep. Fortunately, I only washed her hair just now, otherwise she might have caught a cold if she had taken a shower. After cleaning the diaper with poop on the floor, Gu Chen went back to bed to sleep. He had to get up 2 or 3 times throughout the night, but fortunately Gu Chen could fall asleep in seconds. Lin Xingyao woke up early in the morning and was unhappy because she didn't take a shower last night. Gu Chen held the baby and said to her, it's okay, you can wash it today. I'll wash you after I finish washing the baby. Just make sure they are full and don't have poop. Lin Xingyao was helpless, okay then. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining and the weather was not too hot. Gu Chen pointed to the small courtyard outside the villa and said, after the babies finish feeding, I will take them out to bask in the sun. Do you want to go out to bask in the sun? Lin Xingyao touched the confinement hat on her head and said, but, will it get windy on my head? I heard that the head and feet should not be exposed to the wind. Gu Chen said, there is not much wind now. If you are worried about the wind, then you can go to the floor-to-ceiling glass downstairs to watch me and the baby. You can also bask in the sun through the glass for a while. Okay then. Lin Xingyao nodded. It just so happened that she also wanted to see the babies. Gu Chen put the babies into a triplet stroller, let Lin Xingyao lie on the sofa near the window, and he opened all the curtains. This is just the right way to get some sun. You lie here and I'll push the baby out to get some sun. Gu Chen said. Lin Xingyao nodded. Gu Chen covered the baby's eyes with a small towel before pushing them out of the villa. The morning sun is shining brightly, the greenery in the community is particularly good, and the air is particularly fresh. Now the babies are 1 week old and their skin has turned a little yellow. This is the stage when jaundice begins to break out. Getting more sun exposure will help the jaundice subside. After being exposed to the sun, the baby's skin produced a lot of sweat, giving off a milky scent that belongs to them. This smell is the same as the smell on Lin Xingyao's body, with a milky fragrance that makes people feel unable to stop smelling it, and have an urge to keep inhaling it. Gu Chen spent the whole day today taking care of milk, washing bottles, washing towels, and receiving express deliveries. He bought a lot of things online, including a breast pump. Although Lin Xingyao doesn't need it now, he believes that one day, Lin Xingyao will need it. I also bought a bottle moisturizer, some sterilizing tools, and most importantly, a dishwasher for cleaning bottles. He really needs this dishwasher. After washing the bottles, he can sterilize them directly. In the evening, Gu Chen helped the baby take a bath. When washing the last baby, Lin Xingyao walked into the bathroom and looked at Gu Chen, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Gu Chen knew her little thoughts, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will be your turn to take a bath next." Lin Xingyao said, "You don't need to help me wash, I can wash it myself. Just help me get ready, I don't feel as much pain today." Gu Chen picked up the baby and asked seriously, "Are you sure?" Lin Xingyao nodded, "Yes." It would be even more embarrassing to let Gu Chen help her clean up below. Now that she can stand for a while, she might as well do it herself. After Gu Chen dressed the baby, he handed the baby to Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao lay down on her side very naturally and gave the other half that had not been fed to the baby yet. The baby was sucking milk with a slurp, and Lin Xingyao looked at him tenderly. She noticed Gu Chen's eyes on her and immediately blocked them with a towel. "What are you looking at, you rascal?" Gu Chen smiled evilly and said, "I want to drink milk too." Lin Xingyao blushed, "You, shameless." Gu Chen said, "Why are you blocking it? It's not the first time I've seen it. I'm telling you, breastfeeding is a sacred thing. Don't think of me as such a beast." Lin Xingyao snorted, "Does what you said make sense?" Gu Chen said, "Isn't this a normal reaction for men? If he didn't react when he saw you, that would be abnormal, right? If that's the case, wouldn't you be a widow forever?" Gu Chen. Lin Xingyao gnashed her teeth and yelled, "Get out!" Gu Chen said, "I won't. Didn't you say you wanted to take a shower and asked me to prepare it for you? You don't want to take a shower?" Hearing this, Lin Xingyao couldn't do anything about him and could only sulk by herself. Gu Chen coaxed her again, "Don't be angry. It's easy to age if you get angry during confinement. I'm going to go get you some bathing supplies now. I looked up some information today and others say that women during confinement must use cooled boiled water to wash, and not yin and yang water. Do you know what yin and yang water is? It's water that has not been boiled, or water that has been boiled and then cold water added. These are not allowed." Lin Xingyao was a little tired. "Go and get ready." Chapter 31. You get out. Lin Xingyao said, "Then I can only wipe my body, I don't understand these." After Gu Chen went to the kitchen, he used a large bucket to boil a large pot of water, which he divided into 3 buckets and carried upstairs. Seeing Gu Chen working so hard, Lin Xingyao felt sorry for him. "Gu Chen, I'll just wipe my body with a bucket of water. I heard from others that it's not good to take a bath during confinement." Gu Chen said, "Okay then." He confirmed again and again, "Are you sure it's okay to take a shower alone?" Lin Xingyao was very sure, "No problem." After Gu Chen was ready, he helped Lin Xiao put on the wound waterproof patch, then helped her into the bathroom and said, "Don't lock the door. If anything happens later, I can still go in." Lin Xingyao nodded and closed the door. Gu Chen was waiting for her outside the bathroom. After a while, there were bursts of water sounds coming from outside the bathroom. Ouch! Hearing the sound coming from inside, Gu Chen immediately became alert and opened the door of the bathroom. "Are you okay?" In the past, he only knew that Lin Xingyao had a good figure. After giving birth, Lin Xingyao always said in front of him that she had gained a lot of weight and was like a fat woman. But now when Lin Xingyao was really honest with him, Gu Chen felt that there were no words that could describe what he saw. What is white and tender? What is skin as white as snow? What is soft and beautiful? What is so beautiful that one hand cannot grasp it? He has a well-proportioned body, tall stature and long legs, a truly natural good proportion. It is so beautiful. Ah! Lin Xingyao screamed, "Gu Chen, what are you doing here?" She covered her chest with both hands and turned away. Gu Chen came back to his senses after being called out like that. He covered his face and said, I didn't see anything. I just heard you scream in there, and I thought something happened to you, so I opened the door and came in." Lin Xingyao shouted, You get out. I just pulled the wound." Gu Chen immediately closed the door, as if he had not yet recovered from what he had just seen. Lin Xingyao quickly wiped her body, put on her pajamas, and walked out of the bathroom with a red face. After coming out of the shower, she lay down directly. Gu Chen's eyes were always on Lin Xingyao. To be honest, he was a hot-blooded man. Ever since he had sex on New Year's Day, Gu Chen had not had sex with other women. Now that he saw such a beautiful woman by his side, if he said he had no feelings, would he still be a man? Just now, he had tried very hard to restrain himself. Gu Chen lay down silently on the other side of the bed without saying a word. It was awkward between them. Lin Xingyao struggled for a long time, tossing and turning for more than 10 minutes, but finally she couldn't hold it in. She looked at Gu Chen, who had his eyes closed and seemed to have fallen asleep. Lin Xingyao called softly, Gu Chen, are you asleep? Gu Chen closed his eyes and replied, I'm not asleep yet. What's wrong? Can't sleep again? Do you want me to sing a lullaby for you? Lin Xingyo said, no need. But, I have something to ask. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes, without looking at her, and said, ask. She stammered, what do you think of my figure? After Lin Xingyo asked this question, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. At this moment, her face must have been red. Gu Chen was confused by her question and replied, your figure? Very good, with a front and back, better than my teacher's figure. The most important thing is that the teacher's figure can only be looked at but not touched, and Lin Xingyo is right next to him. However, Gu Chen didn't dare to say the following sentence. Lin Xingyo didn't understand Gu Chen's reply and asked, what? Your teacher's figure? Is she like me, with flesh? With a poochie sound, Gu Chen just laughed. He smiled and said, I forgot, you girls don't watch those movies. I'm talking about those teachers on TV. Lin Xingyao's face suddenly turned redder. Gu Chen turned around and saw Lin Xingyao's blushing face and smiled even more happily. My wife, why are you so innocent and cute? Lin Xingyao said unhappily, you are a hooligan who would watch those movies for no reason. Gu Chen wanted to correct him now. Given the incomplete sex education in our country, watching these films is the most correct education. Otherwise, when it comes to actual sex, women won't have a good experience, right? Speaking of actual combat experience, Lin Xingyao recalled that drunken night. She angrily hit Gu Chen on the chest and said, hateful. Ouch. Gu Chen groaned and said patiently, wife, you are acting like a spoiled child. I am a normal man and will have a normal reaction. That word hate was so exciting, especially when paired with Lin Xingyao's beautiful face. When I imagined the scene I just saw, I almost wanted to bleed. Speaking of normal reactions, Lin Xingyao looked towards Gu Chen. When she saw that, her face felt like it was on fire. You, what's wrong? Lin Xingyao covered her face and turned away. Gu Chen got up and said unhappily, what's wrong with me? What do you think? If you weren't in confinement now, your husband wouldn't have such good self-control. After he got up, he rushed directly to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Gu Chen came back, soaked in water. Lin Xingyo apologized, Gu Chen, I'm sorry. The tone of her voice was like coaxing someone. Gu Chen exhaled and said, I need to go to the bathroom again. An hour later, Gu Chen came back. Lin Xingyo hadn't slept yet, but she didn't dare to talk to him. Gu Chen said, it's past 9 o'clock now. Call Li Lei and see if she is free to come over tomorrow. We can take the babies to get birth certificates and do a paternity test. After we get the test, we can register them. Lin Xingyo nodded, oh, okay. The matter of household registration must be put on the agenda. He didn't know when Lin Xingyo's parents would accept him, but the child had to be registered within 3 months. His own child must be registered in his own household registration. Some things are more complicated than others. Besides, he and Lin Xingyo are in love, and getting married is only a matter of time. Lin Xingyo held up her phone and said, Lula said that she will come over tomorrow morning, so you can ask Lin Zijie to come with you. Gu Chen said, yes, I have already told Lin Zijie. The next morning, Li Lei and Lin Zijie drove to the gate of the villa. After seeing the babies, Li Lei was surprised and said, wow. It's only been 1 day, how come these 3 little babes seem to have grown some weight? Also, my skin was a little yellow before, but now it's not noticeable anymore. Lin Xingyo said, Gu Chen takes the babies to bask in the sun every day, and the jaundice has dissipated a lot. Chapter 32 Paternity Test. Li Lei glanced at Gu Chen, who was busy preparing things downstairs, then glanced at her bestie, and immediately gossiped, before when we were in the hospital, I helped you wipe your body. Now it's just the 2 of you, did he help you? When Lin Xingyo thought of what happened last night, the tips of her ears suddenly turned red. She shook her head and said, no, I can stand up now without anyone's help. Naturally, I don't need him to help me wipe it. I washed it myself. Li Lei looked at her flushed face and said, your face is red, you must not be telling the truth. Tell me the truth, did you 2 have any sparks of love? Lin Xingyo patted Li Lei and said, if I say no, then it means no. Li Lei asked suspiciously, that shouldn't be the case. You are so beautiful. Unless he is not good enough, how could he not react? Lin Xingyo retorted to her, I think you are really out of your mind. Don't you see what my situation is like now? I am in confinement after childbirth. If Gu Chen dares to mess around, he would be a beast. Li Lei slapped his forehead and said, oh, that's right. They say pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years. You are the one who was pregnant, so why am I the stupid one? She leaned closer to Lin Xingyao and asked, You said in the message that you wanted all 3 children to be registered under Gu Chen's household registration? Is that true? Didn't you say before that you would let the 3 children take your surname and be registered under your Lin family's household registration? Lin Xingyao said, Those are his children, and he is raising them, so how can he not register them with his household registration? Besides, after I get married, I will also transfer my household registration with the babies. Besides, in order to register the babies in their household registration, we need to do a paternity test. With the paternity test, it can also prove that the child is Gu Chen's. In this way, we can shut everyone up. Li Leilei suddenly realized, So, this is your idea? This way, you can also let Gu Chen know that I am not happy to be a father? Lin Xingyao exhaled and said, Well, if we don't do a paternity test, who can tell if there's a conflict in the future? Li Leilei said, That's true. Actually, from another perspective, a paternity test can also enhance the relationship between you two. Lin Xingyao said, What I'm afraid of is Gu Chen's parents, so a paternity test must be done. After the 2 sisters talked for a while, Gu Chen was also ready. When Lin Zijie saw Gu Chen's luxury nanny car, his eyes widened. Gu Chen, you said you didn't live off a gigolo, but I just checked online, and this car costs more than 2 million yuan. You are living off a gigolo, you are really living off a gigolo. Gu Chen said, Go and eat your uncle's free meal. Did I buy this car myself? Lin Zijie was even more shocked. No way, kid, you won the lottery? Or the kind that won 10 first prizes? Gu Chen said, I made some money by investing in stocks. You don't have to be envious. My 3 children came here with their own jobs. They really do come with their own jobs, otherwise Gu Chen would have bound them to the system as soon as they were born. As long as the children and the system are there, he won't have to worry about money and can get whatever he wants. Lin Zijie was so shocked by Gu Chen's Versailles that he couldn't say a word. He knew that Gu Chen was indeed investing, but all Gu Chen told him about were the stocks on which he lost money, and he had never seen him make money with stocks. But he didn't say much. Anyway, his brother was living a good life now and didn't have to think about Zhang Xiaoxiao anymore. Gu Chen prepared lunch and kept it warm in the rice cooker in case he couldn't come back in time to cook for Lin Xingyao and let her go hungry. After finishing everything, the 3 of them plus 3 babies set off for the maternity and child care center. After the maternity and child health hospital processed birth certificates for the 3 babies, they also did an expedited paternity test at the hospital and would have the certificates available in the afternoon. Gu Chen went to the local police station in advance and inquired about the detailed process of the child's household registration. He prepared the documents to be signed and the materials in advance. In the afternoon, he got the paternity test results and directly registered the child. After doing all this, Gu Chen immediately drove back to the villa. Fortunately, they made it in time for lunch, but Lin Xingyao's milk was swollen. When Gu Chen and the others came back, Lin Xingyao was lying on the bed alone, touching her chest, almost crying. Li Leilei came back with Xiaobao in her arms and asked her, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to go to the hospital? Are you okay? Before Lin Xingyao could answer, Li Leilei immediately shouted downstairs, Gu Chen, come quickly, Yao Yao is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen rushed over with Dabao Changchang in his arms. Seeing that Lin Xingyao's face was red and she seemed to be in pain, he asked, Wife, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Lin Zijie also came up carrying the child. When Lin Xingyao saw so many people coming, she lowered her head again. Seeing this, Lin Zijie immediately put the child in Gu Chen's arms and said, I'll go downstairs first, you two can talk slowly. Gu Chen took away the quilt covering her head and asked, There is no one outside now. Tell me what happened. I am so worried. Lin Xingyao then stammered, My milk is swollen, it hurts. When Li Leilei saw this, she said, If your milk is swollen, just suck it out. But your baby just finished breastfeeding an hour ago, so I'm afraid I can't help you suck the milk. She glanced at Gu Chen and said, Gu Chen, go help Yao Yao suck out the milk. I help her suck her milk. Hearing what Li Leilei said, Gu Chen was overjoyed. Seeing this, Li Leilei teased them, yes, in other families, their husbands help them suck. Lin Xingyao said, How many people do you know who are married? Gu Chen, ignore her. I remember you bought a breast pump, didn't you? Can you use that to help me pump? Li Leilei looked at Gu Chen in surprise, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Gu Chen already regretted it. Why did he have to buy a breast pump when there were so many other things to buy? Okay, I'll help you suck. After putting the two babies on the bed, Guchen took out the breast pump from the sterilizer. Dead hand, making you buy a breast pump unnecessary. Lilele also put the baby down on the bed and said, I won't eat here at noon. I have to drive back now. You guys go get busy. After Lilele left, Lin Zijie followed. Lin Xingyao blushed when she saw Guchen, who was figuring out how to use a breast pump. Guchen took the lid and compared it to Lin Xingyao's chest and said seriously, it seems that the size is too small, but they don't have any size to choose from. Lin Xingyao was a little speechless. Let me try first, I really can't stand it, it's so swollen that it hurts so much. It's a good thing you bought a breast pump ahead of time, otherwise you would have to express it by hand. Guchen said, how can you use your hands? Don't you have me here? I'll help you suck it, for free. Lin Xingyao really wanted to hit him. But the most important thing now is to pump milk, it's really uncomfortable. She sat up with the breast pump and turned away. The moment the milk was sucked out, Lin Xingyao felt like she was reborn. Chapter 33, Getting the Birth Certificate. Ding! I got birth certificates for the 3 babies, and the system gave me 3,000 favored points. After hearing what the system said, Guchen felt even happier. Today, in order to expedite the paternity test, I have exchanged all the love points I earned into money. Now I have won another 3,000. Now I can participate in the lottery again. Guchen was happy and looked back at Lin Xingyao expressing milk. He went to check on the babies and saw that they were all sleeping soundly. He looked at Lin Xingyao's back and said, Wife, I'll go cook for you. What do you want to eat? Lin Xingyao didn't reply, but took a deep breath and said, Hubby, I'll eat whatever you cook. As soon as the words came out, both Lin Xingyao and Guchen were stunned. Guchen chuckled and said, Okay, wife. Lin Xingyao turned her back to Guchen, her face as red as a cooked shrimp. Guchen walked downstairs briskly. Lin Xingyao actually called her husband without realizing it. This is something to be happy about. After getting the paternity test tomorrow, I will go to register my household registration, and then I can go find my parents. After all, it's really tiring to take care of 4 people by myself now, so it would be good to have one more person to share the burden. With the help of my mother, I don't have to ask Lilele to come over for help often when I go out to do things. However, this matter still needs to be discussed with Lin Xingyao. If she doesn't like the elderly to disturb her life, then I'd better listen to her. The relationship between the two was slowly getting better, and he didn't want to make Lin Xingyao unhappy because of this matter. After preparing the meal, he called Lilele and asked her to come over the next morning. Early the next morning, Guchen was taking the babies to bask in the sun when Lilele drove over. After handing the notebook that recorded the baby's daily life to Lilele, he drove away. When he thought about registering the baby, Guchen drove faster. After driving out of the villa area, Guchen drove directly to the maternity and child health hospital and got the paternity test report from the window. Looking at the 3 reports with the words confirmed biological birth written on them, Guchen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It's my biological child. Although the system is there, the feeling is different when I see the report with my own eyes. Guchen put the 3 reports into his briefcase, then drove to the local registered residence and directly processed the household registration for the 3 little ones. There were not many people coming to handle household registration, and Guchen only took half an hour to complete the registration for the 3 little ones. Seeing the 3 little ones' names written into their household registration books, Guchen's heart finally settled down. Go home. Tell your parents. I have a child of my own. Half an hour later, the car drove into the old town. The environment here is pretty good, but it's not well planned. The road is not wide enough, so large cars can't get in, and the equipment here is aging. If there wasn't a primary school and a grade A hospital nearby, I'm afraid everyone here would have left long ago. Guchen was thinking that after he moved to No. 1 Yunqing Bay, he would rent or buy a smaller house nearby for his parents. This way, it would be convenient for the 2 elders to come and help. In this old city area, the Iwa shopping mall opened by Lin Xingyao's father is here. Iwa shopping mall is the largest shopping mall in the old city. It has everything, including many time-honored shops, so many people drive here specially. Iwa shopping mall covers an area of more than 3,000 square meters and has everything including vegetable markets, supermarkets, restaurants, cinemas, gyms, etc. Lin Hongyuan only owns 18% of the mall's shares, which makes him not the largest shareholder, but he does have other investments. Since it is my father-in-law's shopping mall, of course I have to go there. Guchen went to the supermarket in the shopping mall to buy some fruits and food, then drove back to see his parents. When they arrived at the old neighborhood, Guchen parked the car in the parking space before getting out. His parents live in a staircase building with 8 floors in total, and his home is on the 5th floor. His parents' life's work was spent on buying this house. Now there are apartments with elevators everywhere. While climbing the stairs, Guchen was silently thinking about changing the house for his parents. When he arrived at the door of his house, Guchen took out the key and spoke. As soon as I opened the door, my parents were there, and the elderly couple next door also came to visit. You little brat! Are you willing to come back? Guchen's biological mother Lu Shuemei shouted at Guchen. Guchen called out, Mom, Auntie Wang. He glanced at his neighbor who was playing chess with his biological father Gu Songza and called out, Uncle. My biological mother Lu Shuemei has a cheerful personality and speaks very loudly, but she is also very popular and can chat with people wherever she goes. The elderly couple from the neighborhood came over just to chat about family matters, and Aunt Wang also wanted to introduce her daughter, who was 2 years older than Guchen, to him. It's just that her daughter grew up with her, and Guchen has no interest in her at all. For some reason, after Aunt Wang knew that Guchen had rejected her daughter, she always came to visit her intentionally or unintentionally, always showing off how excellent her daughter was. Lu Shuemei also secretly mentioned to Guchen that she was quite satisfied with Aunt Wang's daughter. When Guchen saw the smile on Aunt Wang's face, he guessed in his heart that she was here to show off her daughter again. Hey, Xiaochen is back? I heard from your mom that you have been chasing a girl for 2 years but still failed to get her? Is that true? Oh, forget it if you can't get her. Auntie has a few girls I want to introduce to you. If you need them, I'll sort them out and send them to your mother so you can take your time to choose. Guchen didn't know what Aunt Wang was thinking, but he refused directly. Auntie Wang, no need. I've found a girlfriend and we're getting married. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuemei immediately grabbed Guchen's arm and asked, What did you say? You have a girlfriend? You want to get married? Did you catch Zhang Xiaoxiao? Zhang Xiaoxiao is not bad, she is pretty, but I don't know what her character is like. Aunt Wang also asked suspiciously, Ah? You really got her? What does she look like? Let me see it, too. Guchen put down the things in his hand and said, It's not her. Let's not talk about that woman anymore. Now it was Lu Shuemei's turn to be puzzled. Boy, are you telling the truth? Guchen sat on the sofa and said, Why aren't you telling the truth? I said I have a girlfriend and I'm planning to get married. That's all true. Lu Shuemei stood up and sat next to Guchen, asking, Those are other girls. Where are their photos? Show me what my future daughter-in-law looks like? At this point, Guchen kept it a secret. Mom, I just saw you and Aunt Wang chatting happily, what were you talking about? Lu Shuemei said sourly, Auntie Wang's daughter recently joined a Fortune 500 company as a supervisor, and she also found a rich second-generation boyfriend and is now preparing to get married. She pointed to the invitation on the table and said, Look, your Aunt Wang is here to deliver the invitation. Chapter 34 Showing Off Wife and Daughter. Upon hearing this, Guchen thought to himself, Good fellow, he really is here to show off. Lu Shuemei said angrily, You are nothing like me. You are muddle-headed all day long and are just an ordinary employee in the company. Aunt Wang on the side had a smug smile on her face, but she was trying to persuade her, Hey, Shuemei, your son is not bad, he is so handsome, and he went to a good university. He just graduated now, so take your time. She said to herself, Besides, my daughter's boyfriend is not particularly rich. It's just that his father-in-law runs a small business and has a little money. Her boyfriend is an only child, so his family also attaches great importance to him. They gave my daughter a dowry of 880,000 yuan, and also bought a house of more than 100 square meters for the couple. After listening to Aunt Wang's words, Lu Shuemei felt even worse. This is the only face of my son I can look at. Guchen laughed and said, Aunt Wang, I will go to the wedding. His words ended the topic directly. Aunt Wang's vanity was satisfied at once, and she said, Xiaochen, didn't you say you have a girlfriend? Let Aunt Wang see her. Guchen asked, Aunt Wang, are you sure you want to see it? Aunt Wang's daughter looks exactly like her. She has an ordinary appearance but is a good student and a smart girl. She knows that Guchen is not interested in her, so she no longer has any interest in him. It's just that Aunt Wang herself is confused. Even though her daughter has found a good home, she is still brooding over it and tries to show off her sense of superiority whenever she has the chance. Aunt Wang said, Look, I'm here to help you check. Guchen said, There is no need to check. Since you want to see it, then let you see it. It's finally my turn. It's time for me to be proud of myself. I hope that after watching it, you can still laugh like you do now. Gu Chen took out his cell phone, found Lin Xingyao's personal photo and showed it to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang was stunned when she saw the celebrity-like photos flashing on her phone. Lu Xueme, who was standing by, watched with her eyes wide open. Xiaochen, are you saying that the girl in the photo is your new girlfriend, my future daughter-in-law? How come this person looks like a celebrity? Are you trying to trick me with a celebrity photo? Lu Xueme was drooling as she looked at the photos on her phone. With such a big butt, she must have been able to give birth. Her breasts are also big, so she must have plenty of milk. Oh, this girl is so pretty. Don't you think so, Aunt Wang? Aunt Wang's face twitched and she asked, is this photo photoshopped? Gu Chen said, this is not photoshopped, it's real. Now it was Aunt Wang's turn to be unhappy. Originally, he wanted to show off that his daughter had found a good home, but he also watched Gu Chen grow up, so he would naturally be happy for him if he found a wife. But she couldn't be happy now. Aunt Wang felt her throat sore and asked, such a pretty girl, what does her family do? Some girls do things that are not allowed to be seen in public, and when they make enough money, they will find an honest man to take over. Don't be fooled. Gu Chen smiled and said, thank you Aunt Wang for your reminder. My girlfriend's family is a local and they are also doing business. They opened a small shopping mall nearby. A small shopping mall? Could it be a small supermarket? It seems that his family is not well off. When she thought of this, Aunt Wang felt instantly balanced. She smiled and said, oh, you run a small supermarket? Is it nearby? What's its name? Auntie, you can go and help out if you have time. Gu Chen still smiled and said, it was shopping mall. This. Aunt Wang spat out the water she had just drunk. Lu Xueme took out a few cards and handed them to her, then took out a few more cards and wiped the water on the table, saying disdainfully, Sister Wang, what are you doing? Aunt Wang explained, no, nothing, I choked. Lu Xueme never expected that her son would actually pursue a rich girl. Aunt Wang said with a dark face, Xiaochen, you are really capable. You even managed to win over a rich girl. This girl is so beautiful and her family is rich. Your family will be able to live a good life in the future. Lu Xueme asked, Gu Chen, are you sure you are not lying to me? Is such a beautiful girl really my daughter-in-law? When are you going to get the marriage certificate? When are you going to have the wedding banquet? When are you going to give birth to the baby? Looking at the expectation on his mother's face, Gu Chen said, child, I already have one. And they're triplets. After these words were spoken, Gu Chen's father, Gu Sangze, who was still playing chess calmly, was also startled and the chess piece in his hand fell down. But Gu Sangze was a patient man and did not immediately stand up to snatch the phone from the two women. Lu Xueme didn't believe it. Good boy, you even lied to your mother. Mom, I really didn't lie to you. Gu Chen showed the photos he took in the past few days one by one. The album contains photos of babies when they were just born, all of them looking wrinkled, as well as photos of Lin Xingyao holding them while feeding. The three little babies cry together, feed together, and bask in the sun together. Changing diapers and so on. Everything was photographed by Gu Chen with his mobile phone. Looking at the three fat babies through the screen, Lu Xime wanted to get into her phone, hug the babies and give them a kiss. Oh, my dear grandchildren. Gu Chen immediately put away his phone. Mom, don't get too excited, it's easy to scare the baby. Lu Xueme's eyes followed Gu Chen's phone, and when she couldn't see the photo, she tried to snatch Gu Chen's phone away. Fortunately, Gu Chen acted quickly and held the phone tightly in his hand. Lu Xueme didn't fight back, but she quickly came to her senses. A week ago, I heard you say you were going to pick up Xiao Xiao from school. How come you have a child now and even changed your wife? Suddenly, she thought of something. Could it be that you saw that the girl was rich, so you were willing to be the scapegoat? Let me tell you, although our family doesn't have much money, but your parents have saved up the money for you to marry a wife and the down payment. We are not a scapegoat. Although she wanted Gu Chen to get married and have children as soon as possible, they had to be his own grandchildren. Who would be willing to raise someone else's child? Don't blame her for being traditional. If she wants to raise a grandchild, she will definitely raise her own grandchild. Mom, don't worry. I took the child to do a paternity test yesterday, and I went home today as soon as I completed the household registration. Gu Chen said, patting his chest. What? The household registration has been completed? Lu Xueme was shocked. Gu Chen took out the household registration booklet and said, "Just take a look. It was just stamped and is still warm." Upon hearing this, Gu Songza, who was still playing chess, could no longer sit still. "Let me see." Gu Songza threw down the chess piece and rushed towards Gu Chen. Chapter 35 Bought a new car. Gu Songza and his wife looked at the photos on their mobile phones carefully one by one, and watched the videos again and again, saying honeymoon to each other. When they saw their grandson crying, they laughed happier than anyone else. Seeing her grandson crying so hard that he was about to get a stitch in his side, Lu Shuemei punched Gu Chen. Aunt Wang and her husband were so embarrassed that they just said hello and left. After the two of them left, Gu Songza began to scold Gu Chen, "You stinky boy, you gave birth to a child without saying anything. Do you think the girl is willing to do this?" Gu Songza is a relatively traditional person. If he wants to get married, everything must follow the normal procedures. After dating and feeling that it is suitable, the parents of both parties meet to discuss the marriage, and then they get married and have children, step by step. Now Gu Chen hasn't even gotten married yet, but he's asking a girl to give birth to a child. He's really angry. Gu Songza continued to scold, "If you do this, the girl's parents will not agree. They will think you are a casual person and that our family has no family discipline." Lu Shuemei immediately defended Gu Chen and said, "Oh, now that you have a child, it's too late for you to talk about this. Xiaochen, tell me what's going on." Gu Chen also didn't want his parents to misunderstand him and think that Lin Xingyao was a casual person, so he told his parents everything about the two of them. Lu Shuemei sighed and said, "So according to what you said, Xiaoxiao despises our family because we are poor." Gu Songza said, "Then you should treat the girl who gave birth to your children well and stop thinking about Zhang Xiaoxiao." Gu Chen raised his hand and swore, "I swear I didn't. Knowing that Zhang Xiaoxiao was that kind of person, I just felt that I gave my sincerity to a dog. Now all I have in my heart and eyes are my wife and children." Gu Songza, who knew the reason, also nodded and said, "This is how I, a family man, should be. If I have a child, I must take on the responsibility of being a father. You don't have a job now, how are you going to support 3 children? Dad will transfer 50,000 to you later, use it first." Gu Chen quickly stopped him and said, "Dad, there's really no need. I made some money from investing and have already bought a house and a car." Hearing this, Lu Shuemei was even more surprised. "You bought a car and a house? Could it be that a girl bought them herself?" Gu Songza asked, "Are you a gigolo?" Gu Chen was really wronged, "Mom and Dad, it's really not true. Yao Yao has been hiding her pregnancy from her parents and has not told anyone. Her parents are still angry after knowing that she gave birth to a child. It is even more impossible for them to give me money to buy a car or a house." Upon hearing this, Gu Songza became even more furious. "Look at what you have done. Normally, this kind of thing would not happen in a normal relationship or marriage. If my daughter did this, I would be really mad to death." Lu Shuemei pulled Gu Songza and said, "Why are you talking about this now? You should think about how to compensate the girl. She gave birth to a child but there is no one to take care of her." Listening to what the old couple said, Gu Chen also felt that he owed Lin Xingyao too much. "For the rest of my life, I must treat Lin Xingyao well and be good to her all my life." Lu Shuemei said, "You are such a fool. You should have told us when the child was born that I would take care of Yao Yao during her confinement. You are a grown man, how can you take care of her as carefully as I do? What if she gets sick? What shall we do?" Gu Chen said, "Don't worry, I took good care of her and didn't let her suffer or be wronged at all." "You better be." After saying that, Lu Shuemei stood up immediately. "No, I'll go take care of her now. Come on, Xiaochen, take me to meet my future daughter-in-law." Gu Chen didn't move, he looked at her and said, "Are you going like this?" Lu Shuemei slapped her thigh and said, "Yes. Change into prettier clothes and bring a gift." As she said that, she pulled Gu Songza into the bedroom. When they came out, the old couple were dressed as if they were going to a wedding. "However, it looks better than the home clothes I was wearing just now." Gu Chen took the couple downstairs. Lu Shuemei asked, "Is this the new car you bought? It looks very expensive, right?" Gu Chen made up a story. "It's a no-name brand, not expensive. More importantly, it seats 7, which is perfect for a family outing." Lu Shuemei sat in the car, looking left and right, and finally asked Gu Chen, "Xiaochen, you two must be very tired taking care of 3 kids. Mom will help you take care of the kids. I always feel uneasy when you young people are doing things." Gu Chen said, "Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of the children and Yao Yao." Gu Songza said, "Dad asked you to find a job just now, didn't you hear me? When you were alone, one person could feed the whole family, but now you wake up every day to feed 4 mouths. If you don't find a job, are you going to starve? Listening to the old couple's words, Guchen said, Mom, I'll take you to meet her first today. After all, Yao Yao hasn't married yet, and she's embarrassed. If I have anything in the future, please come and help me take care of the child. And Dad, I've already told you that I made money from investing. I made a lot of money on the day I gave birth to my child. Now I'm using my money to make money. You don't have to worry about me not being able to support my wife and children. Gu Sanza didn't say anything else. He didn't believe that his son would really steal or rob. Lu Xuemei was worried. Oh, what kind of gift do you think Yao Yao would like? If the gift is cheap, will she think we are poor? Her family is so rich, I don't know if her in-laws will make things difficult for us in the future. Guchen smiled and said, Mom, you haven't even met Yao Yao yet, and you're already worried. Why don't you meet her first? Yao Yao isn't the kind of person who despises the poor and loves the rich. She's a good woman. Lu Xuemei pressed the corner of her clothes and said with a smile, That's fine, Mom is just worried. A group of people drove from home to Iwa shopping mall. Lu Xuemei said that since she wanted to buy gifts, she should go to her in-laws' shopping mall and never let the money go into outsiders' pockets. Halfway through the journey, I saw a Mercedes-Benz parked on the side of the road with its hood up. A middle-aged man was holding a phone, looking at the complicated parts of the front of the car with a distressed look on his face. The summer sun was very strong. The middle-aged man was walking around the stalled car, his white shirt was soaked. It was obvious that the car had been parked here for a long time. He turned this, then that, then went back to the car and tried to start it, but the car still didn't respond. What's going on? I just filled up the gas, why can't the car start? The middle-aged man said impatiently. When Guchen was driving by, he saw a car parked on the side of the road with the engine turned off, and immediately pulled over. Gu Sanza asked, What's the matter? Guchen pointed ahead and said, There's an uncle over there. His car seems to have broken down. I'll go down and see if I can help. Chapter 36, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. Gu Sanza nodded, Go ahead. Lu Xuemei reminded him, Go quickly and come back soon. If he can't fix it, let him wait for the tow truck by himself. Oh. Guchen responded and got out of the car. Uncle, the car broke down? The uncle looked up and saw a handsome young man in front of him. He said in annoyance, Yes, I just filled up the gas tank. I don't know what happened. The car broke down halfway. Fortunately, I noticed something was wrong and stopped by the side of the road. Seeing the old man sweating profusely, Guchen said, Let me take a look. Guchen walked around the car, squatted down to look at the chassis, then stood up and walked to the front of the car to look at the complicated lines. The uncle leaned in and asked, Young man, can you tell what the problem is? Guchen asked, Uncle, you just said that you came out of the gas station? The uncle replied, Yes, I just filled up the tank, so it's impossible that it's out of gas. Guchen immediately walked to the fuel tank, took a careful look, and said, Uncle, open the fuel tank cap and let me see. The uncle said, Okay, wait for me. After opening the fuel tank cap, Guchen immediately discovered the problem. After tightening the gas cap, he said to the uncle sitting in the driver's seat, Uncle, can you try to start the car now? The uncle started the car immediately, and the moment he saw the dashboard light up, his eyes widened. There were a lot of oil stains on Guchen's hands, and he wiped them with his clothes out of habit. The uncle came out from the driver's seat excitedly and asked, Hey, boy, what's going on? Guchen explained, the fuel tank cap was not tightened, and air entered during the bumpy ride, blocking the fuel line. Remember to tighten the cap after refueling in the future. These are all minor problems. Thank you so much. The uncle took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Guchen. Guchen waved his hand, took a step back, and said, Uncle, I don't smoke. And I'm just passing by, it's just a matter of convenience, please drive slowly on the way. I have to go back early to see my wife and children. Finally, he smiled and said, My wife just gave birth to a child for me, and I am particularly worried about her now. The uncle nodded and said, Oh, that's good. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you, young man. You are so handsome. Your wife is so lucky to marry you. Yes, my wife is very nice and she is also very beautiful. Guchen said with a smile. The uncle took out his name tag and handed it over, saying, Young man, this is my name tag. Just treat it as an acquaintance. If you need anything in the future, just call me. If you want to work, I can arrange a position for you in my mall. Gu Chen quickly refused. No need, uncle, I'm just passing by. At this time, Gu Songza stretched his head out and urged, Xiaochen, are you ready? Okay, I'll go back now. Gu Chen said goodbye to the uncle. Uncle, goodbye. Gu Chen didn't take his business card and drove away. The uncle watched Gu Chen's car disappear and couldn't help but say, it's rare to see such a helpful guy nowadays. At this time, his phone rang. When the call was connected, a man's voice came from the other end, Mr. Lin. Gu Chen drove to Iwa Shopping Mall. Because the parking lot was full, he could only park in a paid parking space outside. Gu Chen asked his parents to go into the mall first while he went to find a parking space. After his parents left, he saw the person in front of him driving away, so he immediately stopped. As soon as I got off the car, I ran into Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao's biological mother Wu Huimin. Ha! Isn't that Gu Chen? Wu Huimin recognized Gu Chen, who got out of the car at a glance, and immediately pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao over. Xiaochen, what a coincidence! When Gu Chen was pursuing Zhang Xiaoxiao, he took Wu Huimin to see a doctor when she was sick, and even the medical expenses were paid by Gu Chen. So Wu Huimin still likes Gu Chen very much. Wu Huimin was also nice to Gu Chen. Although Zhang Xiaoxiao was not a very good person, her mother was still a good person. Gu Chen also greeted Wu Huimin. Auntie, what a coincidence, are you coming to the mall too? Wu Huimin smiled and said, yeah, come over here and take a look. What about you? You and Xiaoxiao were doing fine, why did you break up? Gu Chen immediately corrected her, Auntie, we have never been together, so we can't say we broke up. It seems that Wu Huimin doesn't know that Zhang Xiaoxiao has a boyfriend, and Gu Chen doesn't intend to expose them. Zhang Xiaoxiao sneered, he already has a wife and kids, and he got together with someone else while he was pursuing me. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's face immediately turned cold. Zhang Xiaoxiao, didn't I tell you that if you dare to say nonsense again, don't blame me for not cherishing our friendship? Zhang Xiaoxiao felt guilty and stopped talking. Wu Huimin came out to smooth things over. Hey, you two have always been fine, why are you in such a mess now? What happened? Tell me so that auntie can hear it. If it's not Xiaoli's, I will help teach her a lesson. Wu Huimin also knew that her daughter was unreliable, so she said this. Gu Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with a cold face and asked, are you saying it or am I saying it? Zhang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Gu Chen, then pulled Wu Huimin and said, Mom, I already have a boyfriend, and my boyfriend is much richer than him. Gu Chen didn't plan to waste any more time talking to a daughter like Zhang Xiaoxiao. After spending too much time with her, he felt like he was dirty all over. Zhang Xiaoxiao pointed at Gu Chen and said, Mom, look at Gu Chen, he's so dirty. Judging from the oil stains on his body, he must be working part-time at the car repair shop. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately covered her mouth and took a step back. Wu Huimin said, how can you talk like that? Gu Chen is working hard. It's rare to see such a child. Gu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Sorry, my parents are waiting for me inside, I won't talk to you anymore. At this time, Zhang Xiaoxiao pointed to the photo she had searched on her phone and asked in shock, Gu Chen, did you just get out of this car? This car costs more than 2 million. When did you buy it? After saying that, she seemed to have figured it out again. Oh, so you are a gigolo? Lin Xingyao's gigolo is delicious, right? Gu Chen said angrily, you are just a freeloader, I bought this with my own money, and I also bought a house at number 1 Yunqing Bay. Zhang Xiaoxiao was shocked again, what? Number 1 Yunqing Bay? When did you have so much money? Gu Chen said, I have been investing. I have said that as long as we are together, I will definitely buy a car and a house. It is you who doesn't want to live there and insists on being with a greasy man. Forget it. Come to my house with your aunt when you have time. My house is very big, more than 300 square meters. Chapter 37 Meet the Daughter-in-Law. Zhang Xiaoxiao laughed in anger. Gu Chen, who are you kidding? You are just a poor guy. You borrowed this car, right? And you bought number 1 Yunqing Bay? I'm afraid you can't even afford the toilet there, and you're still pretending to be cool here. Seeing her speaking ill of him, Gu Chen lost his temper. You are the one pretending to be cool, I bought it with real money. After that, Gu Chen took out the car and house deeds and handed them to Zhang Xiaoxiao to take a look. Look, this car is written in my name. Zhang Xiaoxiao took a look and found that it was indeed Gu Chen's name. You have to know that she has been with her current boyfriend for several months, and apart from buying her a bag worth 20,000 yuan and a few cheap lipsticks, the man has never given her a gift worth even 100,000 yuan. Look at Gu Chen again. He had only been with Lin Xingyao for a few days before she bought him a car and even put Gu Chen's name on the house. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt unbalanced all of a sudden. She sneered and said, Lin Xingyou is really something. She bought you a car these few days and put your name on it. Even if you say you bought it yourself, who would believe you? Gu Chun chuckled, do you think everyone is like you, thinking about making money from others? I told you before that I plan to buy a car and a house. Believe it or not, I still have to go in to find my parents. My parents are in there buying a gift for their future daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt even more sour. Although she is in a stable relationship with her boyfriend now, he has never said that he wants to take her back to meet his parents. But she had always been attracted by her boyfriend's money, but who knew that her boyfriend was such a miser, not even half as good to her as Gu Chen, nor as generous as Gu Chen. During the more than 2 years that Gu Chen was pursuing her, he gave her several bags and jewelry, which totaled about 100,000 yuan. Although Gu Chen is not very rich now, if he knows how to invest, he is indeed a potential stock. Now that he has a car worth more than 2 million yuan and a newly bought house, doesn't that mean he has his own share? I just don't know whether what Gu Chen said is true or false. Gu Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore. That's it, let's go. After saying that, he walked around the two of them. Wu Huimin pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, tell me the truth, are you really with a greasy guy? I think Gu Chen treats you well and treats me well too, I thought you would accept him. Zhang Xiaoxiao said impatiently, oh, Mom, I'm upset now. If I knew that Gu Chen's family could afford a car and a house, I wouldn't be with my current boyfriend. My boyfriend is a little anxious, but he is only 10 years older than me. Wu Huimin sighed, I just heard you say that his current girlfriend is very rich and has a child. That's a pity. Gu Chen is a good kid. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Chen's receding back and bit her lip. If Gu Chen was really as rich as he said, then she would definitely dump her current boyfriend and get back together with Gu Chen. Given her relationship with Gu Chen for so many years, he would definitely get back together with her. When Gu Chen found his parents, the couple had already walked out of the supermarket carrying a lot of bags. In addition to pig's trotters, I also bought a lot of Chinese medicinal materials and some health products. He also said that he would go to the old street to buy local chickens and eggs, and then make chicken soup for his future daughter-in-law. After leaving the old street, she went to a gold shop and bought a gold lock for each of the 3 children, and a gold bracelet for Lin Xingyao. All in all, the old couple spent nearly 100,000 yuan. Normally Lu Xueme had to bargain with others when buying vegetables, but now she just gave 100,000 yuan. Even Gu Chen was shocked, Mom and Dad, when did you become so rich? Lu Xueme looked at the safety lock and said with a smile, this was originally for your wedding. Even if your father and I spend all our savings to buy a house, we will help you find a wife. Let's go, I can't wait to meet my future daughter-in-law and my 3 little grandchildren. Gu Chen was touched. When he has the ability in the future, he will definitely be filial to his parents and stop arguing with them like he did before. The car quickly drove out of the city. Seeing that the car was going further and further away, Lu Xueme asked Gu Chen, where are you going? Aren't you in the city? Why are you driving further and further away? Gu Chen said, we are in the new district, a little far from the city, but the environment there is good and the air is very fresh. After hearing what Gu Chen said, Lu Xueme said, oh, so that's how it is. Then drive faster. Gu Chen said helplessly, Mom, it's very fast. If it goes any faster, it will be speeding. At Lu Xueme's urging, the car quickly returned home. After getting out of the car and seeing the small villa in front of her, Lu Xueme was stunned. My goodness, you live in a small villa now? Is this Yao Yao's house? Gu Chen explained, of course not, this is a rental for me and I am living here temporarily. Lu Xueme looked Gu Chen up and down and said, rented? Whose money did you spend? You bought a car and a house, what other money do you have? I'm telling you, don't do anything like online loans, and don't spend Yao Yao's money. Gu Songza on the side also said seriously, if you don't have such great ability, don't wear such a big hat. Tell the truth. Gu Chen said, I really don't have any. It's my own money. I didn't spend anyone else's money. When Yao Yao was pregnant, she had a conflict with her family. After she gave birth to the child, her father is very angry. She doesn't have much money either. Gu Songza snorted coldly, it's better to be like this, otherwise our Gu family will lose face because of you. Lu Xueme said, our son is really capable. Now that he has money, we can't treat him unfairly. If we have money, we should give it to him. We should be willing to spend what we should spend, understand? Gu Chen said, I know, she is my wife, I will definitely not let her suffer. At this time, the window on the second floor opened, and Li Lei stuck his head out and shouted, Gu Chen is back? Gu Chen replied, yes, I brought my parents back. Lu Xueme said quickly, oh, my good child, you can't be exposed to the wind during confinement. Go back quickly. Li Lei was also happy, Auntie, I'm not your daughter-in-law, I'm your daughter-in-law's best friend. Oh, look at my blurry eyes. Lu Xueme laughed and scolded herself. After a while, Li Lei came downstairs. Lu Xueme has already entered the villa and started to organize the vegetables she bought today, filling the entire refrigerator. Hello, Auntie, hello, Uncle. Li Lei called out obediently, leave these to me, Yao Yao is upstairs. Lu Xueme said, thank you, beautiful lady. Li Lei said, Auntie, my name is Li Lei, you can just call me Lei. Lu Xueme smiled and said, okay, Lei, thank you. I'll go see Yao Yao. Go ahead. Chapter 38 Get Married? Li Lei winked at Gu Chun, who immediately pulled Lu Xueme upstairs. Mom, I'll take you upstairs. Gu Sanza followed him upstairs carrying the gift. The door of the room was closed and Lin Xingyao sat on the bed feeling a little nervous. After the door opened, Lin Xingyao immediately stood up to greet him. Hey, Yao Yao, you are in confinement, don't get up. Lu Xueme nervously went over to support Lin Xingyao. We're all family from now on, there's no need to be so formal. Gu Sanza stood outside the door holding a gift and did not go in. Lin Xingyao was wearing a nursing shirt with milk stains on it, and her hair was not tied up, she looked a little disheveled. Uncle and Aunt, I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't have time to clean myself up. Lu Xueme understood very well, what's the big deal? Isn't it like this during confinement? Besides, our Yao Yao is beautiful, even if she is covered with a piece of cloth, she is still as beautiful as a fairy. When Auntie gave birth to Xiaochen, she was so fat during the confinement period that she became as fat as a ball. There was no need to be so particular. You should sit down quickly and don't hurt the wound. Lin Xingyao felt instantly relieved when she heard her future mother-in-law's concern and praise for her. After Lu Xueme helped Lin Xingyao sit down, she let Gu Chen take the gift from Gu Sanza. Here, this is a gift from my uncle and I to you, as well as a gift for the grandchildren. The gift is not very expensive, I hope you like it. I heard that they only give one pair when you get married, but don't worry, I'll buy you another pair when you get married to Gu Chen, so I only bought you one now. Try it on and see if you like it and if it fits you. Lin Xingyao put the gold bracelet on her hand, looked at it, and said with a smile, Auntie, thank you, I like it very much. Lu Xueme smiled happily. Well, as long as you like it, I was worried that you young people would not like gold when I bought it, so I thought of buying you a diamond necklace. Now that you like it, I feel relieved. Looking at the gold bracelet and 3 gold piece locks, Lin Xingyao said sincerely, I like whatever Auntie gives me. I thank Auntie on behalf of my baby. She knew that Gu Chen's parents were from a working-class family and had done their best to buy these things. As for what the gifts were, it didn't matter anymore. Okay. Lu Xueme smiled happily. When she came, she was also very worried that Lin Xingyao had the temper of a spoiled little girl and afraid that Lin Xingyao would not like her gift. Now it seems that Lin Xingyao has a very good temper and personality, and she doesn't have the temper of a spoiled young lady at all. Lu Xueme held Lin Xingyao's hand and sat on the bed chatting. You will be out of confinement in 20 days. Although your wounds are almost healed now, you still need to be extra careful. Make sure you wear a confinement cap, socks, and long-sleeved clothes. She glanced at the air conditioner and said, nowadays, people also pay attention to scientific confinement. You can turn on the air conditioner, but you can't blow it on your head. Otherwise, when you get old, you will have a severe headache. Also, you can only wash your hair and take a bath after you finish the confinement period. You can't wash it in the hot weather now. You must wash it after you finish the confinement period. Gu Chen said at the side, Mom, it's too late, I've already washed it. Lin Xingyao blushed and retorted, no, I just wiped my body, I didn't wash it. If she couldn't bear it anymore, she wouldn't have thought of wiping her body. Gu Chen smiled as he looked at Lin Xingyao's blushing face and said happily, she washed her hair too. Seeing Gu Chen exposing her, Lin Xingyao really wanted to beat him up, but because her future mother-in-law was here, she didn't dare to do anything. Lin Xingyao has already made up her mind that after Lu Xueme and the others leave, she will definitely give Gu Chen a good beating. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Lu Xueme was shocked. Ah? Washed your hair? You little bastard, if you had told me earlier about Yao Yao giving birth, I would have told you not to wash your hair during the confinement period. Even if you want to wash it, you have to wait until you are almost out of confinement, understand? Gu Chen immediately said, okay, dear mother. After saying that, his eyes met Lin Xingyao's warning eyes and she made a kissing expression to him. Lin Xingyao blushed immediately and lowered her head. Seeing his wife blushing again because of his teasing, Gu Chen felt very proud. Lu Xuemei felt very sorry for Lin Xingyao when she thought about the fact that she had given birth to 3 children for Gu Chen without any legal status and had not yet obtained a marriage certificate. Other people will gossip too, and a girl's reputation is very important. She held Lin Xingyao's hand and said apologetically, Yao Yao, don't blame your aunt for being traditional. It was Xiaochen who did the wrong thing about you and Xiaochen. If you don't mind that our family is poor and that Xiaochen doesn't like you, then I want you to get married with Xiaochen as soon as possible. After you get married, no one will say anything more. I'll tell you the truth. Xiaochen once pursued a girl, but that girl didn't like our family. Xiaochen never brought other girls home. I can assure you of this. If you marry him, he will definitely treat you well. If he dares to treat you badly, I won't want this son anymore. Gu Chen said, Mom, I am your biological son. Gu Chen was also helpless. If he was not nice to Lin Xingyao, his biological mother would really want a daughter-in-law instead of him as her son. Lu Xuemei pretended to be angry and said, Get out of here, I'm talking to Yao Yao. If you dare to treat Yao Yao badly, then your account will be ruined. Lin Xingyao couldn't help but laugh when she saw her future mother-in-law being so understanding and righteous, and then when she saw Gu Chen being humiliated. As for marriage, she had already considered it these days. It was only a matter of time before they got the marriage certificate. After all, they already had a child, and Gu Chen was so good to her and the child as well. She also believes that Gu Chen is a good father and a good husband. Lin Xingyao replied, Auntie, Gu Chen is very good and treats me very well. Besides, Gu Chen is not poor. He bought a car and a house with his own investment. He is a capable person. I believe he will take good care of me and the children. As for marriage, after I finish my confinement, I'll find a time to get the marriage certificate with Gu Chen. Although Lin Xingyao had agreed to try love with him before, she never put her words into practice in the end. After hearing Lin Xingyao's words, Gu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it was a good decision to invite my mother over this time. When Lu Xuemei heard what Lin Xingyao said, she laughed even more happily. Okay. I'll ask someone to take a look at it, and when the day is good, you can go and get the certificate. But Lin Xingyao's household registration is with her parents, so it might be a bit more difficult to get married when the time comes. But when I saw Lu Xuemei so happy, I couldn't bear to break this wonderful atmosphere. Seeing her son standing there like a log, Lu Xuemei couldn't help but poke him. You little bastard, this is your own mistake. You must be good to Lin Xingyao for the rest of your life. Gu Chen immediately nodded and promised, Mom, love words like this should be left for me to say to your daughter-in-law alone. You've been chatting with Yao Yao for a long time. Our dad is standing at the door, looking at his little grandson eagerly. Chapter 39 Finally met my grandson. Lin Xingyao also saw Gu Songza standing at the door but not coming in. She quickly tidied her clothes, covered herself with a thin coat, and said, Uncle, it's okay, come in and see the children. Lu Xuemei finally reacted, Yes, I was busy talking to Yao Yao and forgot about it. The 3 little grandchildren have been looking forward to it for a long time. The old couple got married late. They just retired in the past 2 years. The children of their peers around them are basically married, and their grandchildren are old enough to help with the family. Now they finally have their little grandchildren. As a man, Gu Songza was not comfortable entering his daughter-in-law's room, but when he heard that he could see his grandson, he also became excited. Seeing Lin Xingyao had packed up, Gu Chen immediately shouted to Gu Songza, Dad, come in quickly and see your little grandson. After saying hello to Lin Xingyao, Gu Songza went with Lu Xuemei to see his 3 little grandchildren. Lu Xuemei suddenly remembered something. Oh, we have to wash our hands first before we can hold the child. Gu Songza also responded, Yes, there are bacteria on your hands. If you have disinfectant, it's best to spray it. Gu Chen couldn't do anything about them. Mom and Dad, just wash your hands. The old couple responded and went to the bathroom. After washing their hands, they came out and dried their hands with paper towels before walking towards the little ones. The 3 little ones, wrapped in quilts, were sleeping soundly in their respective cribs. Gu Songza and Lu Xuemei approached slowly, not daring to make too much noise for fear of waking up the 3 little ones. Lu Xueme gently pinched Debeo with shaking hands. The baby's pink face wrinkled, and suddenly he smacked his lips and made a humming sound, which made her eyes red instantly. This eyebrow and eyes are exactly the same as Chinchin's when he was a child. Gu Songza stood aside with his hands behind his back, but the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. He rubbed the calluses on his hands, then carefully reached out and touched Debeo's soft hair. Hey, which baby is this? I think it looks like Debeo. Gu Chen put his arm around Lin Xingyao's shoulders and came over, saying, from left to right, they are Debeo, Erbao, and Xiaobao. Debeo and Erbao are boys, and Xiaobao is a girl. Lu Xueme suddenly looked up, her eyes flickering between Gu Chen and Lin Xingyao's faces, and said with a smile, the more I look at Xiaobao and Erbao, the more they look like Yao Yao. I wonder if Yao Yao was also this cute when she was a child. Lin Xingyao smiled and said, he looks a bit like me when I was a child, but Xiaobao's eyes are very similar to Gu Chen's. Lu Xueme smiled, I see, you two look like a couple, so the baby will look like you too. Listening to Lu Xueme's words, Lin Xingyao also laughed. Gu Songza said with his hands behind his back, you can't tell when you were so young. You will know when you grow up. He looked at Gu Chen and asked, have you chosen a full name for the baby, and a nickname? Gu Chen nodded and said, the eldest is Chengcheng, the second is Xingxing, and the youngest is Jiji. Lu Xueme was amused, this is named after both of you. There was a sudden laugh in the house. The sleeping children seemed to sense that their grandparents had come to see them and they all waved their hands at the same time. When the old couple saw each other, their hearts melted. Oh my dear grandson, how can you be so cute? Lu Xueme couldn't help but look at Lin Xingyao and said with gratitude, Yao Yao, you have worked so hard. If it weren't for you, our Gu family wouldn't have such a healthy and lovely grandson. Lin Xingyao smiled and said, Auntie, you are exaggerating. They are my children too. I don't feel tired at all. At this time, Gu Chen said, Mom and Dad, don't disturb Yao Yao's rest. Let's go downstairs and talk. Lu Xueme then remembered and said, yes, Yao Yao is breastfeeding. The child is asleep, so let her have a good rest. After putting golden safety locks on the babies, Lu Xueme, Gu Songza, and Gu Chen each carried a baby downstairs. Gu Chen was the last one to leave. He helped Lin Xingyao to the bedside and said, my parents are both carefree, so don't be surprised. If they say something wrong, don't take it to heart. Lin Xingyao disagreed, I don't think there is anything wrong with my uncle and aunt, they are all very nice, and my aunt says whatever she wants, I like her very much. Gu Chen nodded and said, okay, you have a good rest, I'll go downstairs first. Gu Chen carried the baby downstairs and heard his parents talking. Xiaochen, does Yao Yao really plan to marry you, or is it just talk? Gu Songza asked. Lu Xueme said, my son is handsome and has good character. The key is that he is good to her and the children. It's just that our family conditions are a bit poor, but my son is ambitious. Gu Songza said, the most important thing now is Yao Yao's father, alas. He sighed, looked up and saw Gu Chen coming down the stairs. He immediately pointed at Gu Chen and cursed in a low voice, it's all your fault, you little brat. Lu Xueme protected Gu Chen, hey, you can't blame Xiaochen for this. If Xiaochen and Yao Yao hadn't had that incident, you wouldn't have 3 grandchildren. Now that the problem has happened, we can only think of a way to solve it. Lu Xueme was also helpless. She likes Lin Xingyao very much. If she has to compare her with Zhang Xiaoxiao, she will definitely choose Lin Xingyao. At this time, Li Lei suddenly said behind them, Uncle and Aunt, you don't have to worry about Yao Yao. She must be interested in Gu Chen. Otherwise, such a thing would not have happened to her and Gu Chen. As for what Yao Yao's father said, it depends on Gu Chen's sincerity, and Uncle Zhou is not the kind of unreasonable person. Li Lei's words made Gu Songza and his wife feel relieved. As long as it's not unreasonable, it's easy to deal with. Gu Chen put the baby in the stroller and said to his parents, Mom and Dad, push the baby out to get some sun. After a few days of sun exposure, the baby's jaundice faded a lot. Only when you look carefully can you see that the baby's skin is a little yellow. Li Lei was stunned for a moment and said, it's noon now, and the ultraviolet rays are so strong. You let your child go out in the sun. I heard from others that if a child gets tan when he is young, he can't get a white skin back. Upon hearing this, Lu Xueme was unwilling. We're just hanging out in the living room. We're not going anywhere. We don't want our little babies to be black. We want them to be fair and tender. The 3 little ones immediately became the couple's treasures. Gu Chen had no choice but to go back to the room and see Lin Xingyao. When he returned to the room and saw that Lin Xingyao was asleep, he slowly left the room and went to make lunch. He now possesses the skills of a god of cookery, and the meals he cooks are 10 times better than before. My parents were there too, so I let them try the confinement meals I made. Old hen soup and pork trotter vinegar are standard confinement meals, and some home-cooked side dishes are also prepared. Lilele rushed over when he smelled the scent, his saliva almost dripping out. Chapter 40, spoiling her into the most enviable woman in the world. When Lin Xingyao put on her clothes and slowly went downstairs, everyone was waiting for her. Lilele said, "Come here, Yao Yao, the food your husband cooked smells delicious." When she heard Lilele call Gu Chen her husband, her face turned red. She walked to the dining table and said, "The food made by Gu Chen is really delicious. You can try it." As she spoke, she looked at Gu Songza and his wife who were still watching the child, and said, "Uncle and Aunt, you should come over to eat too. Don't worry about them if the baby is asleep." "Hey, here I come." Lu Xueme and Gu Songza came over and looked at the dishes that filled the entire table. They asked in surprise, "Son, when did you become such a good cook?" Gu Songza couldn't believe that this table full of dishes were actually made by Gu Chen. The key is that it looks delicious. Gu Chen brought out the last dish and said, "Everyone, try my cooking. I've been cooking for Yao Yao these past few days and I feel like I can be a chef at a 7-star hotel now." Lu Xueme smiled and said, "Wang Pei is boasting about her melons. I want to see if what you cook is really that delicious." Gu Chen has always been very independent. After he started elementary school, his wife and he had to go to work. After school, he could cook for himself when he came home, so his wife was relieved. But Gu Chen had never cooked a table full of dishes like this before. "It seems that my son has really grown up and knows how to care for others." Gu Songza and his wife were also very pleased. Everyone present picked up their chopsticks and started eating. After taking the first bite, the expressions on everyone's faces changed immediately. "Oh my God! Senior Gu, this is so delicious. Son, your cooking wasn't this delicious last time. It seems like Yao Yao has really helped you improve your cooking skills." Lin Xingyao couldn't help but eat one bite after another. Gu Chen's cooking used to be delicious, but not so delicious that people couldn't stop eating it. Now, she feels that Gu Chen's cooking is even better than that of the chef in a 7-star hotel. Lin Xingyao felt that she seemed to be becoming more and more dependent on Gu Chen's care for her, and even more so on the meals Gu Chen made. She really wanted to eat the meals he cooked every day. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal so much, Gu Chen was also very happy. While everyone is so happy, Gu Chen plans to tell everyone something that will make them even happier. "Let me tell you something. In 3 days, we will move into number 1 Yunqing Bay. Everyone must come and help us move," Gu Chen suddenly said seriously. After dinner, Lilele drove Lu Xueme and Gu Songza home. The couple were reluctant to leave, but when they thought that Gu Chen and his family would move back to the city in a few days, and it would be convenient for them to visit them, they went back too. After seeing his parents off, Gu Chen cleared the table, washed the dishes, and went upstairs. When I opened the door, I saw Lin Xingyao looking at her phone. Seeing Gu Chen coming back, she immediately called Gu Chen over. "I just looked at the perpetual calendar. September 15th is a good day for marriage. How about we get the marriage certificate there?" Gu Chen smiled and sat down, looking at the perpetual calendar on her phone, and said, "Do you still believe this?" Lin Xingyao put away her phone and said, "You only get married once in your life, so you have to believe it once." Looking at Lin Xingyao's blushing face, Gu Chen stopped teasing her. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Lin Xingyao leaned in Gu Chen's arms and said with longing, "After we get the marriage certificate, we can hold a full-month banquet. When the 100 days are up, we can take the 100-day photos. Before you get the marriage certificate, you have to meet my parents first. If my parents agree, both sets of parents can meet to discuss the wedding. If we want to hold a wedding, we only need 3 months to prepare, and we should be able to hold the wedding before the Chinese New Year." Seeing Lin Xingyao planning for their future, Gu Chen felt warm in his heart. He really found a treasure. Lin Xingyao comes from a wealthy family. Although she sometimes has a bad temper, she has a cheerful personality, is generous, and gets along well with others. Gu Chen hugged Lin Xingyao's shoulders tightly and vowed secretly that he would spoil her into the most enviable woman in the world. "If we drive to the city center now, we should be able to catch the Civil Affairs Bureau's closing time," Gu Chen said with a smile. Lin Xingyao looked back at him and said, "No, I'm still in confinement." Gu Chen said, "But there are some things that I can't wait for." Lin Xingyao didn't understand. "What can I do without a license?" "What do you think?" Gu Chen smelled the fragrance emanating from Lin Xingyao and felt hot all over. Lin Xingyao's eyes fell on Gu Chen's legs. Her eyes widened and she pushed Gu Chen away, shouting, "You rascal!" Gu Chen laughed evilly. "What's wrong with me being a hooligan to my wife? I'm not a hooligan, so how did San Shao come about?" Lin Xingyao covered her eyes. "Why are you like this?" Gu Chen spread his hands and said generously, "Men are all lustful. I am interested in you because I like you." The sudden confession was supposed to be a very sweet thing, but it felt a bit inappropriate for Gu Chen to say it under such circumstances. Lin Xingyao gently pushed Gu Chen again and said, "Stop talking and go deal with it quickly." Gu Chen was also helpless. After something like this happened, he had to take a cold shower in the middle of the day. Royal View Bay. Lin Hongyuan came back from outside, exhausted, and immediately turned on the air conditioner in the living room. "This damn weather is too hot." He threw his suit jacket onto the sofa and lay down directly. Zhang Fengwan came down from upstairs and helped him hang his coat in the small closet by the door. She asked, "Did you drink? How did the discussion go?" Lin Hongyuan took off his tie and threw it on the coffee table, saying, "The deal didn't work out. Those people are so high up and they have us under their thumb." Zhang Fengwan said helplessly, "But we are short of money. If the company's major shareholder came forward, this matter might be accomplished. Lin Hongyuan has been busy opening a chain of stores recently, so he needs financing. He has contacted several investment companies, but only the one he found today is reliable. They are an old brand, so if they want to grow bigger and stronger, they naturally need a lot of money." Lin Hongyuan pressed his eyebrows and said, "If I can't get the financing this time, the chain store won't be able to open, and then what are my previous efforts worth?" If this deal could be done, Lin Hongyuan's wealth would at least quadruple, so this matter was very important to him. However, the major shareholder disagreed and chose to maintain the status quo. If Lin Hongyuan was the major shareholder, he would have kicked him out long ago. Now Lin Hongyuan is the only one who is trying to attract investors. He cannot let others look down on him. Once this is done, he can retire. Lin Hongyuan took a deep breath, and even his breath smelled of alcohol. "I won't say any more. Today I did encounter something good. My car broke down and a handsome guy helped me fix it." Chapter 41, Moving to a New Home. Zhang Fengwan was also curious about what he looked like. Even a grown man like Lin Hongyuan thought he was handsome. She wiped the sweat off Lin Hongyuan's forehead with a tissue and asked, "Who is it? Are you still thinking about him?" "I'm not bragging, that guy is so handsome that it's hard to describe, and he's tall, half a head taller than me, almost 1.9 meters tall. I think a handsome guy like that is qualified to be my son-in-law." Lin Hongyuan himself is a handsome old man with temperament, and he was even more handsome when he was young. Zhang Fengwan herself is not bad-looking and has a very good temperament, so the two of them gave birth to a beauty like Lin Xingyao. The first thing Lin Hongyuan considers when choosing a partner is that if the partner is ugly, no matter how rich they are, he or she will not be accepted. You have to know that Lin Xingyao was raised in his hands since she was a child. How could he bear to let her find an ugly man? If he is a handsome guy, it doesn't matter if he has no money, because he has money. Therefore, for the sake of future generations, Lin Xingyao must never marry an ugly man. "You're talking nonsense here after drinking 2 glasses of wine. You've kicked your own daughter out of the house, and you're still picking a son-in-law," Zhang Fengwan said angrily. Lin Hongyuan took a deep breath and sighed. "I am her biological father anyway, so what if I choose a good-looking son-in-law for her? That guy is handsome and has good character, isn't that enough? As long as he accepts Yao Yao's 3 children, I will leave all my wealth to them in the future." Zhang Fengwan was also speechless. This old man was really crazy. Every time he saw a handsome guy, he wanted him to be his son-in-law. It seemed that her daughter really hurt his heart this time. But it's no wonder. The treasure that he had held in his hands for so many years was taken away by someone else. How could he not be angry? Lin Hongyuan really loves Lin Xingyao. Even though he is very angry, he still remembers to find a husband for Lin Xingyao. One is her own daughter, and the other is her husband. The relationship between the two people she loves most has become so strained that she feels uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Zhang Fengwan also sighed. However, she was a little curious about how handsome the young man Lin Hongyuan met was. She has lived with Lin Hongyuan for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen him praise a man like this. 3 days later, Gu Chen moved with his wife and family. There weren't many things to begin with, and Lin Zijia had already loaded them all up in one van. My parents were also waiting at the gate of number 1 Yunqingbei early, carrying vegetables, fruits, 2 native chickens, 2 pig trotters, and some seasonings. The security guard at the door saw Gu Chen's parents standing at the door and immediately drove them away. Hey, who are you? Don't stay here. It was the first time that Gu Songza and Lu Shueme were chased away by security guards like this, and they were very angry for a moment. Lu Shueme took a step forward and shouted, "We are the owner's family. My son moved in here today and we are waiting for him." Just as the security guard was about to say something, a van and a GMC Savannah top-of-the-line nanny car stopped at the door. The security guard immediately straightened his collar, ignored Gu Songza and his wife, and walked towards the nanny car. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen in the nanny car leaned out and shouted to Gu Songza and his wife, "Mom and Dad, get in the car, let's drive in." The security guard took the step forward and then retracted it. Gu Chen had already noticed the security guard's behavior just now, but as a security guard he also had his duties, so he didn't say much. Gu Chen didn't pay any more attention to it. After letting his parents get in the car, he got in and started the car. When he was at the door, Gu Chen took out the owner card and swiped it. The sensing area made a crisp beep sound, and the lifting rod was immediately lifted up. Looking at the 2 cars slowly driving into Yunqingbei number 1, the security guard stood frozen in place, not sure if the sweat on his forehead was from the heat or from fear. It can be said that he can't afford to offend any of the people living here. If he makes a complaint to anyone, he might lose his job. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart, and was planning to go to the property management to find out who the new owner who moved in today was. The other side. Gu Chen had already driven to the underground parking lot. After parking the car, he asked his parents and Li Lei to escort his wife and children upstairs first. He and Lin Zijie moved some things before entering the elevator together. The new house is on the 32nd floor, 3201. Li Lei said in the elevator, "Senior Gu, the house you bought here shouldn't be cheap, right? Everyone outside knows that every house here is worth over 10 million yuan, and the bigger ones are naturally more expensive." Gu Chen said, "It's second-hand, not much money." "Gu Chen, you've made a lot of money. The smallest second-hand house here costs tens of millions." Lin Zijie said with a smile. Lin Xingyou said, "When he bought this place, it was a foreclosed property, so he got a good bargain." Upon hearing this, Lin Zijie asked, "Chenzi, I heard you talk about investing in stocks before, can you take me with you? I am also afraid of being poor." Gu Chen knew nothing about stock trading, those were just words he used to fool people. He said with a smile, "Stock trading is all about luck. I just happened to catch this wave. If there is a suitable opportunity, I will definitely call you, but you need to have the capital." "How much capital does it take?" Lin Zijie had never traded stocks before, so he naturally didn't understand. "At least 100,000. 100,000? Forget it then." Lin Zijie knew that Gu Chen had always been very hardworking. When others were sleeping at school, he had already taken a part-time job. "During my years in college, I earned at least 80,000 yuan from part-time jobs during summer and winter vacations, if not 100,000 yuan. In this respect, Lin Zijie is indeed not as good as Gu Chen. Bite. The elevator stopped at the 32nd floor. Everyone followed and got off the elevator. After entering the door, everyone was stunned by the 270-degree wraparound floor-to-ceiling windows. Li Lei was even more excited as he looked around the house. "Oh my god! There's a gym, an indoor swimming pool of dozens of square meters, a cinema, an e-sports room, and everything else. And standing here, you can see the night view of the entire Cloud City at night. It's really great." Seeing Li Lei running so fast, Lin Xingyao was extremely envious and just hoped that she could get out of confinement soon. Lin Xingyao did not walk around like Li Lei. Gu Chen helped her into the master bedroom to rest, and they also slept in the master room with the baby. Gu Chen said considerately, "Wife, you are not able to move around easily now, so rest in the room first. When you are well, you can go wherever you want." Lin Xingyao said, "Well, you go and get busy first." Gu Chen was indeed busy, as all the things in the van had not been moved up yet and he had to move them again. What Gu Songza and his wife care about most is whether there is any peculiar smell in the house. Because they have a baby at home, they are worried about the presence of formaldehyde. Now it seems that I was worrying for no reason. This place is clean and there is no odor at all. Chapter 42. You smell so good. Moreover, the entire house is equipped with central air conditioning. After entering the house and turning on the air conditioner, the whole house, including the kitchen and bathroom, becomes extremely cool within a few minutes. Mr. and Mrs. Gusanza were very satisfied with the house. After everyone finished touring the house, they all returned to the large living room. Lin Zijie and Guchun also finished moving their things back. The amount of things they moved this time was similar to the last time, almost all of them were the baby's things. Lin Xingyao only had one suitcase. Lu Shuemei cut a large plate of iced watermelon for everyone and said, "Come on, the weather is hot, let's eat watermelon together." She specifically said to Lin Xingyao, "Yao Yao, watermelon is too cold. You are in confinement now, you can't eat watermelon." "Yes, auntie." Although Lin Xingyao also wanted to eat, she still had to listen to the old man. Li Lei said as he ate a big bite of watermelon, "Yao Yao, this house is really great. When I drove in just now, I thought the greenery in the community was good and the environment was especially good. After coming here, I realized that the scenery upstairs is really amazing. From now on, I want to come to your place every day to check in and show off." Lin Xing looked at the large floor-to-ceiling window. She also liked it very much. It must be beautiful to watch the stars here at night. Just now, she walked around the house with the help of Li Lei to familiarize herself with her new home. "This will be my own little home from now on. It is not a rental, but a home that truly belongs to me." She smiled and said, "You can come anytime in the future, just take care of the baby for me." Thinking of the three little cuties, Li Lei readily agreed, "No problem. As the children's godmother, I will take good care of them." She took a big bite of the watermelon and said, "I never thought that I would have the chance to eat watermelon in a mansion worth tens of millions. Yao Yao, I really envy you. You have lovely children, a husband and in-laws who love you, and a big house to live in. You are truly a winner in life." Lu Shuemei was also amused when she heard this and interrupted, "Then why don't you find a husband too?" Li Lei said, "Auntie is not happy with what you said. At first, I thought Gu Chun was a scumbag and secretly cursed him several times in my heart. But now, he is really good and can be called a good man. Everyone knows about Gu Chan and Lin Xingyao." Hearing this, Lin Xingyao immediately pinched her. "Watermelon is so sweet, but it can't stop you from eating, right?" Li Lei laughed and said, "If I had known earlier, I should have followed your example. Maybe I would have become a mother now." Gu Chen laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid of catching someone so ugly that you can't eat? And, to be even more unlucky, that person is not only ugly, but also poor." After listening to Gu Chen's words, Li Lei felt that the watermelon in her mouth was no longer sweet. Lu Shuemei smiled and scolded Gu Chen, "Xiao Chen, don't talk nonsense." She glanced at Li Lei, then at Lin Zijie who was concentrating on eating watermelon, smiling and nodding. Since Lin Zijie can be friends with Gu Chen, he must be a good person. Moreover, Lin Zijie is a hard-working young man. Both his parents are natives of Yuncheng. His family has a house for rent and his parents also run a small company. Although they are not rich, they do have assets worth tens of millions. Thinking of this, Lu Shuemei smiled and said, "Lei, Xiaojie is also single now, do you want to consider him?" Ah? Li Lei was confused. She was just joking, but she didn't expect to end up eating the melon herself. Lu Shuemei immediately acted as a matchmaker. "Xiaojie's family has a house, his parents both run companies, their family is not bad, and this child is honest, hardworking, and has good character, you can give it a try." Gu Chen also encouraged, "Lulu, my brother is fine. He has never been in a relationship, let alone messing around. He can look around." Lin Zijie wiped the watermelon juice from the corner of his mouth with a tissue, and said with a grin, "I'm fine. As long as Lei is willing, I'm ready anytime." Li Lei picked up the watermelon and blocked Lin Zijie's mouth, saying, "Eat your watermelon. There is no way I can fall in love with you." Lin Xingyao knew her best friend's personality. She only said some things jokingly and didn't really mean them at all. She quickly came out to smooth things over and said, "Okay, let's stop here." However, she is quite optimistic about Lin Zijie. Although the two have not known each other for long, they started bickering as soon as they met, and their relationship is like a pair of bickering lovers. At noon, it was still Gu Chun who cooked. After lunch, Lin Zijie went back first. Li Lei stayed here and took a lot of photos and posted a lot of messages to WeChat moments. After dinner in the evening, Lila watched the beautiful night view of Yunqing before going home. After Gu Chen's parents had dinner, they gave the babies a bath and stayed here until almost 12 o'clock before going home. Seeing his parents reluctant to leave, Gu Chen decided that when he had money in the future, he would buy a house for his parents nearby. Of course, it's best to go up or down the stairs, or next door is also fine. But it is indeed a bit expensive here, and with Gu Chen's current financial situation, he really can't afford it. It is not enough to rely on the system lottery and the things exchanged. Besides, it takes time for the nanny to upgrade, and he must have his own career. Gu Songza and his wife called an online taxi. Gu Chen sent them upstairs and watched them get in the car before going home. When Gu Chen returned home, he saw Lin Xingyao standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly at the villa area in the community opposite the building downstairs. Gu Chen picked up his coat, put it on Lin Xingyao, hugged her from behind, and whispered in her ear, "Why are you standing here in a daze? Is the air conditioner cold? Do you want to turn up the temperature?" Lin Xingyao shook her head and did not reject Gu Chen's hug. She just reminded him softly, "I have to be careful when I go out next time. My parents live in the villa area opposite." Gu Chen smiled, "I thought it was something else. Wouldn't it be more convenient for them to visit the babies in the future?" Lin Xingyao hit him and said, "It's easy for you to say that. Fortunately, my parents have never seen you. If they had seen you, they would definitely beat you up." Gu Chen said helplessly, "What can I do? I kidnapped their daughter, so it's okay for them to beat me up a few times. But please don't hit me in the face." Lin Xingyao didn't understand, "Why can't I hit you in the face? Besides, I won't be able to take care of you when I hit you." Gu Chen held her in his arms, and the scent of milk made him feel extremely comfortable. He explained, "Then I will protect my face too. What if I hurt my face and my baby doesn't recognize me?" After saying that, he took a deep breath on Lin Xingyao's body. "Wife, you smell so good." Lin Xingyao immediately broke free from his embrace and cursed with a smile, "Gu Chen, you are so perverted. I sweated today and it smells bad." Gu Chen disagreed, "How can it smell bad? I think it smells good." Chapter 43. Do you really want to? Lin Xingyao really couldn't do anything about him, and said with a red face, "Okay. You stink, go take a shower quickly." Gu Chen sniffed his body and nodded, "It all smells like sweat. I'm going to go take a shower right now." "Honey, wait for me." "Wait for me?" Why does this sentence feel so erotic between a husband and wife? Before Lin Xingyao could come to her senses, Gu Chen had already gone to the cloakroom to get clothes to take a shower. "The baby is still young, so I live with them in the master bedroom for the time being." Lin Xingyao was lying on the bed resting, feeling her chest bloating. The babies were fed after the adults had dinner. They had slept for more than 3 hours and were about to wake up. Gu Chen had just come out of the bath. Wow! The baby's cries echoed throughout the house like a relay. Lin Xingyao just closed her eyes for a short while and was also startled. Gu Chen wiped his wet hair and hurried towards the 3 babies. "Baby, don't cry, Daddy is here." Seeing Gu Chen's figure, Dabao Changcheng, who was crying breathlessly, stopped crying instantly. He rubbed his chubby little hands on his face, and his mouth opened and closed, as if he wanted to eat the little hands. Bao stared at Gu Chen with red eyes. Xiaobao was flapping his arms and legs non-stop, kicking the small blanket he was wrapped into the ground. Seeing Xiaobao struggling so hard, Gu Chen went to take care of Xiaobao first. Lin Xingyao also came over and looked after Dabao and Xiaobao. Gu Chen saw that Xiaobao's diaper was bulging, so he reached out and weighed the diaper. "Zizi, the diapers are full." Gu Chen smiled and gently pulled up the soft little body, took off Xiaobao's diaper, and weighed it. "Xiaobao, this bag of urine is almost more than 1 kilogram. You must be hungry, right? Daddy will take you to mom to eat milk later, okay?" The little one just opened his eyes and looked at Gu Chen. His chubby little hand had gone into his mouth at some point, making sounds like he was sucking milk. After Gu Chen quickly changed Gigi's diaper, he saw Lin Xingyao still standing by the crib, teasing the baby. Gu Chen said to Lin Xingyao, "Wife, you feed Gizi first, I'll take care of Cheng Cheng and Xingxing." Lin Xingyao nodded and said, "Then I'll feed the little one first." After Gu Chen's feeding over the past few days, Lin Xingyao can now feed 3 babies by herself. This is also due to her good foundation and room for development. Even Li Lei laughed at her and said that she was a dairy cow now. However, Lin Xingyao is happy to be a dairy cow. After all, they are her babies and she has to feed them no matter what. Fortunately, the babies are obedient and go to sleep after eating. After Gu Chen changed the diapers for Dabao and Bao, the little one had already eaten and fell asleep. Lin Xingyao was lying on her side with Dabao lying underneath her, while Gu Chen was holding Bao beside her to feed him. Although doing this action may be a little bit harder, at least it can make the baby full. Ever since Lin Xingyao made up her mind to marry Gu Chen, she no longer avoided Gu Chen when breastfeeding. Gu Chen has been having a feast for his eyes these past few days, but the price he has to pay is that he has to take a cold shower every time to calm the heat in his body. After about 10 minutes, the two babies were finally full. There were still white traces of milk on the corners of the babies' little mouths, and Gu Chen used a small towel to wipe them clean. It wasn't long before the new house was filled with the aroma of milk. Only after putting the baby down in the crib could Gu Chen rest. I was quite tired from moving today. I didn't get enough rest during the day and now I feel even more tired. Now my baby wakes up about every 3 or 4 hours after feeding, which is relatively regular. But the one who worked the hardest was Lin Xingyao. After feeding, Lin Xingyao lay on her side on the bed, motionless, but she was not asleep either. Gu Chen gently lay down beside her and hugged her from behind. Lin Xingyao struggled weakly for a few times, but did not push him away. Gu Chen whispered in her ear, "Wife, is it hard to breastfeed 3 people?" Lin Xingyao shook her head, "It's not hard. Actually, I think it's okay not to breastfeed. Babies fed with formula can also be very healthy," Gu Chen said. Lin Xingyao smiled and said, "I don't breastfeed because I don't have milk, but you don't breastfeed even though you have milk. Are you the biological father of the child?" Gu Chen said, "Not really, I'm just worried about tiring you out. Do you have any more milk?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyao couldn't help but tremble all over. "What do you want to do?" Gu Chen chuckled in Lin Xingyao's ear, "Big yellow girl, what are you thinking about? If there is still milk, you have to suck it out, otherwise it will swell up in a while." Lin Xingyao moved her hand and felt it. "It's soft, it should be gone." "Let me see." Gu Chen's hand was originally on Lin Xingyao's waist, but suddenly reached upwards. Lin Xingyao was almost ambushed. Lin Xingyao held Gu Chen's hand and pretended to be angry and said, "You can't touch it." "Why?" "I thought." Lin Xingyao seemed to feel the changes in Gu Chen's body around her waist, and she broke free from Gu Chen's embrace. She faced Gu Chen and said with a red face, You don't mess around." Gu Chen took a deep breath and said, "This is a normal man's reaction. Don't think of your husband as such a bad person." Lin Xingyao covered her face and dared not look at him. I won't sleep with you anymore." "No, honey, wait for me, I'll be ready soon." Gu Chen turned sideways and regained his composure after a few minutes. He saw Lin Xingyao was an arm's length away from him, and immediately said, "It's okay, I won't touch you." Lin Xingyao then moved a little. Gu Chen didn't make any other moves. The two of them lay on the bed and slept separately. "Gu Chen, are you really willing to marry me?" Lin Xingyao suddenly asked. Gu Chen turned around and replied, "Of course, I already regard you as my wife, you can't regret it." Hearing this, Lin Xingyao laughed out loud. Gu Chen also asked her back, "What about you? Do you really want to marry me?" Lin Xingyao looked at the 3 little ones and said, "Otherwise, the child has been born, I have to let you be responsible, right?" Gu Chen said, "Are you really willing to put aside your responsibilities?" Lin Xingyao understood what Gu Chen meant, whether he would be willing to marry her if she didn't have 3 children. Lin Xingyao said, "Yes, you are tall and handsome, and you have good character and treat me well. Even if we don't have 3 children, I will still marry you." Hearing the answer he wanted, Gu Chen smiled. Chapter 44, Kiss. So soft. Gu Chen turned around and looked at Lin Xingyao with a smile. The corners of her eyes are slightly upturned, the corners of her mouth are curved, her nose is straight and delicate, and even the tip of her nose is cute. My wife is so beautiful no matter how I look at her. I never get tired of looking at her. Lin Xingyao suddenly turned around and met Gu Chen's gaze unexpectedly. "Why are you grinning at me?" Gu Chen said without hiding anything, "Because you are beautiful." Lin Xingyao raised the corner of her mouth, rogue. It was just a light scolding, but it made Gu Chen feel itchy inside. He looked at Lin Xingyao and said with a smile, "I am a scoundrel to you, and I am a hooligan to you. What can you do to me?" Lin Xingyao suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen suddenly came closer. "Are you nearsighted? Why are you squinting at me?" Lin Xingyao suddenly reached out and hugged Gu Chen's head, put one leg over Gu Chen's waist, suddenly smiled mysteriously, and said, "What do you think? What can I do to you?" After a few days of rest, Lin Xingyao's wound is no longer as painful. So, after making sure that she would not hurt the wound, she became bolder in her movements. She simply lay on Gu Chen. Gu Chen was confused. "Wife, what are you going to do?" Seeing Gu Chen's deflated look, Lin Xingyao suddenly laughed out loud. She suddenly moved closer to Gu Chen again, her hot breath spraying directly on Gu Chen's face, and said, I just. Just when Gu Chen was confused, she reached out and took the phone from the bedside table. She sat astride Gu Chen and shook her hands. Nothing, I just wanted to get my phone. Gu Chen immediately helped her down. Just let me help you get the phone. Do you know that it's easy to get hurt this way? Only then did Lin Xingyao gently get off Gu Chen's body. Lying back on the bed, Lin Xingyao turned sideways and no longer looked at Gu Chen. Now it was Gu Chen's turn to take the lead. Why did that scene just now feel so familiar? It seemed like that crazy night on New Year's Day, when Lin Xingyao was on top of him. Gu Chen lost all desire to sleep after being teased by Lin Xingyao. But the culprit Lin Xingyao slowly fell asleep. Gu Chen tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Smelling the faint scent of milk coming from his side, he had even less desire to sleep. He leaned close to Lin Xingyao's ear and whispered, Wife, is my wife asleep? Lin Xingyao raised the corner of her mouth, but ignored him. Gu Chen turned Lin Xingyao over and his eyes fell on her slightly open red lips. The more he watched, the more excited he became. A kiss is not too much, right? After all, she is my wife and the mother of my child. Just a kiss. Except for New Year's Eve, Gu Chen has never kissed anyone else. Thinking of this, Gu Chen felt hot again. He could no longer care and kissed Lin Xingyao on the face. After the first kiss, he seemed unsatisfied and secretly kissed Lin Xingyao's red lips again. Lin Xingyao's lips are so soft. Kiss well. Kissed and wanted to kiss again. But he was afraid that Lin Xingyao would wake up, so Gu Chen had to run to the bathroom and the guest room and take a cold shower to solve the problem. As Gu Chen walked over, Lin Xingyao's eyes suddenly opened. Her hands were stroking the red lips that Gu Chen had kissed. Gu Chen actually kissed me secretly. It seems that he really likes me. She once read an expert on an emotional column say that if a man has primitive desire and possessiveness for you, then this man definitely loves you. So, Gu Chen likes me. In the second half of the night, after Gu Chen changed the children's diapers, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Hearing the sound of even breathing beside her, Lin Xingyao sat up. Her eyes fell on Gu Chen's face. The man had a very angular appearance, with sharp brow bones and a high nose. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had a model face. It's just that I've grown some stubble on my face recently because of staying up late. She is a head taller than me. With a figure of 168 centimeters, she looks like a little bird in front of him. In addition, the muscles in Gu Chen's arms make people feel full of security. I don't know, does Gu Chen have 8-pack abs? Lin Xingyao swallowed involuntarily. Such a perfect man is actually the father of her 3 children. She really has found a treasure. She bit her red lips, took a deep breath, leaned over, and kissed Gu Chen on the face. Thinking of the 2 kisses she had just received, Lin Xingyao kissed Gu Chen on the face twice more. Finally, she kissed Gu Chen on the lips. After the kiss, she smiled and lay back down. Gu Chen was not asleep at this time. He just squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Xingyao, wanting to know what she wanted to do by looking at him in the middle of the night. Gu Chen was suddenly kissed by his lovely wife, and he was stunned. Ding! The system detected that the baby's mother kissed the host 4 times. The system rewards the host with a lucky draw. Oh my god! There are rewards for this. If you kiss someone proactively, it turns out that it's worthless? It seems that I need my wife to kiss me more in the future. System. I want to draw a lottery. Gu Chen closed his eyes and excitedly gave instructions to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasure appraisal skill. Treasure appraisal skills? System. The treasure appraisal skill allows the host to tell the authenticity of antiques at a glance, and it is 100% accurate. Damn it! What kind of magical skill is this? Then can I go to an antique shop and pick up bargains and get rich? Thinking of the legend of an antique shop that had been closed for 3 years but could make a profit for 3 years after it opened, Gu Chen couldn't wait to try out the magic of treasure appraisal skills. Thinking that I was lucky now, I immediately used 1000 likes points to draw a second time. System, I'll draw again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of chess god. Ah? The title of chess god? What is that? System, as the name suggests, all aspects of chess, such as Go chess, and even Go Bang, can reach a godlike level and be invincible. Does that mean that no matter how good the opponent is, I can always beat him? Yes, host. However, he rarely plays chess in his life. Besides, he didn't want to play chess. It was of no use to his life. However, being able to acquire the skill of appraising treasures already made Gu Chen very happy. With the skill of appraising treasures, I have another way to make money, and it is a legitimate way to make money. Gu Chen was so excited that he couldn't sleep and kept flipping through the system interface. There are hundreds of thousands of commodities and skills that can be exchanged in the system interface. The above commodities and skills are clearly marked with the amount of love points required for redemption, and each one is more expensive than the other. After Gu Chen recently upgraded to level 2 nanny, his popularity value increased too slowly. When you do the same thing every day, your liking value does not increase but decreases. If I continue like this, I don't know when I can accumulate enough love points to become a top-level dad. At this moment, Gu Chen's attention was attracted by something emitting a faint golden light. Chapter 45 Finally drinking milk. Gu Chen was immediately attracted by the faint golden color. He immediately looked back and found the skill. Good job. Business powerhouse. Gu Chen immediately asked the system, what is this? Explain it in detail. System, business power skill usually refers to having outstanding abilities in the business field and being able to dominate the financial world. In simple terms, whether buying stocks or making investments, one can accurately estimate the final returns to avoid the risk of investment failure. Oh my god. Just when Gu Chen was thinking about investing on his own, he was given a chance by a big shot in the business world. It was really like God was helping me. After all, the 3 children came with their jobs. Wait a moment. It seems that he doesn't have enough love points to exchange for this skill. This skill requires 50,000 favorite points. He doesn't even have 5,000 likes points now. In addition, it is becoming increasingly difficult to gain popularity now. He doesn't have much money in his pocket now, and can only rely on his popularity points to earn living expenses. And it's really not worth exchanging likes for money. You work so hard, but 1 like can only be exchanged for $10. If he wasn't really short of money, he wouldn't use it to exchange for money. He would rather draw more prizes. When he thought about exchanging his favorite points for cash, he regretted it. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Gu Chen's mind again. Ding! As long as the host kisses the child's mother within 3 seconds, and kisses for more than 10 seconds, the system will give any skill of this system. When Gu Chen heard the system's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute, I want to ask, is it okay to kiss anywhere? No, you have to kiss on the lips. Gu Chen was delighted. The system really gave me a good opportunity to act like a hooligan openly. Ready. Start. Oh my god. 3 seconds. Gu Chen didn't have time to think about it, he just went straight to Lin Xingyao and kissed her cherry lips. My wife tastes really good. The 10-second countdown is over. Gu Chen immediately let go of Lin Xingyao, looking like he was still not satisfied. Today was such a great day. Not only did I kiss Lin Xingyao, but I was also kissed secretly by Lin Xingyao. What's more, I also acquired such an amazing skill. Gu Chen immediately acquired the skills of a big shot in business. With this skill, he can make good investments and create a better living environment for his wife, children, and parents. In fact, his wish is very simple. As long as his wife, children, and parents are with him and he doesn't have to worry about money, it is enough. I have 3 children to raise now, and there will be many opportunities in the future when I will need money. After acquiring this skill, Gu Chen finally fell asleep peacefully. Lin Xingyao, who was sleeping next to him, had already woken up when Gu Chen kissed her. She turned sideways, stroking her red lips that had been kissed by Gu Chen, and the corners of her mouth curled up. The next morning, Gu Chen was awakened by the crying of a child. Lin Xingyao was getting out of bed to look after the baby. Gu Chen also came down quickly. Wife, lie down, let me do it. Lin Xingyao said, let me breastfeed first. My milk is swollen and I feel uncomfortable. Although she didn't want to say that, she was really horny. Gu Chen smiled and said, if it really doesn't work, I can help you. Lin Xingyao rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Of course you do. She walked to Xiaobei Azizi's bed, checked her diaper, picked her up, and went back to bed to feed her. Gu Chen had just calmed down to Bao and Erbao, and when he turned around, he saw Lin Xingyao lying on the bed with her side facing up, feeding the youngest baby. Xiaobao was gulping down the milk with big gulps, and at the same time, a flood of milk came from the other side, so Lin Xingyao had to use a breast pad to prevent it from spraying onto Xiaobao's body. Looking at Lin Xingyao's deep cleavage, Gu Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Lin Xingyao glanced at him, glared at him tenderly, and said, "Don't look at me." Gu Chen smiled and said, "Wife, I want to drink milk too." Lin Xingyao glanced at him, and seeing Gu Chen swallowing his saliva just now, she asked, "Do you really want to drink milk?" When Gu Chen heard this, his eyes lit up. There's hope. Could it be that my luck was really good today? I could actually eat my wife's. Lin Xingyao reached out and took a disposable cup on the bedside table. After removing the breast pad, she placed the disposable cup underneath to catch the milk that kept flowing out. Gu Chen was stunned by Lin Xingyao's actions. Is this even possible? Lin Xingyao looked at the frustrated Gu Chen and couldn't help but laugh. "You don't think I will feed you like a baby, do you?" Gu Chen pouted and said, "It's not impossible. I'm stronger than the baby, I can definitely help you relieve it." Seeing that he had stopped, Lin Xingyao handed the half cup of milk in her hand to Gu Chen and snorted, "Here you go. Drink it all, don't waste it." Gu Chen took half a cup of milk, but his eyes fell on Lin Xingyao's open chest. It can be considered as looking at the plum to quench thirst. Lin Xingyao was looking at him, so Gu Chen could only pick up the cup and drink it in one gulp. It tastes sweet and a little fishy, but it has a strong milky flavor. Lin Xingyao blushed and asked him, "How is it? How does it taste?" Gu Chen licked his lips and savored the taste. "It's sweet, a little less sweet than milk powder, but it's okay." "Not bad?" Lin Xingyao snorted, "This is the baby's favorite drink, it's very nutritious and precious. Just smile if I can give you half a cup. When the baby is older, you won't be able to drink even half a cup." After Gu Chen threw away the disposable paper cup, he coaxed Lin Xingyao and said, "Yes, my wife is right, but if the baby is older, he will need more milk, so we should also consider mixed feeding." When the baby was small, Lin Xingyao could still handle it by herself, but if the baby was older, there might really be supply exceeding demand and she would not be able to feed the baby enough. Lin Xingyao has also felt it in the past 2 days that the baby's waking time is a little shorter than before. She knew that Gu Chen was asking for her opinion. After thinking for a while, Lin Xingyao replied, "Then mix feeding. This will also help with weaning in the future. I heard that it is difficult for babies who are exclusively breastfed to stop breastfeeding. If they are mixed breastfeeding, it is relatively easier." When Lin Xingyao was pregnant, she joined a lot of mothers' groups, so she heard some common sense from other mothers. Weaning? When he heard these 2 words, Gu Chen became excited. "Wife, when are you going to stop breastfeeding?" For now, I haven't thought about this question." Lin Xingyao looked at Gu Chen in confusion. Gu Chen said, "Aren't we getting married? Then on our wedding night, should we?" Chapter 46 Kiss, Hug, Sleep. Seeing Gu Chen's expectant expression, Lin Xingyao's face suddenly turned red. She whispered, "Let's talk about it on our wedding night." Gu Chen sat down beside the bed, staring at Lin Xingyao, and said, "How can that be possible? The day we get the marriage certificate will be our wedding night. Then we can." Adults all understood what Gu Chen meant, which was that he just wanted to kiss and hug Lin Xingyao and go to sleep. At that time, I had just finished my confinement. It's not possible. Lin Xingyao refused. But when she saw Gu Chen's eyes darken, she whispered, "At least wait until I have completed the 42-day postpartum checkup and there is no problem before I can." Oh my God. This is a great thing. For men, food, sex and nature are the most important. With an accurate time, there is hope for the future. Gu Chen was immediately happy. "Listen to my wife, I will get up now and make breakfast for you." Looking at Gu Chen's back, Lin Xingyao's face became redder when she thought about being honest with Gu Chen. Although it was not the first time for both of them and they even had a child, it happened when they were sober after all, so they still felt embarrassed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xingyao was about to leave the confinement period. It's the beginning of September, and the day to get the marriage certificate is not far away. In the early autumn weather, there is a slight autumn breeze and the temperature has dropped in the morning, but it is still very hot and humid at noon. Because they live on a high floor, they rarely open the windows at home, for fear that Lin Xingyao would be blown by the wind. Gu Chen took very good care of Lin Xingyao, and kept her plump and white throughout the confinement period. After Lin Xingyao came out of confinement, her complexion became much rosier than before. The 3 little ones are much stronger than when they were just born, and they often bite Lin Xingyao so hard when feeding that it hurts. This morning, Dabao Changcheng bit Lin Xingyao's skin and it hurt so much that she burst into tears. Gu Chen scolded Dabao who had just eaten his fill. "Dabao, you are not obedient. Mommy is feeding you milk, how can you bite mommy? If you bite again, I will spank your little butt. Dad hasn't even made mom cry yet, and you're the one doing it. No, I must spank you today, or you won't dare to do it again next time. As he said that, Guchen slapped Dabeo Changchun lightly on the body, tell you that you are disobedient. Dabeo seemed to understand what Guchen said and knew that his father was hitting him. After being stunned for 2 seconds, his little mouth pouted and he burst into tears. He grabbed the chubby boy's hand and waved it around, tears suddenly falling as if he had suffered a great injustice. As soon as Dabeo started crying, Erbao and Xiaobao also turned their heads curiously and looked at Guchen, whining a few times and kicking hard with their fat feet. After wiping away her tears, Lin Xingyao looked at the father and son with a smile and said, "Stop fighting." Dabeo doesn't understand. Guchen didn't believe it. I think Dabeo must understand. I just saw that he was not convinced. Lin Xingyao came over and picked up Xiaobao Gigi, but accidentally saw some red spots on Gigi's neck. She quickly carried Xiaobao to Guchen and asked, "Husband, come over here and take a look. What is the red spot on Gigi's neck?" Guchen was stunned for a moment when he heard Lin Xingyao calling him husband, but after he reacted, he immediately responded, "Let me see." The 3 babies were all raised to be plump and white. Guchen could only use his hands to push away the flesh on their necks, and sure enough, there were a few small red spots that didn't look very big. I don't know either. Let's take the baby to see a doctor. It's just that when the baby is 1 month old, he needs to be taken for a physical examination. We can ask the doctor then. The 2 of them made an appointment with the doctor online, then packed up and set off. Considering future travel, Guchen bought a baby safety seat online in advance, so now both of them can bring their 3 babies with them. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor examined the baby and finally diagnosed that the baby had prickly heat. The weather has been so hot and humid recently that I've gotten prickly heat. Prickly heat is very itchy. The baby doesn't talk or cry even though he is uncomfortable. He is really well behaved. The doctor prescribed an ointment and I went home and applied it for a while and it healed. And the most important thing is not to wear so many clothes or cover yourself with so many quilts, otherwise the disease will relapse. Originally, it was thought that since autumn was coming and the temperature had dropped a bit, Guchen made the baby wear more clothes. Fortunately, Dabeo and Erbao did not get prickly heat from covering themselves. After taking the ointment from the hospital window, Guchen drove home. Halfway through, Lin Xingyao saw a photography shop at the corner of the street. She immediately said to Guchen, "Honey, I want to take a 1-month photo of my baby. There is a photography shop over there." When I was watching videos, I saw that the customer feedback seemed pretty good. Guchen said, "Okay, then let's ask them to take the full moon photos. If the photos are good, we can also ask them to take care of the wedding photos and the wedding follow-up photos." Lin Xingyao didn't think it mattered at first, as she could take pictures with her mobile phone. But later, when she saw other people as full-month photos of their babies taken so well, she was moved. After Guchen parked the car, he put the 3 babies in the strollers one by one. Together with Lin Xingyao, they pushed the 3 babies into the store. The receptionist at the store saw the 2 people walk in and immediately went over to greet them and opened the door. "Hello, sir and madam, please come in." Guchen walked into the store calmly, holding Lin Xingyao with one hand and pushing the stroller carrying the triplets with the other. The looks of Guchen and Lin Xingyao immediately attracted the attention of the receptionist, whose eyes lingered on them. The men have broad shoulders and narrow waists, the women have slim figures, and even the 3 babies in the strollers look like the lucky dolls in the annual report, white and plump. "Excuse me, how may we help you too?" The lady at the front desk calmed herself down and her voice became much softer. Guchen said directly, "We want to take a full-month photo of our baby. Do you have this service here?" Guchen's handsomeness formed a sharp contrast with what he was doing now. No one would have expected that the handsome guy in front of them was actually the father of 3 children. The lady at the front desk had her eyes fixed on Guchen. When she heard what Guchen said, she almost couldn't react. She coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment and then said, "Sir, we not only take full moon photos here, we also do all kinds of photography and filming services. Please come over here and take a look at our business and the full moon photo package." The lady at the front desk was also very smart. She could tell at a glance that these 2 customers with such good looks must be rich people. The lady at the front desk looked at the cart that Guchen was pushing and asked, "Excuse me, are these triplets?" After saying that, her eyes fell on Lin Xingyao. Chapter 47. This place is so sensitive. Guchen said, "Yes. When the other young lady at the front desk heard Gu Chen's words, she immediately stood up and walked towards them. She was shocked. Oh my god, they are real triplets. I have never seen triplets in my life. Excuse me, sir and madam, congratulations, you are so blessed. Gu Chen and Lin Xingyao were also happy when they heard the woman's words. The lady at the front desk introduced, "This is our boss lady." The two parties introduced each other. The woman's surname was Li, and her name was Li Xiaoying. She was the major shareholder of the photography store. Li Xiaoying asked, "Excuse me, are your triplets of the same gender?" Lin Xingyao politely replied, "The youngest is a daughter." Gu Chen looked at the time and said, "Our child is in a hurry to go home for feeding. Can you briefly tell us about the meal?" Gu Chen really didn't have time to chat with them. Li Xiaoying then remembered that Gu Chen and the others were here to take photos of the baby's full-month anniversary. She immediately took out the book and introduced it to Gu Chen and the others. "You two, take a look at our full-month photo package first. If you want to take photos of your triplets together, you can choose the last package of 28,888 yuan. The books are all our photographer's previous works. Are you satisfied with them?" Gu Chen and Lin Xingyao were looking at the samples on the notebook while checking the conditions of the three babies. The three babies have grown up a lot now. They are always awake for a period of time during the day. The front desk lady is looking at the three little ones and smiling. "This package was originally for twins, but since you two are so talented and pretty, I decided to take photos for you of triplets for the price of twins, and give you a set of family photos for free. You can take the photos in our store or at home." Suddenly, Li Xiaoying changed the subject. "However, if the film comes out, can we select 2 photos to use as our promotional film?" Gu Chen refused. "I admit that your photographer is very skilled, but I'm sorry, I refuse, whether it's for children or adults, I refuse. To be honest, you are so good looking, and your baby is white and chubby, so the chances of getting a good photo will definitely be high. So, I was thinking if we could choose 2 photos? Gu Chen still refused. "Sorry, I am willing to pay the full amount to shoot my 3 children. Seeing that Gu Chen refused again, Li Xiaoying did not persuade him anymore. "I'm sorry, I was too abrupt, but don't worry, I just said that I would give you this set meal for 28,888 yuan. I will keep my word. Just consider it as making friends. If you think our photography skills are good enough, I hope you will give us priority when your babies are 100 days old." Seeing Li Xiaoying's sincerity, Lin Xingyao pulled Gu Chen's sleeve. Gu Chen glanced at Lin Xingyao and immediately understood, and said to Li Xiaoying, "Since my wife agrees, let's book it first. I wonder when you will be free to come to take pictures." Hearing Gu Chen's words, Li Xiaoying immediately felt relieved. She was really worried that what she had just said would anger Gu Chen and the deal would not be done. Business is bad right now, and she doesn't want to lose Gu Chen, a big client. Next, Li Xiaoying patiently introduced the contents of the set meal to Gu Chen and Lin Xingyao. Lin Xingyao paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan and made an appointment to come over tomorrow morning. When Li Xiaoying saw the residential address that Gu Chen filled in, her eyes widened. No wonder others don't want their family members to show their faces. It turns out that they live at number 1 Yunqing Bay. Early the next morning, 3 photographers, 2 men and 1 woman, and 3 female assistants came with 3 boxes of props. When they arrived at Gu Chen's house, everyone's eyes became subtle. They are a new store, and since its opening, no owner of number 1 Yunqing Bay has ever come to take photos. However, although they were shocked, they were still quite professional and did not look or touch anything. 3 female assistants were responsible for changing the children's clothes and posing for photos following the photographer's instructions. The clothes used were all provided by the photography shop, and they also assured Gu Chen and Lin Xingyao that they were cleaned and disinfected before being worn by the baby. Their team is also very professional, and the captured results made Gu Chen praise it highly. Halfway through the shoot, the baby got hungry and had to go for a feed. Only after eating do we have the energy to take pictures. After the 3 babies were full, the photographer also captured a photo of Gu Chen burping the babies. There are also photos of 2 babies lying on Gu Chen's chest, burping and humming songs. Except for Lin Xingyao breastfeeding, everything else that should be filmed was filmed. From the photos we can see that the eldest child, Qingcheng, is lively, the second child, Xingxing, is lazy, and the youngest child, Jiji, loves to laugh more. And Debao is also fatter, and his little chubby hands are waving as if he is practicing kung fu. Erbo is lazy. He is too lazy to stretch and too lazy to move. It took nearly 3 hours to take pictures of the 3 babies and 2 adults. The photographer said that he would give all the negatives to Gu Chen, and then select the appropriate photos, print them out, and make them into photo frames. After the photographer finished taking the photos, he made a copy for Gu Chen. After the photography team left, Lin Xingyao turned on her computer and saw how cute the three little cuties were photographed. She instantly felt that all the hardships she had endured before were worth it. I originally thought that spending 28,888 yuan to take a set of photos was expensive, but when I saw that the photos could be taken to the point where there was no need for photo retouching, I felt that it was money well spent. Gu Chen sat on the sofa with his arms around Lin Xingyao, looking at the photos on the notebook. It seemed that he couldn't bear to part with all of them. Fortunately, the photographer gave them all the negatives. Lin Xingyao pointed at Xiaobao's photo and said, "Hubby, look, Gigi is smiling so happily." Gu Chen turned his head and looked at Lin Xingyao, who was smiling happily beside him. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Wife, your voice is so beautiful when you call me husband." Gu Chen suddenly approached, and his breath when he spoke sprayed on her ears, making Lin Xingyao feel itchy all over. She pushed Gu Chen's head away with her hand. "Don't get so close, it's so hot." Gu Chen chuckled, "So you are so sensitive here, okay, husband knows." Lin Xingyao said in embarrassment, "What are you talking about?" Gu Chen said, "Wife, now that the full moon photos have been taken, you seem to have forgotten something." Lin Xingyao turned around and saw Gu Chen's frivolous look, and her face blushed. "After taking the full moon photo, we'll go get the marriage certificate on September 15th. I'll remember that." Gu Chen looked at Lin Xingyao's blushing face, and his eyes suddenly deepened. He suddenly stood up and gently pressed Lin Xingyao down on the sofa. Chapter 48, Good Girls Are Afraid of Being Clingy. Feeling Gu Chen's emotions, Lin Xingyao trembled subconsciously. His kiss fell on Lin Xingyao's lips, and between her lips and teeth, Lin Xingyao instantly forgot to resist and gladly accepted Gu Chen's deep kiss. Lin Xingyao subconsciously clutched his clothes tightly, she could even hear her own heartbeat. Gu Chen let her go and suddenly laughed softly. "What are you afraid of?" Lin Xingyao stammered, the baby is sleeping. I'll go see if the baby is awake." "Hey, don't forget, we have to go get the certificate." "Oh, I see." Lin Xingyao stood up and was about to jump, but was pulled back into Gu Chen's arms. Gu Chen's whole body turned red and he felt as hot as a furnace. Lin Xingyao sat on Gu Chen's lap and felt the changes in Gu Chen's body. Her face turned red as liver. "You, let me go." Gu Chen said in a naughty way, "No, I won't let you go. Once you catch me, you are mine. I will never let you go for the rest of my life. You are not allowed to let me go either, do you understand?" Lin Xingyao gave up struggling and looked at Gu Chen blankly. To be honest, Gu Chen is not only handsome, but also capable. He is very good to himself and the baby. He is a good husband and a good father. If Zhang Xiaoxiao hadn't broken up with him, it might not have been his turn. "Okay, we'll never be apart." After saying that, Lin Xingyao kissed Gu Chen directly on the lips. Just when Gu Chen was stunned, Lin Xingyao ran away. By the time Gu Chen reacted, Lin Xingyao had already hidden in the room. "Okay. Then run away after teasing." Gu Chen shouted with a smile. Lin Xingyao fled back to her room, with her back to the door, the warmth of Gu Chen still lingering on her lips. She covered her hot face and smiled secretly. Something seemed to be quietly taking root between them. At this time, the cell phone in Lin Xingyao's pocket rang. It was a call from a teacher at school. "Hey, teacher." A few minutes later, Lin Xingyao came out of the room, and she didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Gu Chen immediately went up to her and asked with concern, "Wife, what's wrong?" Lin Xingyao looked at her phone and said, "My teacher called me just now and asked me to go back to school to register. In fact, after I knew I was pregnant, I had already planned to take as much leave as I could. To take a leave of absence from school, my father had to go to the school to apply. So when I was almost 5 months pregnant, I asked for leave. At that time, my belly was already very big, and the teacher had to approve it. I originally thought that I might not be able to get a diploma because I only attended classes for more than a month last semester and did not go back for the exam. Now my teacher called me and told me to go back to school, but how can I go to school in my current situation?" Gu Chen said, "Didn't you say that your mother doesn't object to you getting married and having children? You can ask her to help you take a 6-month leave of absence, or take another leave. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely be able to get your diploma smoothly." Lin Xingyao said, "Yes. My mother can help me drop out of school." "Husband, you are so quick-witted." Gu Chen caressed her chubby little face lovingly and said, "You become stupid for 3 years after you get pregnant." Who told you to say I'm stupid? Say it again. Lin Xingyao gently pinched Gu Chen's waist and touched his abdominal muscles. At this moment, Gu Chen's cell phone rang. It's Lin Zijie calling. His voice was furtive. Hello, Gu Chen. If you have something to say it. If you have to fart now. The couple's flirting was interrupted and Gu Chen's tone was not very good, but Lin Zijie didn't seem to notice anything wrong. Lin Zijie said with a sad face, Brother Chen, I need your help with something. Tell me something. That's right, I want to pursue Lele, can you give me some advice? Gu Chen glanced at Lin Xingyao, deliberately turned on the speaker of his phone, and said to the phone, Go after her if you want to, why are you so timid? No, I asked her out for lunch and she said no, and I asked her out for a movie tonight and she said no again, what's going on? When Lin Xingyao heard that it was Lin Zijie calling to ask for advice on how to pursue Li Lele, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Gu Chen didn't expect that Lin Zijie actually fell in love with Li Lele, but unfortunately Li Lele didn't like him. Given Li Lele's aggressive temper, Lin Zijie is going to suffer. Although Li Lele's family background is not as good as Lin Xingyao's, she is also the eldest daughter who was raised in the palm of her family's hand. His family runs a small business, so Li Lele has never had to suffer since he was a child. Lin Zijie and Li Lele's family backgrounds are quite compatible. Lin Zijie said to himself, I'm not as handsome as you, nor as capable as you. Will she dislike my type? If I'm so enthusiastic, will it scare her? Will she hate me? Gu Chen said, how would I know? How about this, I'll ask your sister-in-law later to see what Li Lele's hobbies are like. Upon hearing this, Lin Zijie was delighted, are you serious? If you really catch up with Lele, I will treat you to a meal. Gu Chen said, I'd like to state in advance that I don't eat the 69 buffet. Lin Zijie chuckled and said, I think the 69 buffet is not bad either. There are barbecues, crayfish, and many more. Stop, I want to choose the restaurant myself and eat together at a cheaper price. Gu Chen said to Lin Xingyao who was giggling at the side. Lin Zijie began to feel sorry for his wallet, but finally said, okay. If I catch her, you have the final say. After the call was hung up, Lin Xingyao dared to laugh out loud, your friend is so funny, he actually dared to pursue Lele. You know, Lele is a famous hot girl. Now he has troubles. Gu Chen shook his head and said, that may not be the case. It is said that good girls are afraid of clinging men. If we give them a push from behind, it will definitely work. Lin Xingyao said, then it depends on their fate. Gu Chen said, okay. It's 12 o'clock now. I'm going to the nearby supermarket to buy groceries. You stay at home to look after the children. What do you want to eat for lunch? Lin Xingyao said, as long as it's made by you, I love it. Gu Chen asked, is it true? Of course it's true. Lin Xingyao didn't know that the way she and Gu Chen got along could become so natural and harmonious. She was originally worried that she wouldn't be able to get along with men, but now it seems that she was worrying too much. Perhaps everything changed from that night when the two kissed each other and realized that the other had feelings for them. When they arrived at the supermarket, Gu Chen bought a lot of vegetables, fruits, and high-calcium sweet milk for Lin Xingyao to supplement calcium. The supermarket was a shop on the first floor of the residential complex opposite. Gu Chen did not drive out but walked out of the supermarket carrying 3 large bags of things. Just a few steps out of the supermarket, a middle-aged woman walking in front of him suddenly fell down in front of him. Chapter 49 Who is in Kyoto? Gu Chen subconsciously put the things down and helped the person up. Auntie, are you okay? Fortunately, I didn't fall. But when the people around saw someone suddenly fall to the ground, they dispersed a little. Seeing someone helping him up, he moved closer to watch the fun. Gu Chen shouted to the crowd, didn't you see someone fainted? Spread out a little. This young man is quite handsome. Is he going to be blackmailed by this woman? The world is dangerous and there is no hope for help. Gu Chen was also speechless. There were surveillance cameras everywhere here. Who was he looking down on? He helped the woman half lying on the ground and shook her, Auntie, I'll call an ambulance for you. At this time, the woman raised her hand to stop Gu Chen and said weakly, sugar. Gu Chen leaned in closer, Auntie, what did you just say? Sugar. Gu Chen finally heard clearly, sugar? I don't have any. Is sweet milk okay? The woman nodded slightly. Gu Chen didn't care about anything else. He violently opened the box of milk scattered aside and gave a sip to the aunt. After drinking a few sips of milk, the aunt leaned against Gu Chen's legs for a long time before she recovered. When the people around saw that there was nothing exciting to watch, they dispersed immediately. After the aunt recovered, she turned around and stared at Gu Chen. Gu Chen felt a little scared by the woman's gaze and asked, "Auntie, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Just now when I fainted, I felt that there was a handsome guy calling me. I didn't expect that when I looked carefully, he was actually so handsome, even more handsome than the stars on TV. Thank you for saving me, young man. I'll give you a box of milk as compensation." Gu Chen quickly waved his hand and said, "Auntie, it's just a bottle of milk, you really don't have to compensate me." The aunt suddenly asked a question that didn't make sense. "Young man, why are you so handsome? Are you married? Do you have a girlfriend?" "Ah." Gu Chen didn't react for a moment. "I'm married and have a child." "Thank you. If you're okay, I'll leave first. In your situation, you should notify your family to pick you up." The aunt said, "No, it's an old problem. I live in this community. Young man, you are my savior. Let's add WeChat, shall we? Is this unnecessary?" Gu Chen didn't want to add some inexplicable people. The aunt didn't give Gu Chen a chance to refuse, and directly took out her mobile phone. "Come on, I'll call you. I'll add you when I get home, and we'll talk slowly then." Gu Chen had no choice but to enter his own number and call. My aunt hung up only when she heard her phone ringing. Since the auntie was fine, Gu Chen didn't want to say anything more to her. "Auntie, since you are fine, I will go home first. My wife is waiting for me to go home and cook." Auntie smiled and said, "Are you cooking for your wife? Well, bye, Auntie." Gu Chen picked up the bag, said hello and left. At this time, a voice came from behind the aunt. "Wife, are you okay? Just now a neighbor called me and said that you fainted at the entrance of the supermarket. I was scared to death." The person who came was Lin Hongyuan. "Honey, I just saw a young man. He was very handsome, with fair skin and was very tall. He was half a head taller than you. He was the one who saved me by giving me a bottle of sweet milk. I also got his phone number. I will add him on WeChat soon. That guy is a man who loves his wife very much. He came to the supermarket to buy groceries and cook for his wife. What a pity, she's already married and has kids." When Lin Hongyuan heard what Zhang Fengwan said, he didn't react for a moment. "Okay, the guy you saw is definitely not as handsome as the one I saw. Are you okay? Go home and eat." As Gu Chen turned and left, the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Host saves people, the system rewards 1 million. Oh my god. 1 million. However, a plan had already begun to secretly take shape in Gu Chen's mind. Early the next morning, Lin Xingyou woke up, but did not see Gu Chen. "Husband? Gu Chen?" She called out several times but no one answered, so she got up and went to the living room to look for someone. When I arrived at the living room, I found that only Gu Chen's biological mother Lu Xuemei was there. When Lu Xuemei saw Lin Xingyou wake up, she immediately went to greet her. "Yao Yao, are you awake? Xiaochen said he had something to do, so I will take care of you all day." Lin Xingyou didn't know where Gu Chen was, so she nodded and said, "Oh, he didn't tell me anything, I don't know either, I'll send him a message later." As she spoke, she took out her hand and saw that Gu Chen had left a message on her WeChat, saying that he and Lin Zijie were going on a business trip to Kyoto and would not be at home all day, so she should stay at home and take a video of the baby for him when she had time. At this time, the 3 babies also woke up. "Oh, the baby is awake. I'll go check it out first." Lu Xuemei ran to the room immediately. Although Lu Xuemei took care of both her children and herself meticulously, she eventually got used to Gu Chen's care. Airport waiting lounge. "Good boy, you woke me up so early in the morning just to accompany you to Kyoto? Why are you going to Kyoto? Who is in Kyoto?" Lin Zijie asked 3 questions. Gu Chen said speechlessly, "Is it not possible to take you to Kyoto? I have made money now, let's go to Kyoto for a tour. I will pay for all the expenses." When Lin Zijie heard this, his eyes lit up. "I've heard that the nightclubs in Kyoto are fun, but I haven't been there yet. Don't stay overnight." "Don't stay overnight? Then what are you going to do?" "Play with you." Gu Chen almost swore. Lin Zijie immediately protected Juhua. "Damn it. I knew you had some plans for me. The fox's tail is finally exposed. The conversation between the two was heard by the man and woman opposite them, and their eyes instantly became interested. Guchen kicked him and said, "Get out of here. I'm going to prepare a surprise for my wife." "Surprise? What surprise?" Guchen poked Lin Zijie's head and said, "Then learn from me now. Women like unexpected surprises, and the surprises have to be at the point they like, understand?" "I understand, but I don't seem to understand." Guchen shook his head and said, "If you don't need your brain, just donate it." Lin Zijie thought for a moment before saying, "What you mean is, if the girl likes bags, then give them bags, and if she likes lipstick, then give them lipstick, right?" Guchen, not that stupid. Lin Zijie was helpless, but she said she likes Jay Cho. Poochie. Guchen laughed out loud. Lin Zijie punched Guchen directly. "Don't laugh, this is a very serious question." "That's because you haven't really understood her needs yet," Guchen said. Chapter 50, Peeping at My Wife Taking a Bath. Demand? What demand? Lin Zijie has never been in love, so how could he understand these things? After all, Guchen had pursued girls before, so he naturally took Guchen's words as the truth. Guchen said, everything should be done step by step. Just like him and Lin Xingyao, he took it step by step, slowly. He wanted to give Lin Xingyao an unforgettable proposal first, and then get the marriage certificate. Girls all like the sense of ceremony. This way, Lin Xingyao's life will not be filled with regrets. All right. Lin Zijie nodded. Just now you said you wanted to give your sister-in-law a surprise. What is the surprise? You actually have to go to Kyoto to prepare it? Guchen glanced at the time and saw that there was still half an hour before boarding. He replied, I went to buy a wedding ring and came back after buying it. Just go buy it if you want, why drag me alone? Lin Zijie said, then yawned, I haven't gotten enough sleep yet. Lin Zijie continued, Guchen, my sister-in-law has even given birth to a child, so there's no need to go through so much trouble, right? After getting the marriage certificate, can't we just have the wedding? Guchen rolled his eyes at Lin Zijie and said, you know nothing. Girls all like a sense of ceremony, right? No wonder you don't have a wife. He continued, I asked you to come with me just to reassure my wife that I'm not out fooling around. Lin Zijie suddenly changed the subject and asked, brother, you seem to be acting strange recently. You bought a car and a house, and went to a big city to buy a wedding ring. How about you teach me how to make money? Speaking of making money, Guchen couldn't help but think of the business power he had just obtained. Unlike his previous evasive attitude, Guchen said directly this time, don't worry, as long as you help me propose successfully, we can make money together in the future. Lin Zijie narrowed his eyes, why do I feel like there is a conspiracy here? Guchen put his arm around Lin Zijie's shoulders and said, believe me, brother. I have already persuaded Li Lei to help me keep it a secret from Yao Yao and plan the proposal ceremony together. By then, you two can have more contact with each other. When Lin Zijie heard that Li Lei was also joining in, he immediately said, no problem. The next second, Guchen's phone rang. It was Lin Xingyao calling. Hey honey, did you miss me? As soon as the call was connected, Guchen's magnetic voice was heard. Lin Xingyao's face turned red instantly when she heard what he said. She said in a tender voice, who missed you? I just wanted to ask you, where did you go on business? Why did you leave without saying a word? Guchen smiled, I thought you were afraid that I would run away, so you called me. Lin Xingyao snorted and said, isn't it? He left without telling me, humph. Guchen coaxed, I didn't run away. I came to Kyoto on a business trip with Lin Zijie. I will be back tonight. Don't worry, I will miss you. In fact, Lin Xingyao just wanted to call and hear Guchen's voice and didn't think much about it. It seemed that after hearing Guchen's voice, her heart was not so uneasy anymore. Lin Xingyao said, then come back early, and the baby will be waiting for you to come home. Guchen said, okay, wife. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zijie rubbed his arm and said, isn't this too corny? I really can't stand you two. Guchen disagreed, you'll know when you have a wife. The plane landed at noon, and Guchen and Lin Zijie took a taxi directly to the city center. After having lunch there, they went straight to the largest jewelry store in Kyoto. The jewelry store is decorated in a particularly luxurious way, gathering jewelry from major brands in the world with rich styles and excellent quality, able to meet the jewelry needs of different customers. Lin Zijie's jewelry store was decorated in a magnificent manner. He couldn't help but hold back Guchen's steps as he was about to enter. Brother, do you really want to go in? Do you know how much money you have in your pocket now? Gu Chen raised a finger. Lin Zijie stared and said, 10,000? How dare you come here? The plane ticket costs thousands of dollars, you might as well buy a 20,000 yuan diamond ring locally. Gu Chen interrupted him unhappily, it's 1 million. Master Duo? Lin Zijie's eyes widened, 1 million? Come on. Do you really make that much money? Gu Chen said, okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and buy it and go home, I miss my wife and children. You can already feel the luxury outside the store, and once you step inside, you can smell the overwhelming smell of money. As soon as we entered the door, a female salesperson in a well-dressed work uniform came up to us and said, hello, please come in. Lin Zijie whispered in Gu Chen's ear, oh my god, even the salesgirls are as pretty as those in the girl group, with long legs and body proportions. Gu Chen glanced at him and whispered, be careful or I'll tell Lele that you're looking at other women. Lin Zijie was anxious, no, I just admire it. When the female salesperson saw Gu Chen's face, she was immediately attracted by his appearance. She has been working in Greater Kyoto for several years and has served many wealthy young men, celebrities, etc., but none of them was as handsome as Gu Chen. The saleswoman immediately smiled sweetly and her voice became much gentler. Gentlemen, what do you need to buy? Gu Chen said directly, buy an engagement ring. When the saleswoman heard this, her eyes darkened, but she didn't dare to neglect him. What material do you want to buy, sir? Gu Chen didn't look at the saleswoman. He scanned the store and said, let me take a look myself. Gu Chen and Lin Zijie walked around the store for about 10 minutes and found that the things here were extremely expensive. If I didn't have $1 million in my pocket, I wouldn't dare to step into the door of this store. Moreover, the treasures of the store include pink diamonds worth tens of millions, large diamond rings worth millions, longevity peaches weighing 8.8 kilograms, etc., which opened the eyes of Gu Chen and Lin Zijie. Forget about those diamond rings worth millions, Gu Chen can't afford them now, but he can still afford those worth hundreds of thousands. Gu Chen bought a diamond ring worth 880,000 yuan. It had a novel design and the size was also based on Lin Xingyao's. He also bought gold safety locks for the children and ultimately spent 930,000 yuan in the store. Lin Zijie followed Gu Chen from beginning to end, and in just 20 minutes, Gu Chen spent 930,000. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good fellow, I admit that I look handsome when I swipe the card, but how much money do I need to make to marry a wife? Lin Zijie was also reflecting that given his current situation, he could not afford these expenses except asking his family for money to marry a wife. But he didn't want to rely on his parents, so he secretly swore in his heart that he must make good money. The saleswoman looked at Gu Chen's receding back and said regretfully, what a pity, such a handsome and rich man already has a wife and children, alas. After coming out of the store, Gu Chen couldn't wait to buy a plane ticket home. Number 1 Yuncheng Bay. When Gu Chen got home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. When he opened the door, the lights were on in the living room, but it was quiet and no one was there. Gu Chen walked straight to the master bedroom. When he opened the door, he found that the 3 little ones were not in the room. He only heard the sound of dripping water coming from the bathroom. When I approached the bathroom, I found that the door was half open. Chapter 51 Wife, Don't Scream. Chapter 51. The half-open door of the bathroom was facing the mirror inside. From this angle, one could see Lin Xingyao clearly while she was taking a bath. However, only the upper body can be seen. Looking at the 2 round, uncontrollable lumps, Gu Chen's eyes were wide open. Who wouldn't he be confused after watching such an erotic scene? 2 drops of blood flowed out of Gu Chen's nostrils. Gu Chen immediately took 2 tissues to wipe the blood from his nose. Really? I can't stand it. Lin Xingyao was taking a shower in the bathroom and had no idea that Gu Chen had returned. It's rare that I'm out of confinement and can finally take a bath every day. I share the same shower gel with Gu Chen, and I can feel as if Gu Chen is right next to me. After washing, she immediately wrapped herself in a bath towel and went to the bedroom to blow dry her hair. As soon as she opened the bathroom door, she found Gu Chen wiping his nosebleed, and she almost screamed. After Lin Xingyao came back to her senses, she asked, when did you come back? Gu Chen wiped the blood from his nose and raised his head and said, I just came back. As Gu Chen raised his head, Lin Xingyao's gaze fell on the most prominent part of him. You. She immediately covered her face and the towel fell down. Ah! Lin Xingyao's face changed with fright. She immediately picked up the bath towel on the ground and rushed into the cloakroom. Ha! This figure, this roundness, these long legs. Such a close distance. Right in front of you. The impact force is so strong. Guchen didn't have time to think and immediately rushed into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Guchen walked out of the bathroom. His hair was half wet and his whole body was emitting heat. Guchen walked out of the bathroom wearing only a scarf and headed towards the cloakroom. Lin Xingyo had already changed her clothes and was sitting in front of the dressing table blowing her long hair. Seeing Guchen coming, her eyes involuntarily looked towards Guchen, and her face turned red. Guchen smiled evilly. Want to see it? Lin Xingyao snorted softly and immediately turned her head away, not daring to look at Guchen again. Guchen wanted to tease her, so he walked up to her and said, I saw you naked just now, and I think it's unfair to you. How about you see me back? Seeing Guchen's hands on the scarf, Lin Xingyao immediately put down the hairdryer, covered her face and said, Guchen, you are shameless. Guchen chuckled and said, Why do you want to show your face in front of your wife? Come on. He pretended to pull the towel away, and Lin Xingyao was so angry that she threw the tissue on the table at him. Rogue. Guchen laughed and said, I was kidding. I'm not that perverted. He stopped teasing Lin Xingyao, turned around, found a set of pajamas and put them on. Lin Xingyao didn't know what Guchen wanted to do, so she kept blowing her hair with her back to Guchen. The next second, Guchen took Lin Xingyao's hairdryer with his big hand and said, Let me do it. Lin Xingyao didn't argue with him and let Guchen blow dry her hair. However, when Guchen was blow drying Lin Xingyao's hair, he accidentally discovered a new world. I turned the hairdryer to the highest setting, and when the wind blew, I suddenly saw a boundless spring scene before my eyes. Lin Xingyao didn't notice his little thoughts, but she felt as if something was poking her back. She twisted her body and said, Hubby, stay away from me. Your phone is poking me. Lin Xingyao's actions made Guchen groan. He took a deep breath and said, Do you think I brought my cell phone in just now? With the waves of heat coming, Lin Xingyao shivered all over. She immediately stood up and saw Guchen wearing gray pajamas. Looking down, there was nothing she could see. Why are you like this? After saying that, Lin Xing ran away with his face covered, returned to the bed, lay on his side, and covered himself with the quilt. Although this day will come sooner or later, I don't know why I still feel a little embarrassed. Guchen chuckled, shook his head, blew his hair dry, and lay back on the bed. He hugged Lin Xingyao sideways, put his hands on her small fleshy waist, and asked, Wife, don't be shy. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Snort. Lin Xingyao said in a delicate voice, You just want to be a hooligan. Stinky man. Guchen kissed her neck and said, If I hadn't been naughty with you, how could I have given birth to 3 such lovely babies? Besides, I have only been naughty with you. Lin Xingyao patted Guchen's restless hands and said, Who knows? What if you meet a beautiful woman and can't help yourself? Guchen grabbed her little hand and said, Wife, how unconfident are you? Lin Xingyao turned around, looked at him and said, Then can you do it? Guchen kissed her cheek and said, Of course not. I swear, I will only be loyal to you, otherwise, I will die miserably. Lin Xingyao didn't expect Guchen to swear. When her hand was grabbed by Guchen, she had no choice but to give him a kiss to interrupt his next words. Guchen didn't expect Lin Xingyao to be so proactive today. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the sweetness of his wife. Hubby, I'm exhausted. Guchen let her go, and they both breathed heavily. Wife, it sounds so nice. Realizing that she couldn't help herself just now, Lin Xingyao blushed immediately. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether her face was red because of suppression or embarrassment. After Guchen recovered, he kissed her again. Lin Xingyao pushed him away. We can't do that. Guchen smiled and said, I won't do that, I'll just kiss. You kissed me just now, I want to kiss you back. Lin Xingyao was indeed a little impulsive just now, but if she hadn't shut Guchen's mouth with a kiss, who knows what kind of vicious oath he would have uttered. When she thought that they were both going to get married, she loosened her hand and no longer stood between them. Guchen felt the change in Lin Xingyao and couldn't help but feel happy. Does this mean that I can kiss and hug her as I please from now on? He didn't think too much about it. When his passion reached its peak, he simply kissed Lin Xingyao's lips, and his hands involuntarily wandered over her body. Guchen kissed her passionately, and his big hands fell naturally on Lin Xingyao's chest. So soft. Finally I felt the softness and warmth there. Lin Xingyao punched Guchen's chest with her little fists and struggled slightly. Husband. Lin Xingyao shouted unconsciously, her voice was soft and sweet, so pleasant to hear. Guchen almost surrendered. He immediately let go of Lin Xingyao and panted, "Honey, don't scream. If you scream again, I really can't bear it anymore." Lin Xingyao also panted and said, "Didn't you say that you don't want to do that? Why are you sudden?" There was a knock on the door. The next second, the door opened with a click. Chapter 52. Let us take a shower together. Following the sound of the door opening, Lu Xuemei's voice came. "Yao Yao," Guchen said that he. Before she could finish her words, her eyes were fixed on the two people who were breathing unevenly on the bed. As someone who had experienced this, Lu Xuemei realized something immediately and turned around, covering her face. "Oh, I didn't see anything. I'm back. The baby just had his diaper changed. Bye." Lu Xuemei quickly closed the door and held her chest at the door to calm herself down. Luckily they were all wearing clothes, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. "No, Yao Yao has just come out of confinement, and Guchen can't help it? No, this will hurt Yao Yao's body." Thinking of this, Lu Xuemei opened the door again and reminded Guchen with her back to him, "You little bastard, Yao Yao has just recovered, so we can't have sex. Do you hear me?" Guchen pulled up the quilt to cover Lin Xingyao and said, "I know. Don't worry. I'm not a beast. Go back quickly." Sure enough, living with the elderly is inconvenient. Guchen was even more certain. "You brat." Lu Xuemei couldn't do anything about him, so she had to close the door, take her bag and go back. After Lu Xuemei left, Lin Xingyao hid under the quilt and dared not come out. Guchen's voice rang above her head, "Coward, my mother is gone." Lin Xingyao angrily said in the quilt, "It's all because of you. It's so embarrassing. How can I get along with my mother in the future? You're still covered with the quilt. If you suffocate yourself to death, I won't have a wife." Guchen pulled the quilt off her head, looked at her blushing face, and couldn't help but smile. "What are you afraid of? She's been through this before, so it won't be a big deal. Just pretend that this never happened." It was really embarrassing that the couple was seen kissing by the mother-in-law. Lin Xingyao buried her head in the quilt again. Guchen pulled her quilt off again and said with a smile, "Don't be fooled. My mother is gone. I'm going to push the baby back to the room. Go to sleep quickly." Guchen covered Lin Xingyao with the quilt, got out of bed, and walked towards the nursery. After pushing the babies back, Lin Xingyao had already fallen asleep with her eyes closed. Guchen was also very tired today, so he quickly went to bed and hugged Lin Xingyao to sleep. There is still a tough battle to fight in the second half of the night. Lin Xingyao has started exercising after she finished her confinement, but she doesn't dare to do too much exercise. For now, she just exercises on the treadmill at the same speed as walking to increase blood circulation. She bought a set of large-sized yoga clothes, and every morning after feeding her baby, she would go to the gym and walk for half an hour. If the air conditioner was not turned on, she would be sweating profusely after walking for half an hour. After exercising, Lin Xingyao took a shower before eating breakfast. After making breakfast, Guchen would go to the gym and exercise with Lin Xingyao. He was only wearing a pair of shorts and nothing on his upper body. While using the fitness equipment, he secretly glanced at his wife's good figure. I have to say that although Lin Xingyao is a little bit plump, because of her good body proportions and well-proportioned figure, the plump looks very good and delicious. Guchen became very excited when he thought that the wedding night was just a few days away. When Lin Xingyao saw Guchen coming in without clothes, she blushed at first, but then she began to admire him. She also didn't expect that Guchen had a figure that looked thin when dressed, but looked chubby when undressed. The well-proportioned bones and flesh have a very linear feel. She squinted her eyes and secretly counted Guchen's abdominal muscles. There were really 8 of them. She really wanted to touch them. When Lin Xingyao thought of this, she no longer had the heart to take a walk. After stopping the treadmill, Guchen suddenly appeared in front of her. Guchen had a wicked look on his face and said, "Wife, do you want to touch me?" Lin Xingyao was so frightened that she took a few steps back and almost fell down. Fortunately, Guchen was quick to support her, grabbed her hand, and said with a smile, "I just saw clearly that you were secretly drooling when you looked at my abdominal muscles. As your husband, how could I let you only look but not touch?" Lin Xingyao said in a tender voice, I don't talk nonsense." Guchen chuckled, "Come, let me let you touch me as much as you want." Lin Xingyao blushed, "Don't. I don't want to." Guchen grabbed her little hand, placed it on his abdominal muscles, and said, "How is it? Do you like it?" Lin Xingyao's eyes also fell on Guchen's belly. The impact of both the touch and the sight on her was so strong that she was stunned. It feels so good. After Gu Chen's shameless affection over the past few days, Lin Xingyao had already slowly accepted Gu Chen. It's just because she blushes so easily that she is even more shy about things between husband and wife. Fortunately, Gu Chen was more proactive, and she slowly overcame that obstacle. After Lin Xingyao realized what was happening, she immediately pulled her hand back and said, I'm going to take a shower. Gu Chen looked at Lin Xingyao's fleeing figure and laughed out loud. Wife, why are you so shy? After his wife left, he no longer had the energy to exercise. Following Lin Xingyao, they returned to the room together. Listening to the sound coming from the bathroom, Gu Chen knocked on the door. Wife, I want to take a shower too, can I come in? Lin Xingyao's panicked voice came, No. Let me wash first, then you can wash. Let's wash together. I'll scrub your back. The door was not locked, so Gu Chen opened it and went in. Wife, I don't do anything, just take a shower. Lin Xingyao was delighted at the thought that the two of them would get married and become a real couple soon, and that what Gu Chen did was just what ordinary couples would do. She gritted her teeth and turned away. Lin Xingyao's actions undoubtedly told Gu Chen that she had completely accepted herself. Ever since he kissed Lin Xingyao that day, Gu Chen always wanted to kiss her. The goddess finally became her own person. In the Daijingwan villa, Zhang Fengwan looked at her phone again and again, muttering to herself, why hasn't that handsome guy added me yet? What's going on? Lin Hanyuan said, handsome guy? Can he be as handsome as the one I saw? He glanced at Zhang Fengjuan's phone, pointed at the profile picture on the phone and asked, is this him? Gu Chen's avatar is a photo of himself created into a cartoon using AI, so it looks pretty good. Zhang Fengwan said, I think so, they look a bit similar. Lin Hongyuan took a quick glance and said, I think he is just ugly, and I dare not show his true face to others. Zhang Fengwan said speechlessly, go away, don't talk about my savior like that. Besides, my savior is a man who dotes on his wife. He was in a hurry to go home and cook for his wife. Zhang Fengwan ignored him, walked out of the room with her cell phone, came to the sofa in the living room, and sent a friend message to Gu Chen again.